Check one. All right, let's see what we got going on here today. Desk is a fucking mess. See if you get every. I don't even know if my shit is right. Kind of looks right. Not 100% sure, but let's see what's going on. Good morning, Jay Cortina. Good morning, M Griff 0309. Binky, good morning, my brother. Jay Munning. Johnny Moggs is in the house too. Everybody's showing up, huh? BD's in here. Liam's in here. Cameron Wang. Harushi, Faison, good to see you. Dean, Indices We Trust, one day at a time. Patman, dude, all the heavy hitters are here this morning. Sue's in here this morning. Good morning, Next. Hope you all had a great holiday. Hope everything was good out there for you. We only have a few minutes until let me do a couple back end things here. We'll switch right over. We'll get out of here and move into the mainstream. We don't have much time, do we? It seems like my camera's back to where it needs to be. I was having some camera issues last weekend. Or Friday, at least. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Wolfman. Good morning, Ross. Pendy. Mike Latham. Juventus. RS. San. Y'all doing well this morning? I'll sip my coffee. Let's get right into the live stream here. Just some house cleaning stuff for you this morning. We've got it's 9:14. We've got 16 minutes till the bell opens. You'll see that little yellow thing. If it becomes too annoying, we'll get rid of it today. I just want to leave it up for new people joining us. This is the Monday. This is going to become the Monday free stream. So we'll see this stream every Monday live. But we're going to be switching over to offering news and or real-time news and an expanded bookmap. So what you want to do is be signing up. This weekend, in this past week, I have no real opinion on Elon Musk buying Twitter or the direction of Twitter, but it's difficult. It's difficult as being in social media if your outlets to reach people leave or stops, right? As a matter of fact, back in the day, way back in the day, I'll bring this one of these days. I'll post this stuff, but I still have some links to old. Way back in the day, Yahoo used to be the place for finance, FinTwit kind of stuff, right? And it became abandoned in the last big crash we had many moons ago. Matter of fact, it got real ugly in the early 2000s and then 07, 08. But there was some really cool stuff there. If you were a trader back then, you would get people that would upload spreadsheets with all kinds of data for you to extrapolate information from. Before we had really cool computer languages that we could graph stuff out for you, or people could graph stuff out for you and show you simply what the data meant. And then there was a Wall Street Bets phase that was outstanding in the mid to late 2000s. That actually grew into the late 2010s to 2020. But just like anything, Wall Street Bets became not a cesspool, but there was some power struggles and people got banned from Wall Street Bets, leading into, I want to say 2020, like 2019, 2020. And you see now in FinTwit, there's not that Twitter's going to shut down, but if it ever does, what you want to do is be able to have a way that's off-site of any of these social media platforms, YouTube, Twitter, Reddit, doesn't matter where. You call it anything, Stock Twats or whatever. Wherever you're at, you need to have a place people can find you no matter what. So sign up it's free to sign up, CaptainJimJames.com. It's also known, I also have a couple other redirects. It's JimJamesNavy.com.
Confirms that the arms treaty talks with Russia are now postponed.
So, and there's two reasons for that. One, for any of the free content and stuff like that, if Twitter would ever go down or any other social media would ever go down, you can always go there and you'll see that as a fallback place for this content to always be there, always be alive, that kind of stuff. So if there's ever an issue, it's like one Monday morning you wake up and there's ever an issue and you're like, hey, didn't see Captain Jim James, or YouTube's down, Twitter's down, whatever it is, wherever it is, you go to hang out with me or I go there to hang out with you. If Discord goes down, something bad happens in Discord, it gets blown up, it doesn't matter. You can always go there to CaptainJimJames.com, and that will be the fallback place. So just be aware of that. And then there'll be some new content being rolled out this week. So if you sign up there, you'll get an email showing you what's available for content, weekly newsletter, live streams with up to date or real time news flow, and then of course an expanded BOOKMAP experience for you. So just I'll keep this up today. If you guys don't like it at some point, if it pisses you off, I won't leave it up. And this will eventually change. That little yellow thing will change. It'll show a bunch of different shit on there. Please like and subscribe. I want to keep this free if we can. We'll talk about that at some point. We're gonna do a slow roll and see if it supports itself. If it supports itself, it'll just be voluntary. If it doesn't support itself, we'll just take it. What we'll do is end up modifying it, having a free live stream on Mondays, and then a private stream for Tuesday through Friday. So we're gonna roll it out slowly and make sure that this can stay as free as possible. And if it can stay free with just supporters, we've got a budget that'll be listed on Patreon so that you can see what target needs to be hit every month for the stream to stay going. If it's just a few supporters keeping the stream alive, so be it. If we can get enough support to keep the stream alive and going, we'll continue that way. If we can't, we'll just make part of it for the people that are supporting the channel to have access to it the rest of the week. If it's only like 50 of us or 20 of us or 10 of us privately streaming every day, I'm fine with that too. It doesn't really matter how it goes, but so just be conscious of that. Sign up on that website. It's free. There's no I'm not asking you for a credit card or anything like that. It's just get information to you as we move forward. So good morning to all of you. Let's look at the stream this morning real quick. I think last week at some point we talked about certain days I want to be able to get
coming from the US,
levels to you after an open if we sell off. You remember here on Friday, looking back on Friday, we were wondering if we had a bull trap here, and in a larger time frame, we were talking about a roll, or where did I want to buy a dip? I kind of wanted to buy a dip. I wanted to buy this dip early last week if I could, before end of week, like Wednesday or something, or Friday. We didn't quite get it rolled into today instead. And the question becomes, can you buy this dip, and how long can you buy that dip? That's the big question for today. And where is that dip? You don't want to short the hole, of course. We'll talk about that. Is it worth shorting the hole today? I think there's some kind of a buying opportunity in here today. But how long is that for? Is it for just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then eventually another roll down into Wednesday with JPOW? JPOW wants to temper them. There's some other issues here too. We'll take a look at that. You want let's look at on a larger time frame. I think that the right down in here, you see this gap to be filled down below here. So this gap that's down here, this would be the December JPM collar, I believe, is somewhere down in here. So JPM kind of wants to see this by end of month. That's a huge move, right? They have some other callers out there into January and March if they don't catch this roll off. So they're kind of like, no matter what, they're kind of saying we're going to at least down in this area, and you should be conscious of it because there's not much time left, right? We've got a month and well, I shouldn't say here. I'm being a little overly dramatic with that. Hold on here. I want to say it's more towards, get rid of this. I want to say it's the 16th of December or something like that. So, this is what JPM is looking for is what? It's like somewhere over here. We're trying to hit this by I think it's mid-December. I'll have to reconfirm the callers today, the date on them. Somewhere around the 16th. That's what they're looking for this 350. And bears are looking for that as well. And JPOW, it'd be easy for JPOW to come out on Wednesday right? We sell this down and we keep selling this down, and then by mid-December or something, the Fed tries to somewhat save the market. You get a relief rally, and then we trade it back down into that March bottom. My assumption is that's what they want to do. If you're to look at a, like, let's be reasonable here. Let's try to be reasonable here, or at least from the Fed's point of view. The Fed would love nothing more than to see some kind of a roll down into December, right? We get that roll down into the 350 area or so, and then we kind of bounce up, reject, and slide back down into March right here. This is not. I mean, the Fed would love this. They want the crash, the controlled crash, but they don't want. This could actually be down at like that 320 level. The Fed wants this kind of a controlled crash. When they talk about the soft landing, that's what they want. They don't want the doom, death. We're going to, three. We're going down to 240 by January 1 or March 1. And there are market participants that say, or the Elliott wave theory is saying we're going to hit 2,400 by January, March, that kind of stuff. So it would never shock me to see the Fed step or the J-Powell step in, get uber bearish, send this market careening down into middle of December. And then out of nowhere, you get some news spring up that says, inflation's going down. Soft landing is somewhat still intact. You see Super Hawk, not Bernard, the other guy, I forget his name right now, come out and say something stupid like, the economy is intact. We'll rip up here for a relief rally and wind up down in here. So just be conscious of the market manipulation. The Fed's job is to make you believe. They don't really fight inflation. They want to make you believe certain things until inflation actually solves itself or it's accepted by the masses. Just be conscious of that as we head into the JPM collar, middle of December, and then some kind of a bottom down. This would still be considered a bottoming process too, in their viewpoint. This isn't really like the death and destruction that the bears are calling for. There's some big bears out there calling for, we're going straight bloodbath. You got Barry and everybody else saying the same thing. I do think you'll get some kind of a stepping in. Will there ever be a time when that doesn't work? The Fed bullshit doesn't work? Sure. They make that pivot. 2 weeks, a month later, you will see that ultimate crash if and when they do pivot. We also have the Fed meeting in the middle of December as well, right? So you could get that bloodbath for the JPM collar. Fed meeting minutes come in, and the Fed meeting comes in, and all of a sudden we're back to riding this back up for a little while. Let's just keep that in the back of your mind as we come into the open, or not the open, but the rest of the month. So this is kind of the first place down here. This morning, I want to show you on the 1-day chart what I'm expecting off the bell here. We only have 4 minutes left until the open. Now, this is where the BOOKMAP demand is down here. Let me see if I can do this better on a. Not really showing well on this chart so far. We'll have to wait for the open. This is a better chart to be checking out here on this open. Somewhere down in here, I'd like to see today some kind. I know you don't want to short the hole here, but I would like to see a bounce down here. This is a 38% fib retracement on this yellow trend that we're still on. We're still bullish overall going back to that next week, right? There's a couple other places we want to keep an eyeball on. This little green box right here corresponds to this bottom way back here last week into the 17th. Now you can see that we've had some support down here, had some demand even lower down below here at 395 down to 392. So just for the next couple days, if I was to buy a dip or today into tomorrow, I don't know necessarily we go right off the bell. We might shoot rocket ship right off this bell and find demand. We'll take a look at the that BOOKMAP real quick. Oh, give me a second here. And see if that demand steps in. You're kind of seeing it right now. Some buyers stepping in right off the bell here. You see that nice big fat red line down there? That is a bunch of buyers down at 39.90. And it seems pretty constant down there. So you'll be seeing it from like 39.95 down to 39.80. So large buyers wanting to step in right off the bell and try to rocket ship this up right on the open this morning. Got 2 minutes left. You want to see this support hold here somewhere. See where my cursor is right here, and see buyers step in off the bell. I tip like on a normal. If today was like we're in bull market, I'd be like, yeah, buy this right off the bell right here. Just buy this. But sometimes I feel like there's that fake out. There's that little bit of like you're in here buying this bell, and we get this quick rip down for that move higher. Hold on a second here. And what's the other thing to note? If you're a bear, if you were short over the weekend, if you were short Sunday night, I made a post on Saturday saying to be watching out for a short on Sunday futures. You're looking for this pivot point right here. You don't want to be holding in this stuff down here. You just take your money and run. And you're going to be looking for another short opportunity up around this pivot point either today or tomorrow to short into Wednesday. So if you missed Sunday's trade, if you didn't get any put spreads on Friday or Wednesday or anything like that, your next entry point is somewhere up and around this 402 level. And BOOKMAP is kind of showing that same. This is where the sellers are hiding out for the next trade lower. And let me know in the comments if you think that Jay Powell will be bearish. I think he's going to be bearish. I think he's going to be. I think the statement will be bearish. I'm not. I think he'd want to temper the market down into the meeting in the middle of December. No, I think it's the middle of December. Let me see what the exact date on the next Fed meeting. And we'll look at some other stuff. We've got yeah, do we have one? Is it just January 25th, 26th? I thought we had a Fed meeting in December too. But hold on here. Give me just a second. Yeah, we got Bullard at noontime, so that wouldn't surprise me to see. It wouldn't surprise me to see it wouldn't surprise me to see the rip higher until Bullard, right? So you get this rip higher. Noontime comes, and we get told, you get James Bullard just being nasty. We are ripping right off the bell this morning. We know we've got some volatility right around 12 o'clock today, so we'll put that in right here. And I'll open up my say we'll call it 11:30 for Bullard volatility. So 11:30 this afternoon, expect some vol. And I'm going to take a look real. We got the John Williams speaking at noon as well. And Wednesday we got a pretty big day. We got GDP on Wednesday. Sorry, that's Tuesday. No, what do we got here? We got Case Shiller on Tuesday. Consumer Confidence Index. That's at 9 and 10 a.m. And then we've got stacked up on Wednesday. We got volatility all day on Wednesday. We've got more volatility on Thursday and some payroll and unemployment stuff on Friday. Maybe that's the bump we're looking for. So Wednesday, Thursday is looking very volatile. Let me see what you guys are posting in the comments there. Let me check what you guys are saying this morning. And let me open up my brokerage here because I should have taken a trade there and I didn't. Hold on here. Just a second here. Right off the bell, just blasting up here. We've got that little bit. If you see that gray area where we just tagged 399.99, this was a small gap that was left, pinned it, just struck it just give me a second here. Yeah, I've got 7,000 calls out on 400C. I don't know what they were at. They're now at $1.19, $1.20. Let me see here. Just a second. All right, see what you guys are saying. Morning, Chase. Good to see you, brother. How are you? We've been talking about you. We were wondering where the fuck you been. We're like, where the hell is Chase? You should be able to sign up on here. Let me hold on a second here. Sign up area. Yeah, so if you just go to CaptainJimJamesNavy.com, you'll see it right here. You just sign up right there, join the crew, and that will it's right on the main landing page. You'll see it just to sign up, join the crew, and it'll get you the information that you need to sign up. Let me see what you guys are saying. That's right. Otis is saying, awesome job, Cap, and the crew is who is helping you. Then that's the key, is that we can't do this without your input. You guys, unlike a lot of other, there's like a lot of groups, trading groups out there where it's like my way or the highway. This is not that trading group. This is where you guys are as important, if not more important, than even me just being here. I'm more like trying to just be a ringleader of all the talent that's already a part of this group. Let me see. Morning to all of you out there. What'd you say here? Spot Gamma is hinting at down into FMC, then a rally. Thanks for the heads up on that, Chase. What do I think about SPY? We'll go over that. Bearish today. FMC 14th into the 16th on OPEX. Good morning, Eric. How are you? Good morning, David, Ross. Who else is out there? Captain, let's be the last free stream. Nope, this won't be the last free stream. So what we're going to do is right on, Chase. Yeah, vacation's been good, man. Good to see you too, MA. This won't be the last free stream, but this is the Monday free stream. What we're trying to do is we're gonna run either the paid version of Financial Juice or the paid version of Trade the News, and the paid version of BOOKMAP with all the bells and whistles on it. But it costs like $1,000 a month for both of those services. It's costly. My wife's mad at me for the cost of doing this stuff, so we have to kind of support the extra stuff. So we'll see if we've got another. I want you to see this here, and let's see this gray area right here. This is all gap that needs to be refilled. Just ground above S3. Tagged S3, moving past it now up to 40061, 40079, closing that gap above. 400 Cs went from $1.20, $1.18, now they're at $1.60. Now 13,000 contracts on 400C. So you'll see those people at some point take some of that profit off the table as we move higher towards this pivot point above. This is where the bears want to be thinking about repositioning themselves for more volatility into Wednesday. Yeah, so if we can do this we can do this pretty much three ways. We can do it where there's enough support via Patreon. I'll put a budget out there on Patreon, so if we can meet that target every month, we'll keep the stream open weekly, every day of the week. You'll get a newsletter and every week, and there's some other freebie stuff that you'll get. If we can't find enough supporters of the stream, regular supporters of the stream, what we'll do is we'll put it behind a partial supporter paywall. So you'll get a Monday free stream. You'll get the probably some kind of posts on at Captain's Alpha, access to the Discord, and then there'll be 4 streams every week that are just for the main supporters.
I wouldn't go as far as saying inflation has peaked.
And then if we can't get enough supporters for that,
is sponsored by TickStrike.
For that free stream, we'll just go back to the normal format where you get delayed news, you get the cheap version of BOOKMAP, and then you'll get the stream, and it'll all just be supported by am I making money today or not. So we're going to test this out. You'll get some information, an email by tomorrow, I think, and with further details on what to do. Okay, so we're looking for some support here at 40025. I think it's actually 40026. So we'll set this up and see if we can create some kind of a place to push off from here. We're going to switch over to BOOKMAP real quick. Wow, Look at that. Look at that. Bear's trying to sell this right off the bell. Woo. If you're in long on calls here, they just so the algorithms just closed their calls at 400C. They just stepped into 396P. 20,000 contracts. They're 16 cents. So I'm going to show you what the bears are planning here. They're trying to roll this back down. They're trying to roll this back down here, and they want to take it to 396. So let's actually clean that up. Bears are looking to do some kind of a move right down here. Hold on here. See if I can collapse this a little bit. So Bears are trying to take this here, somewhere down into here. It could be early or it could be later in the day, but that's what they're looking for into the bell today. Is some kind of a roll over at some point. They were on this 400C, and they just switched. They're on 396P. They're 15 cents right now for today, for a roll heading over into the rest of today. Let's take a look at 396 on BOOKMAP and see if there's any support down there. Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying that. I don't know if I'm buying that trade. But that is the trade right there. I like the idea of this trade higher still. I still like the idea of this trade to close all this stuff above here. See if I can show you guys the support and resistance levels here for the day. Really tight range, right? Talk about compressed levels for today. Really tight up in here. Not much room to play. See if I can bring that back there for you. Monday free stream banners in the way. Let me take a look here. Was that better for you? So yeah, move that down if that helps. Move that down and out of the way so you guys can see everything. Thanks for the heads up on that, Gary. Yeah, you should
ECB's President Lagarde says that fiscal aid must be temporary, targeted, and tailored.
If you can't see if you hit the 2 times speed on your end and it's not speeding up my voice, that means you are live. There should only be like a 3 to 5 second delay. Let's see. Yeah, let's talk about Tesla. We're going to take a look at Tesla this morning. We're going to take a look at Amazon this morning. Good morning, Winky. How are you? Lord Pente, good morning. How are you? Eric, good morning. I think I saw. Yep, David's in here. What else we got? What else we got going on in here? Your Monday free stream banners in the way. Took care of that. Anyone else not able to change settings 2 times speed? If there's liquidity above on futures but not on SPY, is that liquidity not as important? You know, I feel like the ES contracts are a better indicator for the day than the
losses since the market opened today. Losses originally starting the week on a negative note over concerns that China may have to tighten its COVID curbs further, undermining prospects for the global economic growth and sparking growing unrest in key cities as well. So the S&P 500 so far has trimmed its monthly rally. Apple slumped as Newswires reported that the turmoil at its key manufacturing hub in Zhengzhou is likely to result in a production shortfall of close to 6 million iPhone Pro units this year, citing a person familiar with the operations.
Hey, you're saying it looks like the holiday trading continues. Spot Gamma is for today and tomorrow. We favor markets pinning to the 4,000 area. Good morning, Magnus. How are you? Good morning, Gringo. You put your bear suit on today, Bobby? You're supposed to put that shit on like Wednesday, Friday, bro. I love how we get the bear suit on. I know. Do we get the bear suit on now or not or whatever? I always love it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm down with that trade, Chase. The 396 into the roll into the end of the day. That would be that roll. We roll down and at least bounce. Hold on here. Let me see if I can bring this back into. That's what they're calling for, is this right here. This rollover. That's what dealers are counting on, something like this. And we get that volatility right in the middle of the day here. I would like to buy this. If we did bounce down here, if at any point this afternoon we were to roll down into that 396 level, something like that, I would like to buy this. I'd like to buy this into Tuesday. That would make me happy. So if you do trade it down there, please do it so I can buy it. I'd like to buy it. This is a nice trade off the bell, though. So we'll see if this consolidation continues for a move higher.
As needed to get to objective.
Winky seems to think that we're gonna stay up here and do this all day long. That's what Winky's saying. Winky's saying the move was overnight from. I think that's what Winky is saying. Move was overnight over the weekend for the reset, and then we're gonna do this holiday bullshit all day long, where you just grind right through here. Maybe we get some vol for the event at 11 o'clock. Is it 11 o'clock or 11:30 somewhere? 12 o'clock. We'll get some vol in here, and then we'll go right back to the situation normal into Wednesday.
ECB's Lagarde adds that we may need to move in rates into restrictive territory.
Hey Cap, what do you look at to see what options the algos are on? I used to use Think or Swim, but now I'm just using Tasty. Tasty's been pretty good with if you leave like the Tasty trade options open for the current day that you're on, you will see these gray bars or purple bars, and they will show you increases and decreases instantaneously as they come into the market. You'll just see like 100,000 contracts pop up in calls. They'll disappear once they hit their target. Then you'll see the put side come in. Let's see if we can get this nice little support right here. Nice little consolidation. Try to clean out some of this gap that needs to be filled above here. The top of the gap is 402.01. If you want to see that where my cursor is right here. Still have some more gap to fill. We know that the pivot point is above here. This pivot point is going to show you if we're bearish or bullish overall. So anything below this pivot here. Matter of fact, let me get the may bring up some of those what was it, the hold on here, give me a second. I don't know where. Let me put you back on BOOKMAP real quick. No, oh, that's wrong too. Hold on here. Get the moving averages up, and we put the VWAP up. Let's put the VWAP back up here and the moving averages back up. We'll go to a 5-minute chart, take a look. We are at least above VWAP at this point. So intraday right now at this moment, bulls are still in charge. They are looking to take us back to that pivot point above here. I don't know that they get up here because overall you're still in a bearish stance as long as you stay below this pivot. Still bearish. You have an overall bearish viewpoint on the market right now as long as you stay below this pivot point. Although currently the bulls are still technically in charge on the intraday, like on a 5-minute, 1-minute chart, 15-minute chart. Hold on here. Yeah, I'm still looking for this. I'm looking for this trade right here. So you can see right here, right? This green line and then this one above here. This is where the sellers are above. Do they want to trade this back up?
Bank of
Failed
England
to
says
close.
gilt sale operation cover ratio 2 to 39. The Bank of England there selling 749.9 million pounds of bonds in an auction, receiving 1.8 billion pounds in bids.
You can see right here the BOOKMAP supply from back on Wednesday. Bears stepped back in again on Friday, and then they want to come back in one more time over here and try to get this to sell back down, whether that's Tuesday, Wednesday, or wherever.
You to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
I'm assuming that's
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
that the Bears want to come in even now, not even wait for this gap to be filled. Let's take a look. I might want to buy this. I'm interested in buying this. What I don't like is the, when you see stuff like this, when you see, if this was an up day, if we were in an up day, right, a trend day up, you would have seen this consolidation over here. Wouldn't have lasted as long as it has, right? So let's take a moment to just, if you're a trader out there, if you're new to trading, it's not that we can't consolidate here and move higher, but you can see that this isn't a trend day, right? You can see that we've spent a lot of time in here. It's starting to look like distribution. So if you're like, oh, Cap, that's a bull flag right there. When you're consolidating for such a long period of time here, it's telling you certainly two things. It's certainly telling you that we've spent so much time consolidating here that it's likely that this bull flag will fail. And it's also telling you that even if this consolidation leads to a move higher, it's still not a trend day. You're not going to expect a move higher from here that is, power move and then another power move and then another power move, right? So it's not trend. It's not like a trend day. With this much consolidation, it starts to look more like, as we spend time consolidating here, this ends up looking more like a setup for failure on this flag. And let's take a look at Tesla real quick, too. We're going to take a look at Tesla, and we're going to look at Tesla on a 1-month chart. And remember, we were talking about, on Wednesday, Thursday, we were talking about you come up here, right? You end up hitting your 50% retracement. I told you to look for another bump higher, right? And then a rejection lower. And it would look something like, remember I showed you something like this, and I showed you previously when Tesla has rolled back over again. So you want to keep your eyes out for this today, where you come up, hit your 50%, slam your 61%, go over, and you'll be looking, if you're a bear, you're looking for a rejection somewhere in here today. So on Tesla, you want to see this break above this current level here at 185.02. If Tesla can break above this zone here, you'd be looking for some continuation to then break above this rejection at 61%. But otherwise, this is looking like the past with Tesla. They come up, you get this one touch at the 61%, and then we come back up, reject off 50% one more time, and we continue do our continuation lower. We'll see what happens with Tesla today and see if Tesla can hold on. We'll look at some numbers on Tesla as well. I haven't put my levels up for Tesla yet today, but just this zone here. Be careful of a short coming into the market currently on Tesla right here. I would expect one somewhere in here. I'm gonna move that down a little bit. And then Amazon, beautiful rip up higher for Amazon up to 96.05 on the open, the low of 92.16. And this is what I was talking about with Amazon over the course of this 1 year. See if I don't know if I did it on this in this software yet or not, but what was interesting to me about Amazon, not so we can look at the Apple chart too, but what was interesting about the Amazon chart was this whole zone right here. This is going back to 2018. This is a favorite of portfolio managers to trade to trade Amazon for a period of time. You see the moves up higher, and you see this other move up higher. Same kind of a deal up here, right? Beautiful. Couple of years of doing this. This is at least 2 or 3 years of trading Amazon. You can see that Amazon has started to sell off, looking for a bottom to trade for another couple of years in here, right? Either higher or lower. And so for Amazon the reason I was asking the question about Amazon leading the way down, we had a reaction this morning, and that would be the question about NDX. For NDX for NASDAQ to trade down below 10,000, you would need Amazon to come down to like $50, lose half its current value right now. Which is a big deal for Amazon to lose if it's trading $96. If you really want Amazon to come down to trade at like 50 or something like that, down to this 49.76, you would need to have NASDAQ break 10,000. This is that NASDAQ breaking down below 10,000 trade, and that was my question about Amazon is what it would actually take for this to happen.
Mester says he doesn't think the Fed is near a pause in tightening. Does need to see several more good inflation readings. So Fed's Mester, currently speaking in an interview with the Financial Times, says she doesn't think the Fed is near a pause in tightening.
And you really are seeing this, you're seeing this not only just consolidation here, but hey, if we're going to go down here, it's going to take a pretty big move. You're going to need, for this to happen here, right? It's giant. This Amazon's one of those tickers. Not only does it hold the market, but this is like a favorite. This is something that a portfolio manager wants to buy at some point, January, March, and trade this sideways for a year or two. So I'm focused on this Amazon trade. I want to see if Amazon can break below down here and start to head down to $50. If it can't, and you start to see this consolidation for a move higher, this is what happens, right? We know what happens. We spend a little bit of time down here. We get these giant rips higher.
For those interested.
Looks like we have some consolidation on puts now at 400p. Some puts have moved over from 396 to 400p, 48,000 contracts. $400p. I think Ted, clean this up for you guys. A little bit of bleeding. Now trading below VWAP. $3,990. That's about $1.30 lower. So somewhere right here. So I'll show you on BOOKMAP real quick. $3,990, $3,985. That puts it down to what, 3,830 or something like that. On SPY, 3,830. Somewhere down in here. Somewhere down in there. I think the market wants to go down, but all these funds are in year-end chase mode. Seems like they're going to run it up, but then maybe a cascade down as they try and be first out, lock in gains. On Denmark, S&P futures daily still has the upside sequential in play, while there is a new aggressive sequential sell count down 13. Captain Y has the Dow 5% off all-time highs and at 2021 levels. Yeah, several Denmark sell count downs now too. Yeah, the Dow theory is saying that Dow Jones is going to roll over. Do I want to trade the Dow down? I can't stand. I used to trade. Or I shouldn't say used to. I've dabbled in trading the Dow, and it's like a bunch of old guys. I always relate it to a bunch of old guys. No liquidity. You have to sit there and just watch paint dry for like 3 months. The DeMark theory is saying that it's going down as well, right? Yeah, Winky's backing up the Dow theory, or Winky's backing up why Dow is high because they make actual products. I would like to see the Dow take a breather and see the switch over to Nasdaq. I think that's the bull case for S&P 500. Yeah, let's take a look around the market right here. I'm going to enter some calls real quick. Let me see if I can get in some calls here. They've cooled off a little bit. They're now down to like 96 cents. So I'm eyeballing some I'm going to eyeball some calls. If I can get some decent calls here in a minute, I'm going to try to enter a trade here. Give me just a second. I haven't placed a trade yet, but I am looking at 400 Cs expiring today for the 28th. See if I can grab some down here. I want to see a quick, shoot down and a bounce higher. And if I had to guess, we're going to trade this area somewhere in here. So we'll see if we can catch a dip buy down here. And we'll take a look. If you guys want to take a look around the market, we can. Give me just a second here. I want to see if I can grab a dip buy over here. We'll take a look around the market. We can look at the VIX real quick.
The U.S. State Department spokesperson in response says that the U.S. is ready to reschedule talks at the earliest possible date. This is regarding the New START nuclear talk treaty with Russia. Resuming nuclear inspections under the New START treaty is a priority, says the State Department spokesman.
We had the breakdown of the VIX here, right? Came all the way down, came into a buy area, moved up.
Points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
This is bullish on the VIX, right? You want to see the VIX continue to head higher, reclaim this trend higher. There's still room to move for the VIX. This could happen today and into Wednesday, where the VIX just keeps going up. The bulls want to see a rejection of this VIX heading into Wednesday if they can. I don't know if they'll get that rejection, but I'm going to assume that JPOW is going to send this skyrocketing up to that 25, 26. We'll take a look at this on a larger time frame now. So you kind of see what the bears are trying to do. Bears want to see, is that cross? The bears kind of want to be getting up here if they can, right? and then the bulls want to be sending this right back down to a lower low. It's not good when I'm seeing this down here. This is you see this low back here on August 18th. You're also seeing we didn't get the lower low in the VIX this past week, which is what you really wanted on Wednesday or Friday. So you are seeing demand step in at higher prices, $18, and then now at $20. And so the way for the VIX is up from here. The VIX bulls are going to be look for price target of $24 to $25 is what they should be looking for. We'll take a look at HYG. HYG is finding some support, though we are seeing here. You see this here, right? This failure in here is not good. This is all bearish here, just so you guys know this, right? You have this gap below. The market bears want to see more supply to send this lower, right? Send HYG lower. So this is bearish overall as an outlook, whether this takes into Wednesday or Friday. We are bearish here. If you want to get bullish the market again, you want to see HYG break above this orange zone and start attacking previous highs. We'll remap this if the bulls take over, but if they don't take over, this is looking kind of bearish, right? If you're going to ask me, I'm going to tell you that I'm looking for HYG to roll over at some point in here. So my take on this is still bearish. JNK. Let's take a look at JNK in a larger time frame. And this is where the bull hope is here, right? This actually is kind of bullish. JNK is telling us something completely different, that we have more room to run up and not down. Let me see if I can bring these over up here. And so what are the bulls looking for? Maybe find some more support down below. Maybe we get that weakness into Wednesday and then a blast off higher. Make new highs on JNK for year end. And then we come back down over here. So we mixed signals on JNK and HYG. VIX, though, is telling a different story. I'm probably going to go, and I haven't looked at Dixie yet either. Let's look at Dixie. Some support down here, right? You can see it, right? Holding on. This is the bull case. The bulls really want you to see this blue mark here on the daily. This is kind of the bull hope. The bulls want to see Dixie fail here. So the bears aren't.
It's not helpful at the moment.
Bears aren't out of the woods yet. I want to show you this here. Let's see if I can change the color here. The bear. This is the underlying stuff in the market.
Says on quantitative tightening may give some indication.
Hold on here. This is important. So I want you to see this here, okay? I want you to see this blue line as it extends, this 200-day. And there was a key moment back in 2000, the 2000 decline. I'll show it to you if you want to see it. We can take a look at it. There was a divergence on Dixie in 2002 and the SPX in 2002. And see all this congestion right here? This is where the bulls still have a chance. It really is. If for no matter what happens, how it folds out on the SPY or ES or SPX or whatever, you really need to keep your eyes focused on Dixie here, because let's say you get a blast up on Dixie for some vol, and even into December. Let's do like middle of December. Or let me change my thing here. Hold on, let me clear that up. So what I really want you to focus on, especially if you're a bear, you really want to be, as this 200-day moving average, this is kind of the bull case right here. You could have a spike in Dixie for December. You could have a spike into Dixie even into March, let's say, right? Or January or even March, like some kind of move like this. You could do something like this, but if this ever at any point starts to roll over and this divergence continues, in 2002 we had a reversal in the markets that was completely unexpected. And if this 200 MA DMA on Dixie holds, and we start to sell this down at any point, right? We start breaking these levels down here. you are going to see a bull run. This is where when you have bulls out there saying this is a giant bear trap, it's Dixie that's showing it. And you'll see this divergence. I don't know if I can bring it up here specifically. Maybe you know what I'll do is I'll do it on TradingView and show you where that divergence is. And there's a divergence on Dixie and the SPY right at 106, right here, going all the way the fuck back to 2002. We were right at 106. We were right here on the SPY. If you were to overlay the two of them and see where Dixie is, we ended up getting Dixie wound up just bleeding. Just bled right off, and the market just shot straight up for like it was like a full-on melt up for like a year or two. And this is the one underlying, outside of like all the other bullshit, like the market breadth indicator. Matter of fact, we'll look at that stuff right now too. Like let's take a look at that stuff real quick because this the kind of coincides with Dixie. So I'll bring this chart up for you real quick. I'll bring back up the 1 day on the. I'm going to bring back the 1 day up on, give me a second. I want to show you guys something on Dixie and market breadth indicator and all that kind of stuff. I'll leave this chart up on another page here. I'm going to bring up something I want you guys to check out. So if you just macro stuff that I want you guys to see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to compare a couple charts together and show you guys what I'm talking about here. Just trying to explain this. Oh boy. Let's see if I can do Dixie, compare it to SPX. Give me just a second here. Bear with me. I'll do this live with you guys. It's better for me to like take snapshots, but we'll do some kind of a comparison on this. Okay, and I want you guys to see this. Okay, so give me a second here. I'm going to bring this back up here. So what I want to show you is this is the divergence on Dixie. Okay, so this is Dixie. Dixie is this is the candlestick chart, and I want you to see this divergence here. Okay. I want you to see this roll over here, okay? See that roll over in Dixie? And you can see the divergence in the SPY. And you don't really see it back here in this decline, right? You're not really seeing it. You're just seeing kind of a consistent roll over. And we're starting to see a break of trend in Dixie. And the reason, we're going to be quick about this, but there's some underlying stuff in the market that's saying, and I think I can... Let me see if I can do this on the same scale. Not indicators. Comparison. No, I want to do same percentage scale, I think. I think it's same percentage scale. What I want to show you, though, is... let me see if I can go all the way back to 2002. And whenever you've had these breaks, right? Why you can't really trust declines. So there's a lot of people. So this is my point here. So there's a lot of people out there that are saying the bottom is not in. So this is the 2000 in that last little break, right? That plunge at the end, right? And this is where people are saying we're going to plunge down to 2,400. We're going to plunge down to 2,500. All that kind of stuff. And in reality, what happened was this would be I guess what the positive of the bulls is this we're actually here, and you can see the divergence in Dixie and SPY, where you'd actually see some kind of movement like this into March, and then this rocket ship up into the end of the year. And this is the divergence. And if you look at these divergences on Dixie and the SPY, going back like 2007, 2008, 2011, some places in history, you're starting to see that divergence. So I want you to be aware of that. There are some bulls out there that are saying, no, this has already happened. Not in the exact same time frame, but that last little leg down that we're talking about having has already happened. It's not expressed like a repeat of the exact chart, because everybody's doing overlays, right? SPY, this was SPY did in 2000 to 2003, 2007 to 2008. And they're showing all these overlays and saying we'll be tracking the pattern from 1973, or we're tracking the pattern from 2000, or we're tracking the pattern from 2007, and that kind of stuff. And there are mechanics underneath that are saying otherwise. Dixie said, it's what's weird too is if you look back at this time frame, right? What was the price of Dixie back here? It was $1.06. It was exactly or $1.60, whatever it is right now. So I want you to be a $1.06. Sorry, not $1.60. And these divergences, you'll see them historically through Dixie, and so there's some underlying cases for that. I want to show you one more thing. What I'm talking now, if you're a bull and you're like, okay, you're crazy, Cap, right? Like, Cap, you're super crazy. So let's go. Let's go in a 1 year here, and we'll look at a couple things. So we're gonna look at the market breadth indicator, the price percent oscillator. We'll look at both of these. And so on this chart right here, one of the things you want to be not concerned, but you can see that we're overbought, right? If you follow my chart down here, we're overbought. We know that it's time to sell. We're in this red bar up here. We always want to sell this, right? This is time to sell. You guys know what the market breadth indicator, right? We know we buy these dips. We know we sell these rips. But there's some key things I want you to take away from this, okay? People are like, we're in a low volume pump right now. I agree with that statement to an extent. We're in a low volume pump. But if you look at the participation, I want you to go back to the beginning of the year, right? We don't need that. I've got one down here. I want you to go back to the beginning of the year, right? And I want you to see how this is actually, we didn't buy the market here, right? Watch my cursor. See how small these buys are? There's one big one everyone talks about back here in March, right? With one big market buy, but the breadth wasn't huge. You saw a much larger breadth buy here, and then look at this monster breadth buy here. So even if we sell this down here, we have some temporary weakness here, right? And I also want you to see this one right here. So if in this PPO chart, right, we could easily trade this down. Watch where my cursor is right here. So let me clear this all out here. So let's say we trade this down, right? If we get that bump higher, right, we start ripping higher here. If we get this is the MBI is way down here, right? And you start to see us hold and reclaim this down here. This is going to this would be the bull case for we're ripping down and then we're rocketing right out of this channel. So you're going to be looking for something like this to happen. Now, if you want to see the bear case here, or use these charts for the bear case, you're going to want to see this initial move down. My assumption is that this is going to be somewhere where this channel is right here. Right? We're going to be coming right down to that channel right there, the current channel that we're in. If you don't see that, if you start to see us break down that current channel, then that all bets are off for the bulls. You're going to see like down here somewhere. It's going to get effing nasty. But there is some argument here for some accumulation that we haven't seen. When people said it happened in summer, you'll hear people say, say on Twitter and stuff is there's been accumulation all summer long. You just haven't seen it, and this is what they're talking about. This is some big accumulation. You can't say it didn't happen because it did. So just be conscious of this accumulation. There is the bulls have a chance here. I can't say. I'm not gonna tell the bulls, yeah, you're fucked here. We're going down. We're doom and gloom at this point. The real bear case, the real bear case here is, the real bear case here is the break. The bears really need to trade. You got one level. The bears already traded one level. Bears want to be trading this next level, and then the bears want a failure here. They don't want to see. They don't want to see the monkey arm. They don't want to see this shit right here. You see that kind of shit right there? And I guess you could see us roll back over here, but I'll tell you what. If you get some momentum in here, right? This could be real ugly for the Bears.
So
And then a
confirmation
continuation
now as
into
BlockFi now files for voluntary petitions for Chapter 11 protection.
let's make it more.
Again, that's BlockFi filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in New Jersey following the ripple effect from the FTX disaster.
This is way out in let's look at March. So it would be something more along the lines of this. This would be like the scary thing. It was March sometime, right? And you'd have some kind of we'd sell this down, right?
So crypto fear
Go to
and greed
sell
index
this down.
28 out of 100, indicating a fear.
And you get the monkey hook, right? You get some kind of nonsense like this into March, and we're off and running. This is a bottom still, and there's some argument here that could if that would have happened, right? I'd be uber super duper bullish.
Fear and greed index 62 out of 100 indicates greed.
Uber super duper bullish into the upcoming year, and there's some stats to say that as well. That whole thing. What that does is it destroys the bear case for further down, and that's the key, right? If you're a bear, not a
This
bear,
stream
but
is sponsored by
if you're a
TickStrike.
bank,
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I didn't place a trade while I was running around the market. That sucks. If any of you guys jumped in a trade, power to you. So, I guess my point here is for the bear case. For the bear case, the bears have to tell you. 350 is not good enough. 3,200 is not good enough. Like for the trend to continue down, they have to tell you, we're going to 2,400. We're going to 1,600. When you say those things, when you make people believe those things, then the trade's still on. So you have to, it's not good enough. If a bear says to, like, not a bear, but like if a bank says to you publicly, we're going to 2,400, or going to 2,400, 1,600, or whatever it is, that's where all the juice and the meat is. You can't say, hey, we're gonna burn this market down to 3,500, or we're gonna burn this market down to 3,200. If that's the only burning left in the market, bigger money is going to want to take the bigger trade, right?
The Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index for November forecast -22 prior, -19 spot 4.
There's more risk to the downside at that point. If we're not going to go lower than 35 or 32, then you should be buying those bottoms. You should be buying 3,500. You should be buying 3,200, and not be selling, or even in the selling mentality. It's more of a switch mentality from now, let's say, or the end of summer into springtime of an accumulation phase. And we're actually going into an accumulation phase. So, I think that's the bull case. I think that's the only bull case, is that we're in this accumulation phase that started in the end of summer. It's going to lead into March or at some point, and you're going to see the markets roll into a move much, much higher. That would be that all-time high blow off top kind of a thing into 2025. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. And so the key here would be to watch Dixie into springtime. You want to keep an eye on Dixie. You want to see where it trades. If you continue to see that divergence grow on Dixie and the S&P, this isn't accounting for small moves. We burn 100 points or 300 points. But you want to be watching the Dixie over the next 4 months, right? December, January, February, March, and seeing if it continues to if that divergence continues against the SPY, the SPX. If it does, you could see Dixie, continue to sell off, and the SPY start to make that turn. Am I getting a chance here maybe to buy in? Let me see if I put a little red line right here. It's kind of dog shit trading. We'll do a little yellow line over here. No, we don't want that one. We want that trend line, that yellow trend line, to see if we can get that consolidation. Like that EO line like we normally do. We're going to see if this consolidates or breaks.
ECB's Lagarde says rates are still in accommodative territory.
We'll leave this right up here. We'll leave this up for you to see. I've done grind. We looked at grind when it was ripping the other day. All right, hold on. What you guys are saying over here? Whoa. Yeah, everyone's talking about the DeMarc sell signals.
ECB's Lagarde says we still have a ways to go with rate hikes.
Let me see here. What else are you guys saying? Bears aren't out of the woods yet. Still need to take them. That's for the Bears shit after all. Yeah, there's some key points that Bears need. Like Bears need to break that up. Like on a short term, on a weekly basis, and on a monthly basis, we're still bullish, which sucks to say. So you like the first trade down we had, right? That broke the weekly bull trade. So they've got the first one down. Now they need to break that monthly channel. And once they do, you really want to see them take it down to those lower levels, that 350, 320, 2000, all that kind of stuff. But they still have a lot of work to do. So my post this morning was about being disciplined as a bear. You want to trade each level down as we go down. And for the bulls, you really are looking for the market to sell down to the bottom of that channel and a resumption of the trade higher. That's the bulls' only hope. If the bulls can't do that or put that together, right? Fucking, they're gonna start selling this shit heavy and hard. Can I check out Myrna, but only spend like 3 minutes max on it? Yeah, we can look at Myrna. Let's look at Myrna. mRNA. Oh boy, I should have bought them. Oh my god. Yeah. You want some? What do you want? Levels on mRNA? Tell me what you want on Myrna. It's a beautiful little setup right there, though, huh? Gorgeous little setup on Myrna.
So 5 minutes now to the bottom of the hour, where we get the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index for November. Forecast minus 21, prior minus 19, spot 4.
Oof. Let me look at it in a larger time frame. You know, there's accounts blown up. If you were to ask him and me, I don't trade this anymore. I used to trade this a long time ago. You know, the chart's saying it's going up here. It's gonna be close. At least want to close this gap at 200. Do I think it gets to 200 again? Probably not. You know, it's a sell for me. If you want to know, I can give you the levels if you want the levels. I'm assuming that's the implication is it wants to get to 200. You could probably measure this move and see if you can get to 200 here. Is it possible? You know, you've got supply, man, like supply right here. You've got supply came down here, supply came down here, supply came down here. I guess, yeah, consolidation is here, so it's bullish. We get mRNA goes all the way up. Historically, I would tell you that this is going to get sold. Maybe I'd give you a 30% chance that you close the gap at 200. Maybe 45% chance that you close the gap at 200. I'll make it a quick. You know they're going to sell 200, or they're going to sell 198.51. Do I think it comes back to its glory days? I traded this run back here, by the way. This was filthy. Do I think you get this back ever again? No. I don't think you get that back. I'm sorry. I don't think you do. I think you might be lucky to get this, and then this is what we have. And then eventually it goes down. That's my take on it overall. So yeah, this is a sell for me. Between here and 200 is a sell. I don't always trust biostocks. I don't like trusting always. I can see what your point is. Your point is it sells and it's eventually gonna make another rip higher. Because of what they are and what they do. I would say no. Not unless you have another. Well, you know what could send it higher? There's a lot of talk right now about Chinese vaccines being shitty. I guess if it was like U.S. vaccines, Pfizer or mRNA that was, like shipped in mass maybe to China, and you saw China reopen over the deal. I haven't been following mRNA, but I know that there's whispers out there of. There's all these whispers
1 minute
of
remaining for the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index.
Chinese vaccines sucking. SPY just got murked. I wasn't watching. Oh, geez, look at that. Hold on here. I grabbed some calls on that dump. God damn it! I gotta spend my time. I gotta fucking do this outside of market hours. We should do a stream once a week that does where we do your tickers.
10 seconds.
The tickers that you want to look at before it happens, not after. SPY got smoked, right? Bled right off. Let's take a look at
We are
BOOKMAP
still
real quick.
waiting on this Dallas.
We'll take a little bit look lower and see if this support can hold or not. They just smacked the shit out of SPY there, huh? What point do you think we see Dixie break down lower GDP? I want to know when we short it back down to less than 150. Yeah, the exact price is you want to see a failure on so hold on, let me bring it back over to the mainstream because I'm looking at it right now. Like intraday, intraday this is the short, but where's that 200 level? Is it 190 or something? Let's see if I can get it on a larger time frame. And here is fine. You're talking hand grenades and horseshoes. Even that rip. Let me see if I can bring it back up again and get the exact price. There it is right there. I don't know when it hits, but they're trying to get it. It's 201.97. 201.97. We'll come back and check to see if it goes there. I would expect that it does. They're going to try to. Bulls are going to try to push it up and close that gap right up there for sure. At some point they're going to attempt to. I don't know if they get to it. I'm not a Myrna bull here at all. But I don't know that the short today is there. So though it did sell down here, if you want like the big short, it's up at 201. And I just get some year fucking puts on it. Somewhere right up here. They'll try to close all this shit, then bring it down. Because they already closed one right here. See this one right here? So you don't want something like this happening. You take a short like right here, and then it fucking trades up to there. You know, it looks like they had already failed on that and closing this part of the gap. There's more gap above too. Or not technically, but there is some, like up to 210 or so. We'll check this again and see if it trades up there. It's weird. It's showing the gap is even lower. It's showing the gap at 197. I don't know why it's showing it there. So the gap is. So we'll lower it there. That's my price target right there. For the big short. You want to close that shit. You want it to be nice and clean if possible. If you wanted to short today, the rest of today, you're down below VWAP, so you'd want to take it back down here, 176, or at least on intraday is where you want it to go. Some kind of bloodbath like that. What a hot mess on SPY's looking ugly like dog shit. Looking pretty fucking ugly. See if I can bring this back. Definitely not a trend day for the bulls, right? Call this not a trend day for bulls. And a failure over here. Failure to launch. You could see it back here that there was going to be a failure to launch. Looking to see here if that consolidation held. It didn't. Broke down. Trying to regain, at least to get back to VWAP. VWAP's at 399.79. See if they can hold it. If they can't, you should expect some volatility into 1130. So here's VWAP right here. This is 1130R. I'd expect some volatility until at least 1130. Shorts take their shorts off. It'll rip back higher into the meeting at 12 or the speech at 12 p.m. Bears really want to get down here into by the 1130 hour if they can. Sorry, I got a text message I got to look at real quick. Let me see here. What point did Dixie breaks lower? Let me see. Oh, I'm missing a bunch of shit. Thanks, Tank, for registering. I'm trying to short it. The run recently has been dumb. Yeah, it looks like it's like I'm not gonna tell. Like I'm assuming that there's some. I'm gonna assume that there's some bulls out there, some Myrna bulls that are like, this is consolidation for a move higher. I'm sure if you look at like a 1 year chart, they're telling you, and there's some argument for that. I mean, if you look at what you want to see, if you're a bull, what you want to see is I fucking hate catching knives. There's no fucking point in catching a knife, but like so if you're a bull, you want to see, that you can see this well, a couple things. If you're in distribution, what you will see is you'll see this move down 50%. You'll see this giant move down. You'll see like a 50% move higher somewhere up here, like 300, and then a continuation down. You'll see something like this, and then down. And there's like if Moderna's going to make a turnaround, you're looking for this consolidation phase. They broke out. You have to give them that, right? The bulls broke out of this. Here, this is positive. You're going to expect a move down like this, and you're going to expect some kind of a move higher and a failure at some point if you're bearish and a giant move down. But there's so much work for bulls to do here, and like what kind of catalysts takes it back to these? I don't know what could be the catalyst. So if there's no catalyst, this is just another fucking phase of distribution. The only catalyst I could think of, the only one would be there's whispers out there that there's a deal between China and the U.S. to for Russia to lose the war and become dependent upon China. If that deal sweetens, if that deal sweetens where there's a deal where China and the U.S. are partners somehow, there's like some talks about that. I guess you could see maybe they use maybe there's some announcement that rips it higher there. Like all of a sudden they're using Pfizer and Moderna vaccines like exclusively. That's supposedly the talk right now. Talk is that reason China's has so many lockdowns is because their fucking vaccines suck, and if they only had U.S. vaccines. So if you saw something like that come out, do I think it's real? Probably not. But do I think that it would be used to pump the stock? Probably. You know how shit goes. We'll fucking sell exercise bikes to fucking. We'll sell $3,000 exercise bikes. Just registered crew. Just watch China decides to buy from more. Yeah, it would be something stupid like that, right? And then you're upside down in your fucking trade. You're heavy short on DIA. Oh man, Chase. I kind of, Chase, I kind of like that trade. It protects you from the dangers of a turnaround. Because I could see that I don't mind the DIA trade going down. And what do I think about shorting GS? I fucking think you should always short GS. I don't trust the banks. And just talk sometimes, otherwise focus on your trading. Took the SQ short at 62 cent very tight stop. Right on. 189, then like 198. So I think I got rid of mRNA. You want some levels? I can give you some levels on Moderna if you want. I'll just, instead of charting them for you, I'll what I can do is just we can chart it if you want, I guess. You told me 3 minutes, now we're spending a ton of time on
If there's interest, we have posted the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index report for November 2022.
hold on here.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
I gotta go to my
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
daily updates. Let me check daily updates. Type in Myrna. Let's see what it says about Myrna. Fuck. It's bullish at 176.32. That's your pivot. So anything below 176.32 starts the next short. Do we do Myrna again? I'll get to DIA for you guys. So yeah, so there's my line right there, right? That 176. So 176.32 is 176.32. This is still a bullish stock right now. This is your pivot right here. It's funny how that works itself out, isn't it? This is the pivot point for Myrna. R1 is 179.22. So it's on its R1 right now. Just traded right back to it. R2 is 182.50 or 182.05. Nope, hold on. And then R3 on it today was 184.95. It hasn't even gotten there yet. Yeah, this is R3. It's a pretty big fucking expansion, right? Failed to hit R3. Bullish move up, failed R3, coming back down to the pivot. If you want to take a short between the pivot and lower, you're going to be looking for 173.49 right here. Gotta hook up my boys out there. I gotta hook up Winky. Gotta hook up whoever else is out there. And then 170.59. Right about there. And is S2. And last one. There. Take a snapshot of this for your own self. So just, this is just hit resistance coming back down to the pivot. If you want to take a short from here, you'd want to be short and below that 176.30.
Representatives of the EU governments are to meet again on Monday evening, so this evening.
Still a bullish context,
on
Myrna.
price cap and Russian seaborne crude.
Time's kind of a waste in here for bears. Bears really want that volatility into the speech at 12 p.m. If the bears can't roll this down into 11:30, this vertical line here, this is a half an hour before. You'll end up seeing volatility usually into the speech. Speech is at 12 o'clock. Right in here. It's really the only vol for today. So right around here, bears need to kind of wrap it up at some point. If they can't get that vol until 11:30, probably see a nice squeeze higher at some point before noontime. It doesn't mean we can't roll it back down. So let's talk about it like this. You'd possibly see something like this. 11:30, you'd see the shorts close, a spring higher, and then maybe we get the Fed speaker doom and gloom at 12 p.m. unless he tells you that they're talking about Fed bullshit. That one was good, Winky. Right on, brother. Yeah, anytime, man. Yeah, I grabbed some calls down here. I probably shouldn't have. I've got some calls from somewhere over here. About that right there. Some just sitting in some. I probably shouldn't have. Let me take a look at them. Yeah, I'm still sitting in some calls right up in here. I probably should have waited. What I should be doing is waiting for 11:30. Buy some calls right in here. You're out of SQ. Yeah, we should have some. We should get some more weakness. There should be some weakness down into this 11:30 hour, somewhere down in here. Should get some. If you are short still, you wanna definitely get out by 11:30. Usually there's a squeeze. You'll see shorts close right before the speaker, and then the speaker comes on, and we'll make a decision on where we're going from there. Slow fucking day. DIA is a really great short opportunity. I can't disagree with that. I think it's the safer short. I think of like all the indexes, it's probably the safer short. I think it's more just profit taking than anything. I think there's a good reason to be taking some profit. There's some other stuff with DIA though that interests me. Let me see if I can bring something up for you guys on the back end here. Give me just a second here. I'm gonna look at some other stuff. I didn't have a chance to look at this stuff, but I'm looking at on another screener. I'm looking at oil. I'm looking at USO right now. They're sitting on a cliff too. USO is down to $65. I wonder if that's a buy now. I like the USO trade here. Might place a long on the BNO or USO. I've been wanting to enter a BNO trade, like a long trade for like a 3-month trade on BNO. I like BNO better than USO too, or XLE. It's a juicy trade. Yeah, I just added another 10 contracts, another 10 contracts to I just added 10. So now I got 20 contracts on 400C. Also watched now there's 121,000 contracts on 400C. See what happens. Trying to sell this down right now. They're going to try to bloodbath this. Keep an eye on BookMap real quick so you guys can see the step down that we've done on BookMap. And see that we've started with a buy on the open, and then we're just stepping it down, stepping it down, stepping it down, stepping it down, and they're looking to step it down to 39.92, 39.90. We'll see if they get the bloodbath down here. That's that 39.80 down there. And we'll go back to the live stream here. Just added at 34 cents.
Keeping an eye on the markets, just seeing the dollar turning positive here. S&P 500 extending its declines, down by about 1% now. Can't see any immediate headline catalyst for this. We're keeping our eyes out there.
And see Dixie just blasting off here. 106.10 on Dixie. Just blasting, moving north. Just huge moves. You do notice, though, there are sellers up in here. So you want to see. This is Beartown over here. This is where it gets ugly. Just plain old selling. I have 30 contracts now on 400C.
So just looking to the sentiment in the markets today, looking to this recent S&P
Puts our
500
worksheet Friday, even dated out
So
some of the
analysts
time.
from Goldman Sachs noting that the unrest in China complicates expectations for the country's path to reopening, which, along with prospects of more moderate Federal Reserve interest rate increases, has buoyed sentiment towards riskier assets in recent sessions. The chances are growing of a messy exit from Beijing's COVID-0 policy. Again, analysts from Goldman Sachs warn.
Close the euro markets. Yeah, on Friday morning we talked about the bear case.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
Starting
Get
to
free
put out
daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
on Friday morning we did this big whole thing in the morning about starting to place put spreads with December 16th and March 30th dates on them. Talked about them being cheap. Or starting to become cheap. They're starting to become cheap Friday. Come on, baby. Now green in my calls. So there's call premium kicking in right now. I shouldn't say green. I'm like break even.
So just an early heads up for our users at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time on Friday. Can join our very own Tony, who's going to be live on YouTube doing some prep ahead of the non-farm payrolls and Canadian employment release. So again, this is at the end of the week, Friday at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time. A link to the video is on the feed if you'd like to tune in and get ready for that.
Yeah, that's really the only non-farm payroll is really only chance for bulls this week. Wednesday, you've got JPOW. Thursday, you've got shit tons of data. And then Friday, your only real chance is a bounce off non-farm payroll. So my price target above here, just want you to see price target above for me is going to be right about here. If we sell anything lower than this, I'm gonna close these calls. I'm looking for a trade higher to 399.63. And I'm going to start putting stops on some calls here too as well. I want them to get above. I want them to get to like 45 to 50 cents, and then I'll put some. I'll put some stops on them, some limits. Make sure you don't get fucked. Seller's still stepping in here. Let me see. Do you ever trade NRGU? I'm shorting this one. I was a few weeks ago legging in. Femme Fatale's asking about NRGU. No, but we can take a look at it. Let me bring it up somewhere else, and we'll take a look at it. I mostly trade SPY. That's pretty much what I trade. Sometimes I'll trade individual tickers or track individual tickers. Sometimes oil. Oh, I'm missing what some of you guys are saying out there. NRGO. Oh, sorry, so I'm missing what some of you guys are saying. Did you see the plot of divergence between XLE and CL? Yeah, there's like there's a divergence between CL, XLE, and BNO because of what they're based on. It has to do with politics, international stuff. Yeah, so NRGU. I was like, NRGO, that's a Montreal bank. And she's saying that she sometimes shorts using that. Ooh, I like that. I like NRGU. Never used it as a device. I'll look into that. LaFemme, we're going to have you on to talk about using NRGU. I kind of like that. I'm going to assume that you closed that short, right? Because I think it's a long now. Puts our word cheap Friday even did it out. Yellow Ivy last week. Why though they do the event vol crush thing again and rally it? Isn't the Fed speaking at lunch or something? It's not a policy decision. No, it's not a policy decision. It's just there's no events for today. We don't have shit for today or tomorrow. So they need to create some bullshit vol. And so that's the assumption, is that this is the bullshit vol, and then you'll see the lift off as we head into the event itself. It's an excuse. It's an excuse for a slow news week. Or slow news early week. I think everybody knows about the DeMark. I think everybody, Chase, knows about the DeMark signals saying to sell the Dow. But you're talking about the reversal on. You're talking about. Oh, this is looking good. Hold on here. I gotta look at my calls here. All right, I'm gonna. Oh, dude, they're not giving me any fucking money on these calls. They're making me hold. That little green bar up right there didn't give me shit. I'm at like 39 cents. I need that 40 to 50 cents to start printing. I will show you some support is coming in right now on BOOKMAP. You want to see if this holds? Some buyers stepping in right now. We'll see if the bulls can get a chance here. Yeah, I know there's I think everybody knows there's a sell signal on the Dow. I don't think it's I think the bulls' only chance is a trend change in the market. If you don't get a big trend change in the market, I don't think anyone disagrees that the waypoint's down overall. I don't think anyone's saying. I don't think there's any arguments out there that. I don't. Well, on Friday we were talking about the SPY, the start of when you start to put on your short trades in the market is now. So I think the entire market's in agreement with that. I don't think anyone's saying that we're not in sell signal. Maybe there is, but I don't know. I don't know that anyone's saying no matter what, you're going to get a reaction up here. even if the market does go higher, not lower, you're still going to get a reaction up here. So just in the short to medium term, we're in that sell mode. Isn't the Fed speaking at lunchtime? They will sell the Dow, take market down. Thing is absurd and has some aggressive demark. 13 sell countdowns and a double top. Yeah, I think that you're talking to the choir. I think you're preaching to the choir on that. I would say that the entire market is focused on selling the Dow and probably selling the entire market down to the depths of hell.
So the euro gives up earlier gains against the US dollar to be little changed on the day.
Yeah, I'm coming back down to break even now. I'm gonna have to throw some stops on here just in case. I'm gonna put some stops in my position down at. I don't want to make it 32 cents. I want to make it like 28 cents or 30 cents. 30 would be it'd be in a pretty big loss. So not a big loss, like 25-30%. We'll see. I gotta stop at 30 cents on these calls. That's pretty much the most I'm willing to lose in this trade. And they're still stepping us down on. Let me bring you over to BOOKMAP. They're still stepping us down. Yeah, hold on a second here. Not seeing, I'm not seeing lower levels. If they present themselves, I'm looking. Sometimes you'll see them keep stepping us down these lower levels. There's a little bit of, see, this is new right here. This is at that 39.80. It was still there over here. So this looks like a bottom, kinda. That's down at this yellow area down here. Show you this. That's where this yellow bar is down here. They want to take it down here. Hold on a second here. Fuck that up. This is that 39.80. It's somewhere. This is that 39.80 right here is it should be like 39.760 or something.
So this is in relation to the earlier headlines about BlockFi filing for bankruptcy in.
I don't know if they get it. I mean, this is demand right here.
So they filed for a Chapter 11 bankruptcy in New Jersey.
They're really trying for it. Let's see if we can put it right there. And this is slightly higher. It should be like, this should be like up a little bit. It's like 39.760. Another full dollar down here. We'll see if I get stopped out here. If you could raise this up a little bit. I'm about to get stopped out.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Right here. Is that 60? 39.58. Right there. Right about here. Where my cursor is. They're trying for this. They're trying for this right here. This is the price target. This is the step down next level right here. They came close. They tagged 30 cents, but they didn't get 29. So we'll see what happens. This is a boring fucking day. Yeah, this grind down is making my eyes bleed already. You know what we could do is switch. On these days, we could switch to movers and decliners. Myrna is now at its pivot. So we'll see if the bulls pick Myrna back up here or not. It's traded all the way up, failed R3, came back down to its pivot point. You'll see its VWAP is above here at 179. So we'll see if there's another attempt now and then a failure. Try to break down from here. Myrna's starting to break through the pivot. And you're watching, here comes the break below. And I'm out of my calls now. I got stopped out of my calls as well on SPY. I took an L on that trade. Started that trade right here. And I entered it some more right here. And I got knocked out right here. And stop losses right there. You'll see Captain Jim doesn't win every trade, does he? Yeah, it's somewhere in here, so there's a bottom in here somewhere. Let's see if Myrna is holding or breaking below. This is the Myrna pivot. So Myrna traded all the way back to its opening price. Some targets below if we reject here. So if you're looking for some rejection on Myrna, if you see some kind of a move like this, break below pivot, and then 1, 2, and then we start hitting these levels all the way down. Price target below would be 167.76. Still haven't closed the gap above on the SPY. It will sell. Should be a good squeeze up here. I don't think it's a squeeze. We did trade higher to grab that short down. So just on the opening bell, right? We traded higher, pushed it down again. And that's the program, right? Sell 400. Not buy 400. You can see the difference that we're selling 400. Question is how deep do we go? There's no real news to send it any lower. And you kind of need news to sell, to start selling this stuff. We're looking at a larger time frame here. And so you can see, what we're looking at here, right? So this is bottom of that channel. As we come into this yellow area here, right? You're going to expect a reaction down here. This is the 38.2 fib retracement. And you really need news. You need you need some kind of a catalyst to break below this channel. It can't just be weekend came and we're going to start selling this, bloodbath this down. Like selling this part right here, you need a better catalyst. So other than that, you're looking to buy this down here in between this red. So I'll be trying to buy this between today and tomorrow. I want to buy anything in here that I can. Does that make better sense in a larger time frame? so you can see that time frame. This is the I'm buying this for Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I want to get the fuck on out because I think that J Powell sends us down here. I think J Powell gives us I think J Powell gives us the bloodbath on Wednesday. That's my view.
So the cable extends losses versus the US dollar, falls to the day's low.
Some more low vol coming in right now. Looks like shorts covering into the 11:30 hour. See if this holds. Show you bookmap real quick. Same stuff. Tesla just woke up. Yeah, the gap above needs to be closed. I'd like to see this. Well, if this doesn't close today, I'd like to see that gap close today or Wednesday or Tuesday. Then the bears to come back in and sell Wednesday. It's just a matter of which dip you're buying here.
The pound extends losses versus the US dollar and falls to the day's low.
So I'm back in some calls right now. Let's see if this holds up. You guys like the stream? Right on. I appreciate that. Yeah, so in Tesla...
3-month bills total $6.9 billion. The Fed bids for 6-month bills total $5.7 billion.
On Tesla, you're looking for... You get this nice little squeeze higher. You had the nice retracement here. Here's one. Here's two. You're bullish from here up into reback up reback to this 185. You want to be bullish to 185, 190. And get that retest up here. The next target above is 190.79, or it was the other day. On Friday, the next target was 190.79. Yeah, 185.93 right now. Back over here because I'm in a position here once again.
The US 6-month crude oil futures briefly trade higher than the front-month US crude futures.
Nice little flag. What I want to see is if we get that tag and then this move higher here. So I post every day. I post the levels for you on Tesla. Let me see if I can open them up. You guys want to do Tesla levels? Let's do them. We'll do them together. We'll go to Tesla. Then we'll do the DIA as well. I gotta put those up. I gotta let me see here. Just a quick second. We'll do the levels on Tesla, and then we'll do the Dow Jones Industrial Average. I hate fucking being in a position and fucking and leaving. We'll do some Tesla stuff. I'm down for some Tesla stuff. Let's look at some Tesla. Okay. Clean this chart up a little bit for you. We'll do some work on Tesla. Yeah, so the sellers are already coming in to defend. Let's see if we can get a 5-day chart on Tesla. So I want you to, before we put anything out here, right? I want you guys to see a few things, right? You've got a gap down below that needs to be filled. Doesn't need to, but it's a magnet to be filled down below here. This is the 61% retracement. The sellers came in yesterday, right, on Tesla, and so you're going to expect them to come back in again, right? You've got the the sellers came in immediately. They're going to attempt to come back in again and sell this back down one more time, right? Regardless of these two little pumps. I just want you to be aware of that. That's where the sellers. These are where the sellers want to come back in and start to sell it down. So what we'll do is we're going to put the levels up for Tesla if you're bullish, if you're bearish, all that kind of stuff. So the pivot point is 120.
Now to get the 3-month and 6-month bill auction. So the US selling
54.90. I got to keep my eyes on
3-month bills. For a prior bid to cover of 2 to 64 and a prior high yield of 4.22%. And the US selling $45 billion of 6-month bills. For a prior bid to cover of 3 to 3 and a prior high yield of 4.52%.
Here's your pivot on Tesla, right? So Tesla today, overall bullish. We want to also start putting in some first point resistance. So R1 is 185.16, and that is right here. So Tesla again consolidating up here, right? See the consolidation in Tesla, right? Broke above R1, looking to make another move higher. So this is R1 on Tesla. I know you guys love when I do this shit. fucking Tesla. Winky's probably like, I'm gonna check out here for a minute. So you got R1, right? Resistance 1. Trying to make a move higher on Tesla right now. So we're gonna go to R2 on Tesla. That's 187.47. And so you're gonna right about there. We'll get rid of this for right now so we can pay attention. We got R2 on Tesla right now. See a nice consolidation on Tesla, right? We fought back. Tesla fought back to the pivot, became bullish, consolidating, trying to take a move higher to 1.8. No, sorry, I'm getting this wrong. 1.8. We got 185, 187.42. Right there. That's R2. And one more above right here. 189.73. Right there. Not a whole lot of room for Tesla to run today. 3. Right about there. If you want the supports for down below, we got 180.59. Right about there. Good enough. That's one. And you can, I know we can make that green or something so you guys can see if that's, you're bullish on Tesla. Is helping you guys. And we'll do S2 below it. Then we'll go to a 1-day chart on this. Right there. Make that white. Tesla blasting off right now, trying to slap that R2. And then S3 on Tesla. 176.02. Right. Come on now. Right there. Okay. S3. Man, I should ask Weeble for a partnership. I'm always on Weeble with you guys. So 187.47. I've got it here at 187.7. It's 187.47. Right there. That's R2 coming into some resistance right now on Tesla. 187.47 is the number that you want to know, and 189.73, right about there. Nice consolidation for a move higher, right off of VWAP, trading higher right now on Tesla. If you want higher places, we can look. So you've got 189.73. The next retracement is 193.39. This is a 38% retracement right here. 193.
So 5 minutes away now to get the 3-month and 6-month bill auction.
39 right there. It's a big move right there. Look at that move.
3-month bills are a prior bid to cover of 2 to 64 and a prior high
That's
yield of 4.22%. And the US also selling $45 billion of 6-month bills with a prior bid to cover of 3 to 3 and a prior high yield of 4.52%.
Here's from the 4-week low. It's a big move right there. That's pretty. This would be the bullish move, right? If you look at the 5-day over here. And not getting the roll, like not getting this rolling over here. You wanted to start getting uber bullish. It's that move right there. That's your next major target. And that would also be a sell signal as well. That'd be your R4. This ain't really happening. So if you get that monster squeeze higher off of R2, you break. This is the sell signal R3. If you want that extension, you're looking at that 193.39. And the bulls really want to reclaim. As a matter of fact, too, the 200, was it 250? I think the 250Cs are being sold for mid-November, but they weren't sold for mid-December yet on Tesla. Almost a pinstrike on R2 on Tesla at the moment. Let's go back to SPY so I can take a peek and see what the fuck is going on with Tesla with SPY. Coming into that 11:30 hour now on the SPY. Some consolidation down below. We should clean this one up. That's kind of like a messy. That's pretty fucking messy, isn't it? Not really the cleanest. It could be cleaner. That's not really cleanest. some of the same kind of nonsense as earlier this morning. We saw a break. Hold on here. Just be careful of this right here because we had this. See this yellow line that I got here? We had that same kind of nonsense going on this morning, right? So you can tell we're kind of bearish here. You can see this consolidation of the failure, consolidation and more failure. And we're starting to do that same bullshit right here where we're getting like another bear flag within this larger channel for another. Bears want that last little dip if they can get it. So we'll see if they stay short, if they're diamond handing short into this quote unquote volatility at 11:30, 12 o'clock, or if they wrap up their short. So I'm going to get rid of this here. This is the wrap it up by 11:30 kind of a thing I was telling you about earlier. Bears want that last little move down, that last little bloodbath before they close out their shorts. I think yeah. Bears looking for that last little 11:30 push down. Have a bid on oil right now. BNO. They got a bid? Yeah. Just heads up, you're getting a bid on oil. BNO's got a bid. Let's look at XLE. Small bid, not huge, but small.
Surely expecting the 3
At least
and 6 month
accumulation.
auction. I'll lead with the 3 month.
Look at a USO and XLE.
Bid to cover.
Yeah, USO's got a nice bid on it. XLE. I should have grabbed some calls down there on XLE or USO. USO is looking beautiful. There's a huge gap to fill on XLE. Let's see if I can look at XLE real quick. There's a giant gap to fill up here for XLE. We'll see if they can close this gap. I should have grabbed some of this morning. I wanted to grab some oil this morning, and I didn't. See if they can close this gap at least. Yeah, this is just 0-8 stuff. This has nothing to do with. You have to be able to. I think we've talked extensively at this point that for 0-8 puts to print, you really need large moves. They're 1-for-1. So when I trade, I'll buy put spreads. Well, at least my trading, I'll buy put spreads for farther out in time, and then I day trade calls usually, even on down days. So I can be bearish and bullish at the same time. Oil is to 60 $60 a barrel. That's kind of the long signal, right? $60 a barrel on oil. $62, $60. Yeah, I think there's one more dump coming up. They want to get one more dump into this half hour. It's 11:31 now. Bears hoping for one more slam down before we get into some meeting. I think that's the price target on oil, right? $60, $62, somewhere in there. See if we can. We'll go back to Tesla, take a look. Tesla just tagged R2, 187.51. R3 and
2 to 56, 2 to 56, high yield 4 spot 285%.
R3 and Tesla, 189.74.
So the US selling $61 billion of 3-month bills and awards 34.42% of bids at high. And the US bids are cover coming in at 2 to 90 for the 6-month bills, high yield of 4.55%. So the US selling $51 billion of 6-month bills and awards 49.63% of bids at high.
Let's take a look at J&K. J&K is closing their gap down below. HYG. I mean, HYG is telling HYG, and at least on like a 1 minute chart, 5 minute chart, is showing this gap being closed down below. So for where we are right now, we could see the market roll here. You can see J&K just keeps grinding away at this area down below here. Still bearish on J&K. This is bearish on the market, right? If we're bearish on HYG, bearish on J&K. You can still see there's a little bit of gap down below here to be filled on J&K. Take a look at VIX over here. VIX finding support, right? You can see the VIX finding some support in here. Still wanting to trade this higher into this zone at $24 to $25. I'm gonna end up having my calls are gonna end up getting closed on me again. It's been a second attempt. So still kind of bearish here. I'm going to put some stops just in case I want to lose my ass in this. Make sure we don't trade this down. SPY looks like it wants to fucking bleed the fuck out, doesn't it? SPY looks like it wants to go right down here. Based off nothing but sentiment. What, on 62 or $60? I think that's where the target is for everybody. Target is like $60, 62. I think it's $62. I'm not positive, but I think it's right in there. Next 3-4 months, energy underperforms and oil spikes. Weird but true. Because oil is being shorted currently and energy overcrowded.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Don't fail me now, baby. Keep going up. This is what the bears want over here. They want this down, right down in here. They want it bad. We'll see if they get it or not. There's a lower level shaping up on BOOKMAP, but it's still not quite there. Down here, I mean, there's this staircase here, this 3980. This was here this morning. It's firming up now. You can see it back here. This was at 1053-ish. This leads the market lower. No way to see it down here. You can see that you get bids that come in lower and lower, leads the market down. And then I want to show you this little area down here, right here, right at 9 o'clock. You can see this little bit of a gray area down below. That's not 39.65, but then at 39.50, right in here, right around 10:30 or so, these same stink beds. You see these bids come into the market. What they do is they staircase down the market. We don't necessarily go there. We won't necessarily go all the way down there, but it's meant to lead the market lower, and we are leading the market lower this morning. And I'm looking above here, and I'm not seeing, like, see this right here? This is bad for the market. You see this red line, how it disappeared? And this is right at 9:30, right? We had bids saying, "Come on up, we're gonna magnet to up above here," and now those bids have left the market. You don't want to see that those bids lead the market. That means sellers have come down now at this point, kind of pinning the market, looking for a move lower. Not even that pin to 400. I haven't checked at this point, but I want to check the options flow in the market and see what the options. Let me see if I can bring this back up. This doesn't bode well for the market overall here, right? So the market's going to look for a direction, and they're going to look for where the buyers are or where the sellers are. And these sellers now being right here in the money, puts kind of like a pin in the market, right? Kind of got like this pin in the market, and there's no real place for the market to go. And so my point to you is, even if we trade this up, let's say we trade this up here to this VWAP up here, there's nothing really above it, right? The sellers are kind of still here with their finger on the market, trying to pin this market down right now. And I can't tell. I haven't looked to see if it's because of options flow. I'm going to assume that it's options flow coming in, like ultra bearish options flow coming into the market right now. Like, fuck it, I'm throwing my fucking call spread, my put spreads on. I'm fucking coming back in a month. I'm gonna go bury myself in a bomb shelter. I missed it on Wednesday. I missed it on Friday, and I don't give a flying fuck how high we go up here. Dirty fucking bears. That's what I'm gonna assume it is. I haven't looked yet. I'll look later today. Maybe I'll take a lunch break or something, and maybe I'll take a lunch break after Super Hawk Fed speaker comes out, and I'll look to see if that's what this is. My assumption is that that's what this is. My assumption is that this is large market participants that are like, throw on $50 million on fucking black, you know. That's what my assumption is, that this is what this is. If any of you guys are looking at options flow right now, let me know if big puts are. I'm assuming that big puts have entered the market with like mid-December and late March dates on them. I haven't looked yet. Spy's looking woozy. I've been trading 2 years. What a time to take it up. Dirty fucking bears. Yeah, and there's no news. There's no news coming across the wire right now. I'm looking at the news. Fed's Mester is saying, I don't believe the Fed is close to pause on tightening. I don't know. That doesn't really say much to me. U.S. is ready to reschedule talks as soon as possible and resuming nuclear inspections under the New START treaty. Yeah, it's not really much. Fed's Mester, we need to see several more good inflation readings. Yeah. Arms treaty talks with Russia have been postponed. It's not big news. If the Fed said they were going to fucking pause tightening, man, I would expect this market to fucking sell to the depths of hell. Definitely. I think I still stand by that statement this morning. The Fed's job is to slow crash this market. I don't think they're going to do the death and destruction. I think if you're a bear, you want to hear that. I think if you're like Uber Bear, you want to hear them say they paused, without a doubt. It means they broke some shit. I'm still long calls here. So I bought this one down here. If you guys are following along, I bought this down here somewhere. And then I bought this one, I think. I don't know if it was this one and this one I think I bought, but then I got stopped out, I believe, right here. And then I rebought again somewhere in here. So I'm looking to see if I can catch some kind of a relief rally today into tomorrow. I'd really like to, I guess if I could, what I'll do is, if I can, before Wednesday, if I can grab, I'm going to probably place my put spreads somewhere in this gap up here. So I'm going to place some put spreads with March and probably mid-December expiries on them today. So if we can get this today or tomorrow, if you guys want to see me enter the big bear trade.
To Euro Asia, OPEC Plus will seriously consider a new cut at the next meeting. So again, there's according to EuroAsia, OPEC Plus will seriously consider a new cut at the next meeting.
If you want to see my monthly trades, those are coming soon. You'll see them in the next, like today, tomorrow. You'll see me place
So just taking a look at WTI, moving towards the upside.
WTI is moving to the upside. So if you want to see me place that trade, I'm gonna put some spreads on today or tomorrow somewhere. Hopefully, I don't know if I get it, but I'd like to get that bear trade on somewhere in here, and get a bear trade on for December 16th. Maybe the week after. I might put the trade on for the week after, just in case they stop the fucking print. If they stop the print on the 16th, no print of the week after. Might look for that expiry. If I don't get, and then I'll take some March spreads as well. And we talked about them on Friday. On Friday, I showed you guys to put them, or the price ranges to be looking for. So I'm going to be looking for that trade the next day or two. That bottom, like a bottoming, a topping, the topping trade. What's going on here? Let me check these trades out. What the fuck is going on with these trades? See what they're doing. Hold on here. Got some trades coming out. Selling puts on Mara. Vertical call spreads on IBM and on Google. Some longs coming into the market.
So US crude futures erase earlier losses and turn positive.
Yeah, some spreads being closed, sure, or bear spreads being closed, bull spreads being bought. That guy's over at Tasty are doing that. Ooh, dude, XLE just squeezed. Did you guys see that XLE just squeezed?
After the EuroAsia saying at the next meeting, OPEC Plus will seriously consider a new cut.
So look at that squeeze on OPEC or XLE. We were just talking about that right before it happened. We were just talking about this. Look at that big, huge move on XLE, just closing that gap above. Just big, giant green bars. Huge move higher on XLE. We've got Tesla just destroying levels here. Just ripping through levels. R3 on Tesla, 189.74.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
189.74. Keep that number in your head, and then be looking for the next target above is 193.39. Sell signal is usually on R3, so keep that in mind. 189.74. Nice job, Tesla Bulls. It's a fucking kick-ass job in Tesla Bulls. XLE, man, look at that. Slam. Whew. XLE, baby. All you oil bulls out there probably getting fucking paid right now. SPY not doing shit this morning. SPY getting pretty bullish here. We don't want to see a rejection here. So I am long SPY here, just so you know. You want to see this breakout above. You want to see this swoop and breakout, and then a move higher. Keep an eye on VWAP so it doesn't reject off VWAP. You don't want this false breakout happening. Once we get up here, if we can get up here and consolidate, I'll put some stops here, and we're gonna have a price target above of let's go with just a failure of pivot point. So if we can break out of this channel, if this Fed speaker doesn't fuck us, the price target above is going to be 40. That's being kind of generous, isn't it? Like do I really think we're going to 402? I don't know. That's a toughie. I think on these levels here, I think S3 is rational, like 400.25. I think an extension up to 491 or 401.50, like up here, that's a tough trade. But if we can get, if we don't get hawkish Fed speaker, well, I might give you S3. I might give bulls S3 here. We'll see how how SPY works out here. What we don't want, if you're a bull, what you definitely don't want to see is a roll here. You definitely don't want to see this. You don't want to see a rejection. We start going down. This is bad news if that happens. Hopefully there's been enough consolidation in here. 1, 2, 3, move higher, squeeze it up. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'd be taking profit, getting close. You're gonna see. I guarantee you're gonna see. So we'll do Tesla real quick. If you guys want to know. So on Tesla, what you're looking for is a little bit of consolidation in here. You'll see. Typically, what you'll see is like some consolidation. You'll see some people taking profit in here, and then you'll see what you'll end up seeing is like a retest down here and a push higher. The one concern is whenever you're getting to these higher levels and you get up to R3. Sometimes you'll see, you won't quite hit R3. You'll like just barely hit it. So if you're looking for one more trade on Tesla, I can't.
10 minutes away now to expect to hear comments from Fed's Williams, who speaks during a virtual event hosted by the Economic Club of New York. Text is expected, as well as a Q&A with the moderator and media. As well, we're expecting comments from Fed's Bullard.
So if you're going to take some off level to level, right, you want to see this consolidate, one more move higher. My expectation, though, would be that
Bullard is being interviewed by Market Watch.
Sometimes we roll right before we hit R3, or it's like a quick green bar up, and then we start selling really, really hard and heavy. Just be conscious of these levels as we trade up there. Look for some kind of consolidation here. If the consolidation breaks, that it's turned into distribution. So somewhere, let me change the fucking line. So what you're looking for here is some kind of consolidation, right? You're not looking for distribution. Just by looking at this, see this right here? You want to see this consolidate and move higher. Put some stops on your position. You see some giant leg down right here, you know that the trade is over. If you see just beautiful consolidation, you should see a continuation up higher on Tesla. So that's what you're looking for, is just consolidation, retest of this low over here. This is where VWAP is. If it does start to distribute, not consolidate, and you want it to retake a second position, you're going to then look for the break and a trade down to VWAP and check to see if VWAP holds for another leg higher. To tag that R3. Good job on the bulls, though. Outstanding job on Tesla bulls today. That's a pretty good move today, right? If you don't see, you can see the consolidation move here. You can see the consolidation move here for the pump higher. You're going to see some people take some off the table here. If you wanted one more pump on Tesla and it's too risky for you, You're just looking for that consolidation move on, just like this one, for one last squeeze higher to R3. We'll see if it happens. Good job on Tesla bulls. I am sure that I would ensure right now that, and you can see it back here, right? I guarantee you that there are some shorts that could get squeezed in here. You can see this is where they're short right here. This is bullish, by the way, very bullish on Tesla. But right here, you can see that the bears get short right in here. If they can't hold this, you will see a giant squeeze north. You'll see the sellers become buyers, become like zombies. They have to go long the trade. We'll see if the bulls can hold on. Get that last squeeze out. Hang tight here. Looks like the bulls are gonna make an attempt here to squeeze SPY higher. We'll see if that works out for us or not, or if I get fucked. This would be the third. If I have, so this would be, I bought this and then somewhere in here. If this doesn't, shit. Hold on here. If the bulls can't put it together here, it's gonna get ugly. I don't really have a choice here. It's kind of like, there we go. Bulls trying to squeeze this higher right now. So we're going to remove this one right here. I want to see if there's, we don't want, bulls don't want failure here. Bulls get failure here, it's going to be tough. If you are short the market here, we're looking for a squeeze. Looking to do some squeezing right now. Dude, what is with these dude, you know what the best part about this is? You guys are going to be forced to subscribe. Tomorrow, I got to write that down too. So tomorrow's stream, only subscribers will be able to comment. Tomorrow, if you're not, let me see. Just a heads up. Tomorrow we got a lot of changes starting tomorrow. You're gonna see. You can only comment if you are a subscriber. We have to get rid of these.
So 5 minutes away now to
sites.
expect to hear comments from Feds Williams, who speaks at a virtual event hosted by the Economic Club of New York. Text and a Q&A is expected with the moderator and media.
Take a look at BOOKMAP real quick. We want to see. See if we can catch that squeeze here. Do you guys have a preference on trade the news, or would you guys prefer that I buy trade the news, or do you like financial juice if I buy the no delay? I've been falling in love with financial juice. I got to be honest with you. I've had a fight with trade the news like a few months ago too. I have to, like, full context. I was kind of pissed off at him. But financial juice, they delay their news stream by like 10 seconds or something. But they don't delay all of it. And I was thinking of just paying them and getting a no delay on their news feed. I don't know if I bought financial juice in the past, but fuck, God damn it. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna.
So just taking a look into the earlier headline by EuroAsia. So the analyst at the EuroAsia group saying a report that given the overall market conditions, OPEC Plus
Hold on a
won't
second here. I'm
seriously
trying to delete
consider
some of
a
these
new
comments
production cut
from.
at its upcoming meeting, particularly if crude prices fall below their current level in the next weeks.
I'm trying to remove these comments from these porn sites. I think I had live squawk.
So ultimately, the
And I
decision
wasn't.
will
I feel
depend
like it
on
was.
the
I feel like
trajectory
they were
of the
behind
oil
like 30,
price
15
when
seconds.
OPEC Plus meets and how much disruption is evident in the markets because of the EU sanctions.
I tried to trying to kill these porn sites. I'm gonna leave this open over here somewhere. Yeah, I like trade. I mean, I'll be honest. Trade the news, probably the fat. I've used them all. I know I've used at least 4 or 5 different news services, and I think the fastest news I've ever had, and before anyone else, before anyone on Twitter, always was Trade the News. But I don't know if it's just that I've been trading now for the past few months. I've been using Financial Juice. And I've liked their like key market moments. They don't delay it, and I've liked their take on it, on market moving events. So I don't know. I'm on the fence on it right now. I'm on the fence if I do Financial Juice or Trade the News. I'd like to contact those guys. Yeah, tomorrow it's going to be subscriber only for commenting. It blocks all the. It stops all the porn bots. Bloomberg terminal even better. I don't know. The Bloomberg terminal is really not that good. What's really good in the Bloomberg terminal is the chat groups that you can get in. That's where it's at. Bloomberg terminal is okay. What you really want to do is get into the chats. And the chats are where it's kind of key. So bears really want this to fail right here, right? Bears want to see this bloodbath right here.
So shortly expecting comments from Fed's Bullard as well. At the top of the hour, we do get the text release for Fed's
Bears want to see like this rejection, this straight to fucking hell. That's what and we're seeing you're seeing some book. The book right now is kind of wonky. See the low volume in the book right now. I'm gonna put some stops on my shit. Hold on, just in case it does sell. Just a second here. I had stops at 28. Now I'm gonna put them to 32 or 30 at least. Hang tight here because I don't want to get caught in this. Okay.
Feds Williams says inflation expectations remain world anchored and says job market remains remarkably tight and hiring and wage gains are strong. Feds Williams sees modest economic growth this year and in 2023 and says I am confident the US central bank will lower inflation back to the 2% target. Says inflation to cool to 5% to 5.5% by the end of 2022 and 3.5% by late 2023. And Feds Williams sees signs of moderating inflation amid supply chain improvement. Feds Williams says more interest rate hikes will help restore the balance in the economy and says the US central bank has more work to do to lower inflation. Feds Williams expects the US jobless rates to rise to 3.7 to 4.5%, from 3.7 to 4.5% or 5% by the late 2023, as this inflation remains far too high and will take time to move down.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Feds Williams says the Treasury and funding markets continue to function well. And Feds Williams expects the US GDP to increase only modestly in 2020, 2022 and 2023.
So modest GDP gains, and then that's kind of a dovish statement. They're saying they're expecting inflation to fall to 5%, 5.5% in tandem with rate increases. That's been the nonstop garbage Fed speak. It is bullish though. Not bullish. It's I guess it's holding I would say it's holding the line or something like
Feds
that.
Bullard says the FOMC needs to get to the bottom end of 5 to 7% rate range.
I'm gonna I'm gonna pause the.
A Fed's bull says the Fed will have to pursue rate hikes into 2023.
So this is a mixed I don't know how to explain this better to you. I'm gonna mute this for just a second. I'm gonna mute the news feed. So it's a mixed message. What they're saying is, they're gonna stay the course on raising rates, or they think it's prudent to stay the course raising rates. They think that the problem here is that the unemployment rate, right? They're saying that they expect the unemployment rate in the United States is expected to rise from 3.7 to 4.5.
Fed's bull says the risk that the Fed will have to go further on rate hikes in 2023. So just to repeat, there says there is a risk that the Fed will have to go higher on rates in 2023.
Yeah, I guess got knocked out of my shit.
Fed's bull says the markets are underpricing risks. FOMC may be more aggressive.
I just lost my my calls. I got knocked out of my calls.
So Fed's bull says the market's underpricing the risks. FOMC may be more aggressive.
Let me mute this for a second. I'll tell you exactly what was just said here. So what they're saying, let me go review this with you guys. I don't know if you guys were listening to all this or not. So Fed Williams is saying the unemployment rate in the United States.
To take comments from ECB's Nagel, who speaks on inflation.
Let me mute
and
this
the
real quick.
Count.
So Williams is saying that the unemployment rate in the United States is expected to rise from 3.7 to 4.5 or 5% by late 2023. So there's like mixed message. There's, unemployment's going to increase over the course of the next year. That now this unemployment forecast, the hope was that we wouldn't get higher unemployment until 2024, 2025. So you've got Williams saying, nope, we expect the increase in unemployment to take place on a faster time frame than is expected. That's pretty big. 3.7 to 5.0 is aggressive. You'd probably be talking about some more massive layoffs into 2023. You're also hearing the Fed say that they don't want to slow the pace of rates either. They'll likely have to increase the pace and size of rates into 2023, culminating in some kind of a market bottom in 2023 and not down the road in 2024, 2025. So that's pretty hawkish stuff, right? And that also indicates that they haven't broken anything. So any talk about lowering rates in December is probably all for naught at this point. So kind of a mixed message. The market, Fed's Bullard saying the markets are underpricing the risk that the FOMC may be more aggressive. And we got a slam higher in the U.S. dollar. Briefly, I'll show that to you. Let me just show the Dixie to you real quick. Yeah, not really. This would be the time to sell Dixie right here. A quick spike up in Dixie for just that brief moment, but this looks like it wants to roll over. Look at this huge bull trap on the SPY right here. Can't believe I just got kicked out of my fucking calls because I had stops on them. See if we can bring this back to you for you guys. I'm not paying. I need to pay more attention to my shit. So it's like a mixed message. You've got my point to you is that there's a mixed message. If you hear that they say they're going to slow the pace of rates, pause the pace of rates, you should see the market sell off like to the depths of hell. You should see 2,400. You should see 3,200. Those kind of numbers. If the Fed's saying to you that they're still going to do, they need more damage to be done to the market. It means they haven't broken anything yet, right? And they're using words to say that we're going to have more unemployment, though on a quicker pace. So it's a mixed message. It's the same garbage shit they've been. Well, not the same, but it's garbage shit they've been saying So I say this on Twitter. Right? I try to post this on Twitter that the Fed has to make you believe that the Fed's job. So what the Fed tries to do is buy time for inflation to go down. That's all they're trying to do, right? You buy time for inflation to either go down on its own or for the general public to accept inflation as acceptable, right? If you're willing to pay, matter of fact, this week I went and looked at eggs; they were like $7 a rack. You have to like go from spending $5 on organic eggs to $7 on organic eggs, and then accept it, like eat that shit pie, and then supposedly inflation goes away. And then they'll let their fingers off the markets, right? So you get one or the other. To think that the price of goods is ever coming down is absurd. Do I think that you'll ever see like $2 eggs ever again in your lifetime? Probably never. Retailers only have once a decade have a chance to raise prices. If you're an older person, you'll know that, like 1 year you're paying $1 for, not like $1 for gas, then $2 for gas, then $3 for gas. And each decade or so, they raise those prices, those baseline bottom prices. It's also in times when we have high inflation during those time periods. So you'll see like a bottoming out price of goods. So the Fed doesn't really, to me, in my view, the Fed doesn't really impact inflation, but they're trying to scare the market by saying what they're going to do. Fed's Bullard just said that the first 250 basis points is just getting to neutral. Let me turn this back on so you can hear it. You can hear him Bullard talking in the background. First 250 basis points of tightening, we're just getting to neutral. The most important thing is that we reach a
from ECB's Nagel.
Saying that the most important thing is that we reach a sufficient restrictive level and that financial markets understand it. So do you see the point that I'm trying to make on they have to force. I love this. The most important thing is that we reach a sufficiently restrictive level and that financial markets understand it. On hike pace, I defer to Chair Powell.
The situation calls for much higher interest rates that's what we've been used to.
On hike pace, I defer to.
Fed's Bullard says the situation calls for much higher interest rates. That's what we've been used to.
On high pace, I defer to Chair Powell. It doesn't matter at all that much in the grand scheme of things how quickly we get to the right level. He's also saying they have ways to go to get on restrictive policy. But I do find it fascinating that the Fed is telling you.
Says we will have to keep rates sufficiently high at a high level all through 2023 and into 2024.
And so now you hear him saying bring it in 2024, because the idea would be that you're not going to get you're not going to get those bad unemployment numbers until 2025. But you've got a Fed speaker here telling you they're going to get them this year, this upcoming year, which I don't buy. I don't believe it that they're going to get them.
The dollar gains slightly as Fed Bullard speaks, last at $1.03. Fed Bullard says the labor market continues to be extremely strong.
That's the key. The labor market is still strong. Listen closely to when they talk, because they're trying to scare you, saying that we're losing some support in the market right now. Just be conscious of you're a bull out there. We are watching some support go away here. Some sellers trying to step in, trade us lower. That one last comment by Bullard: the labor markets remain extremely strong. It's asinine to think. Well, not asinine. It's just you've got a Fed speaker saying. So Fed's Bullard saying that the labor market's response to inflation is not as strong as many people believe. If you look at unemployment rates, it is the all telltale sign of when our markets actually roll over. We'll switch back so you can see the mainstream. So the Fed's job is to scare the market, right? The Fed's job is to, or the Fed's basically telling you today, you got a Fed person telling you that well, let me scroll through and see who this was that said this part. I don't think this was Bullard. I think it was Williams. Yeah, Fed Williams is saying inflation is expected to fall to 5.5%, 5.0% the end of 2022, and down to 3.0%, 3.5% by late 2023, right? You've got Williams saying that. And then you've also got Williams saying that the unemployment rate in the U.S. is expected to rise from 3.7% to 4.55%.
Below trend growth in 2023.
By late 2023. That's pretty bad for equity markets, that statement. And then on the
labor market strength gives us license to pursue disinflation and says the fourth quarter US GDP estimates are trending positive.
I keep interrupting. I don't want to interrupt anymore.
Fed's Bullard says a recession is inevitable. Just to repeat that, a recession is inevitable. So just to repeat that, recession is not inevitable. Recession is not inevitable. The Fed's Bullard says the base case is for slow growth in 2023.
So Bullard's saying that a recession is not inevitable. You got Bullard now saying he anticipates slow growth. Like when you see what these guys, when you see the opposite sides of the statements and wild expectations coming out of the Fed. If you're, I don't know if you guys listen to these guys talk out there, but it's these Fed speakers talk, but it's fucking hot garbage coming out of their mouths, like pure hot garbage. And I'm looking at Williams' statements and Bullard's statements, and they've hit every single talking point. They've hit them all. Recession is not inevitable. Bullard's saying growth will be below trend. Williams, I think, said that it'll be modest. Fed's Bullard's also saying we'll have to maintain sufficiently high rates throughout.
Tips markets expectations is in a reasonable range right now.
You're saying Bullard's saying that we will have. Listen to this. We will have to maintain sufficiently high rates throughout 2023 and 2024. So
you've got posted out a piece by the Wall Street Journal's Nick Timrouse, a summary.
So you've got you basically have Bullard saying that we're fucked in 2023, but we're going to maintain high rates into 2024. You're saying that we're going to have super crazy high unemployment numbers. We'll hit that 5%. And you're just going to keep maxing out rate increases through 2024, 2025. I'm like, this is complete, utter fucking bullshit. I can't believe that. I can't believe they're allowed to say some of this shit that they say. It's like throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. It really is. It's
Says
like
Williams,
I'm gonna throw.
there are a number of downside risks to the outlook.
You got Williams speaking at the same time as Bullard too.
Says Williams says economists do a bad job of forecasting recessions.
Wow. So Williams is saying the inflation fight could last into 2024.
IMF Obsfeld says the U.S. labor market is in general seems pretty strong. And
That's
Fitz Williams says
bullish,
the
believe
Fed's
it or
outlook
not.
Depends on data. Fitz Williams says the Fed will need to raise rates further.
So Nick Tamaros says usually the Fed's mouthpiece, and he's quoting Williams as saying the inflation fight could last into 2024. That's my input. That's my stance. Like
Fitz Williams says I expect the Fed will need to raise rates further. So just to repeat there.
I think they're fucking liars.
Obsfeld says a strong dollar is a disaster for emerging markets.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that you're going to accept.
As Williams says, how high the Fed goes with rates depends on the economy. The Fed's Williams says the Fed will need to maintain restrictive monetary policy for a while.
Well, that's like some of the things to talk about is the timing of everything. You're looking for.
Fed's Williams says the Fed could lower rates in 2024. Fed's Bullard says I'm not a big believer in the wage price spiral.
I don't understand anymore. Yeah, it's shit throwing across. That's what they're doing. It's like literally like putting your hand in your diaper and you're just gonna throw a bunch of shit at the wall and hope it sticks. Yeah, you like that? Fed could lower rates in 2024, like dangling a carrot.
Fed's Williams says I can see a path to reducing nominal Fed rate in 2024.
Let me turn this up for you guys so you can hear it. The hot garbage. That statement right there is where I think that the market goes up. Is when you see the Feds actually cut rates, you're going to see the market roll. That roll that comes into the market, if they're saying 2024, 2025, something like that, that makes better sense to me.
So the yield on the 2-year treasuries advanced and stocks extended losses after Federal Reserve's James Bullard said financial markets are underestimating the chances that policymakers will need to be more aggressive next year in raising interest rates to curb inflation.
And I do believe they need to raise rates. I mean, my own personal belief is that they need to raise rates, but I don't think the timing is right. Like, I think if they keep raising rates 2023, 2024, so they're basically saying to you that the market's not going to break until 2024. That's basically what they're saying to you. And Bullard's saying to you that, but the market needs to know now, right? So what they're trying to tell you is, well, we should trade the market down into 2024. But you can't get a break of the market.
If we get rates to sufficiently restrictive stance by the end of the first quarter in 2023 and hold there, we could have conditions for inflation to subside in a reasonable time frame.
It's when you watch them, when our stock market breaks down or has that one of those moments, it's usually an event. There's a catalyst. There's like a large bank crash or blows up. You'll see companies start blowing up. You'll see like two or three big tech companies blow up, you'll start to see real deal damage. You'll see people not be able to pay their bills, not be able to buy gas, food, take care of their husbands and their kids, and all that kind of nonsense. You're just not seeing that in the economy right now. They were talking about the unemployment rate. They have to have a high unemployment rate. Without these things happening, they're not going to get a crash. And they have to admit that they have to raise rates into 2024, probably 2023, 2024. Probably not going to see that real I know it sucks what you're paying for food out there, or for gas, or for whatever. The fact is, though, people are paying it. People are going to jobs every day. So there's this it's this weird manufactured. It's this really fucked up manufactured decline. It's some sort of an attempt to slow crash it. Well, yeah, that's what they're doing, right? Some kind of a manufactured slow crash over the next few years. But if you're wanting some kind of black swan event, they're telling you right now that you're not going to get it until 2023, 2024, 2025. It's just going to be a bunch of fucking stroking. No offense to any of you out there if you know this or not, but it's just a bunch of stroking from the Fed.
We need to hold rates at a sufficiently restrictive level for longer to be sure we can get inflation back down to our goal.
It's just stroking the market.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
Because they don't want the market to go up.
Points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
And they want you and the banks to play into the trading market down into play ball, right? And so the question becomes, if you're a bank or whatever, is the way down. So what they're basically telling a bank today, right, is they're saying, please play ball, keep the market down. You're not going to get 2,400 until 2024 or 2025, but just keep it down and trade sideways for us, please and thank you. Now the question becomes, does the market believe that they can do that and make enough money until the big crash we've got coming our way? What they're certainly not telling you is that the economic conditions are where we should have a market crash today. That's the crazy part. They're telling you flat out that they haven't broken anything. That's what they're telling you. Plays The Stroke by Billy. Yeah, it's a fucking scam. I'm telling you. If they haven't broken anything. They're telling you right now that the economy is strong, that unemployment is low, and that they have to keep raising rates. That's what they're fucking telling you. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They're telling you nothing's broken. And they're hoping to get unemployment to 5% next year sometime. And they're gonna fuck with GDP too, right? They're gonna smash GDP. But that's not the reality. You guys know that people are out there working. You know that people are paying their bills. It's high bills. They don't. People, they're definitely taking money out of the pockets of people buying extras and stuff. You see why the Dow is so high right now. The reason the Dow is high right now is because people are out there spending money. Had some facts come out this past week for, I think it was online shopping. It was AWS or somebody put out that people are spending money. They're spending money for the holiday season. They just went and bought a Christmas tree, right? Christmas trees. Last time I saw a $300 Christmas tree or $500 Christmas tree was when I lived in Vail, a decade ago. And the fucking Christmas trees in Michigan are now $200-$300. Cheapest ones were $100. We still got a Christmas tree? People are still there when I was there buying Christmas trees. They don't like paying the extra money, but they are. And that's the difference, is that they're still paying. You still haven't hurt the consumer. Not enough to where they're running down the street with their hair on fire. And until you do that, I don't see why the market would crash. I don't see it. You got to give me a reason why the market would crash. You really do. You really need mass layoffs. Bullard's trying to say, I think it was Bullard or Williams, one of these two clowns was trying to say not to tie fucking unemployment to the markets. Every single fucking chart known to man. It's the only chart. It's the only chart that shows when we actually have market crashes. It's the only consistent one. You can fucking throw yields up there all you want. You can throw whatever fucking chart you want up there. The only chart that actually shows it is unemployment. So that shows the real damage being done. Fucking goddamn Fed speakers. Can't stand these guys. Well, like Superman's asking, or what if something big breaks or
Bullard says we can evaluate balance sheet reductions next year sometime, but so far so good.
No, Chase, you're wrong. I'm going to prove this to you, Chase. You're wrong on the nominal terms. You're trying to relate the retail sales being up against, and you're trying to relate. So those numbers are separate, and you're trying to correlate the two together, and they're different numbers. I'll talk to you about that in just a minute. You've got the numbers wrong on retail, and matter of fact, I'll post that for you today on Twitter, so that we're going to talk about the retail sales on Twitter. I'm going to show you the actual data on it. But not right now. We're going to talk about that later today. I'm going to show you the actual facts and post them for you so that you can see the difference. No, what if something breaks or bigger happens with World War, then crash? No. Yeah, you'd see we were heading towards a decline. And so in 2019, we were heading towards a decline into March 2020. Market was kind of prepared for a move lower towards the end of the year of 2019. That triggered it. You know, like the COVID. Excuse me, I had to cough real quick. Get some water. Hold on. COVID was a good catalyst for that sell-off. And we could have that event take place. Normally you don't see those events, right? It's under the hood. So when you start to see the Fed
as expected, deflation is partly leading to yield curve inversion, so not necessarily sending recessionary signals.
Yeah, so COVID was a good trigger to show you like a roll off, right? A blow off top. If we had an event like that, yeah, I could see that. So let's say in the next 1 to 3 years, if we had some kind of a major event that was unknown, a black swan, the market would crash then. 100% agree. When the Fed starts to say, we're not going to tighten anymore, that means that something's broken that you haven't seen publicly. If there's a bank shopping around, so like in 2007 and 2000, you had like banks like peddling on, you literally on CNBC back then, you had banks literally coming on CNBC saying, we're shopping around looking for money right now. We have no liquidity. We need a $5 billion loan. You will see shit like that. When you do, you know they've broken something. And the Fed shouldn't be less restrictive until they break something in the background. But usually you can see it. Outside of a black swan event, you can usually see it. It's a really fascinating thing. When you ever notice how your kids play with stuff and something's up and coming, and it's not really on the news's radar yet. Usually kids are...
As the housing market returning is more towards a balanced growth path.
Yeah, see, that's bullish on the market too. Because they don't want to crash the housing market. The Treasury's job is to protect that investment for Main Street USA. So for the crash to happen, you need that. You need that to happen. You need like there's like some key things in the background underneath the hood that need to take place. That speech today is just fucking massaging the market, telling them please stay down, not too far down. We don't want to crash it until like 2024 or something. That's when we want to crash it. 2024, 2025, maybe 2023, possibly, but not today. They like threw out 3 years. 3 years of fucking nonsense bullshit, psychobabble bullshit for the stock market. SPY's starting to head north again. Tesla coming back in, right? A little bit of a breakdown here, trying to reclaim R2 for that move higher. They didn't quite get down here to VWAP. trading off this 100 day, looking for higher prices again. Just kind of bullshit. You know, Fed's Bullard saying that the housing market is returning to a more balanced growth path. It's kind of wild. Yeah, you ordered a Chipotle. Yeah, so I haven't eaten a fast food meal in 6 months or a year. Long time. I don't eat fast food, right? And I picked up a fast food meal. Yes, a couple days. I don't know. I had some fast food. My wife got me some fast food, and she was like, we could have sat down in one of those shitty. We could have sat down. We don't eat in these places either. But she was like, probably could have went to like a, not Chipotle, but like Applebee's, or I guess that's the same kind of thing. And had we done that, it would have been the same price as fast food, and the food was terrible too. It was really bad. Like the French fries were nasty. Gross. Yeah, that wasn't really much info. Well, so what does that tell me? It tells me the fucking market's not going to crash. That's what it's telling me. Tell me that the path is forward. I think at the December meeting, if they don't pause or slow rates, that the market's going to go up. That's the truth. You'll see bottoming between now and March, and you're going to see the market. The market needs a reason to go. If the market's going to go down to 2,400 or 1,600 or any of that kind of shit, you need something broken that we don't see, or something to break publicly for that catalyst. And if that catalyst isn't here, and if they're out there spewing bullshit that they're going to need to raise rates into the next 2-3 years, then the way is up, believe it or not.
The 2% inflation target.
I think other than that, you're going to get like Bear Powell on Wednesday trying to talk the market down. I'm assuming that with those speakers today, I'm going to assume what they're going to do is they're going to use the same game plan as they did the last Fed meeting. They're going to raise rates as they normally would, but they're going to talk about talking about. I think the key shift in tone is they're going to, as long as they possibly can, they'll use, as long as it works, they'll use well, maybe the next meeting will pause or lower rates. So if they keep that going, I think the intent would be to try to trade the market sideways and slowly down over the next 2-3 years. That's what they want to do. I just don't know that it will keep the market down. Like, so for the market to continue to go down, you need more than just 400 points. You need the dangle the carrot much farther away than where it's actually going to go. So you kind of need to dangle the carrot that we're going to 1,600 so you can get to 2,400. Does that make sense? When you're at 3,500, or like right now we're at 3,900 or 400 almost, right? It's not good enough to get 3,500 now. You have to dangle the carrot down to 2,400 to get to 3,500. Does that make sense? And then you have to dangle the carrot lower down to 1,600 to get to 2,400. If you don't do that now, right, the move is going to be up until they can get that juice. You need to get the juice. You need to get like the juice is never the last part of the trade. The juice is never like you can look at this on a smaller scale. If you're looking for, as a bull, you're trying to tag 1,000 and you're at 900. And now they're promising you 1,000, right? But we could come down to 500. The move is actually to 5, not to the 1,000 from that 900. Does that make sense? The meat of that trade is down to that 500. So if you're at 900 and the big promise is 1,000, who the fuck cares about 900 to 1,000? You want the trade from 1,000 down to 500. Does that make sense? So that's on a larger time frame. So that they're basically telling you that they haven't done enough to break anything. You guys can disagree with me all you want. If you do, that's fine. That's my take on it right now. Now they're surely telling you that they haven't broken shit. It's not good news for bears to hear that. The bears want to hear some shit's broken. We broke some shit. What do I see the rest of the day? Same thing. Trade higher for JPOW on Wednesday. I see the trade higher into Tuesday, and then the same kind of a sell down into Wednesday. Same kind of bullshit noise into Wednesday. You'll see us trade higher. You'll see shorts step back in around that 400. We might get slightly higher. You might see us trade to. So here's the pivot right here, 402.27. Probably see us trade higher, slowly trade higher into Tuesday. Let's look at a 5-day chart. This is what I think will happen. You got Powell doom on Wednesday. So my thought process is that we trade up higher into Wednesday. Then you see the next attempt at a break of trend here, somewhere in here, between now and Wednesday. It might not. You might see some selling into the close of Tuesday in anticipation of JPOW. And then, of course, you're going to have JPOW out there trying to talk the market down as well, right? You're going to get that same talk from JPOW on Wednesday, and he's going to try to talk the market down. And then he'll probably try to step in.
But Williams says the Fed isn't pursuing a version of price level targeting.
So the open this morning, we were talking about JPOW and the Fed.
This stream
meeting.
Is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
You'll likely see JPOW try to sell the market down. The moment they hit that 3,500 or 3,200, you're going to see them step back in and try to relieve the pressure from the market. That's really what the Fed wants. They want that sideways trade and down slowly over time to buy themselves some time so that they can crash the market. And once that crash comes, it's just a small little push down, right? That's their intent or hope. But the reality is, it's not that much. I mean, you're talking about trying to trade the market sideways for 2 or 3 years. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you might see a bottoming between now and March. I think it started this past summer. I think it extends into March. I think it started in like July, August, and you're gonna see. I don't think you're gonna see that. I know like the 45 and the VIX. Everybody wants to see it. Man, they manipulate this market so much right now. I don't know if you're gonna get it. I think you're gonna get it. I just don't know if you're gonna get it on the timeline you want it. I think they're doing everything they can to fucking stop that. I think they want to give you like 45 in like 2025 or some bullshit. Talk about taking the piss, shit, or vinegar out of that trade. It'd be nasty. If you're a bear, that's not what you wanted to hear at that talk. For like your macro view on the market, it's not what you want to hear. You want to hear like we've fucked some shit up.
So House Financial Services CMTE schedules the FTX hearing for December the 13th.
That's really what you want to hear. You want to hear bad stuff.
So the House Financial Services Committee schedules the FTX hearing for December the 13th.
Yeah, but you don't get that though. What happens is, it's like, Harm's saying, I feel like bulls also want to hear he broke some stuff. Then we go back to QE lowering rates. Yeah, I agree with that. I think you see you will see it. I mean, in a 1 year, what you would see is if you broke something, you would see death and destructions. You'd see like something like this, and then we go way, way, way down. I think it's a fucking bloodbath. It ends up lasting like 3 months, 6 months, or something like that. That's when I always come back to the timing thing. Because in my view, I'm always like, well, let's say we crash the market today. I'm like, so we're in December. Let's say we crash the market into March. Or let's say we crash the market into like September of next year, of 2024. Let's say we just crash this market. I'm not against that. I'm saying to you that let's say we crash it into 2024. I'm trying to look at it from, well, do I think that the market could recover? End of 2024, start of 2025. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's such a fast timeline. I think it like takes time to shake out companies, bankrupt companies, get people unemployed. I think it's like the porn of it is there. I agree with the porn of it. Like I think we go there. I think sometimes we think to ourselves that it does it all and it's all going to happen in. I think it does on the. I think it happens on a timeline, but I just don't think it's the timeline that we think that it's going to be. I think the timeline that we're talking about with like the timeline that we want it to be, like we're going to crash everything down to the depths of hell forevermore. I don't think it's we're there yet. I think we're on that track. I just don't think that we're there yet. Because you kind of need that bloodletting. It's part of our economic cycle. It's part of our long and short-term debt cycles. So I agree with it 100%. I'm on it. Feel it. Know we're heading there right now. I just don't. If I'm like, oh well, you're telling me that we're gonna clean the slate like by March of this year? Probably fucking not. This shit's gonna it's gonna be a process. It's gonna be like a 2-3 year process of kicking out all that bad debt, kicking out all the shit bags, kicking out all the fucking shitty companies that are still holding on with their shitty products. We need some bankruptcies. We need some really bad shit. It's going to take a few years. It's going to take 2-3 years to have some horrible shit happen, which is horrible to say, but it's timeline wise. I don't know. I ain't buying that crash happening. Like I watched one guy was saying we're going to hit 2,400 by January. I'm like, come on. January? The fuck do you know that somebody else doesn't know? Maybe I could be wrong. I could easily be wrong in this. I'm just thinking about it in terms of like timeline, like time. Yeah, sideways trade trending down. That's more probable than. That's probably the most probable trade. That's what they're trying to do. Harm's saying agreed sideways trade trending down. That's what they're attempting to do. They're attempting to trade the market sideways and down slowly the next few years. And then some minor crash for recovery.
Williams has many cryptocurrency issues outside the Fed regulatory role.
That's what they're attempting to do. 100%. That's what they're attempting to do. The market has to play ball with that trade. The banks have to play ball with that trade. And so then the only question becomes, are they going to play ball with that trade? Are the banks willing to trade it sideways for 2 or 3 more years until we can get that crash? Unless there's some black swan that we don't know about. Like, that's true. Whoever said that point, too. If there's some kind of black swan event that we don't see or no one sees, you'll get that crash that we don't want or that they don't want. But I think it takes time. I think it takes time for this to play out, which sucks. What really sucks is they manufactured this in the first of the year because they didn't want to have the blow off top. You guys know that too, right? So they didn't want the blow off top.
It's not clear how crypto will ever serve as money.
They did the same thing. They did the same thing at the top that they're doing now at the bottom, which is they're trying to prevent just like the blow off top, they're trying to prevent the market meltdown. Yeah, I agree with that. The Fed doesn't want it anymore. I'm 100% with you, Harm. They don't want they made a big. So if some of you guys are young traders, if you could look back on The Big Short, the Treasury Department, just like a year before, you had like Janet Yellen out there. She was at the Treasury at that point. Treasury's whole job was to like never fuck with certain parts of our economy.
Militaries
and they did
have the confliction channel established for Ukraine war just once.
Banks used to be traded to all-time highs.
So just
Banks.
to repeat there, according to a source, US Russian militaries have used deconfliction channels established for the Ukraine war just once. Fitzwilliams says we need strong regulatory framework for stable coins.
So like back in the day, if you guys go back to the last the GFC, it's not really great financial crisis, but when they did, right, there was until that time there were like sacred cows that we didn't fuck with in our economy. We didn't fuck with certain things. We didn't fuck with like Jim Bob might have lost his job, might have lost his wife, but he wasn't going to lose his house. He was going to split that during the divorce and give her half that money. The great financial crisis, they weren't going to pay paychecks. They weren't going to pay a paycheck for a McDonald's worker on a Friday across the country, Walmart worker across the country, auto union worker across the country. Any kind of huge company wasn't getting a paycheck that Friday. It would have been, riots in the streets.
Biden administration to hold oil lease sale off Alaska coast.
Yeah, some of you guys out there know what I'm talking about. So some of you guys are too young.
Says the Fed is not close to reaching a decision on the CBDC.
There are some sacred cows in our economy that they don't want to fuck with, and so they're going to do anything that they possibly can not to have that happen. Now, you can see it. You can see how they trade banks now. There's no trust for banks anymore, and they're being forced to play ball so they don't come back out and pull some more bullshit. So like the great crash that everyone's talking about, they're going to do anything that they can to prevent it, and they're trying to time it too. Two events in our on Main Street, and do I think it works? I don't know. Do I think it's the right thing to do? I don't know. But they're certainly going to try. They're going to fail more than likely. We already know that they always do. Right? They get it wrong. They drove up the markets like crazy for 2 years. In 2020 and 2021, they went too high with it. So they'll probably do the same thing here at some point as well. But even the slow rollover in our market in January, it wasn't like a crazy, fever drive to the top. They stepped right in and stopped that blow off top. They're going to attempt to do that shit on the way down as well. They're going to try, and they already know that the moment that they pause or reduce rates, that they fucked something up. Yeah, they don't want those movies coming out. Harm's absolutely 100% fucking right. Carl Lee is 100% right. Made shorting MBS illegal in the '08 crash. Like all that, they have tools in place and rules in place to hopefully not allow that to happen. I'm sure they have meetings like they did in '07 with those same big players now and try to get them on board. There could be a fast move down. I'd be prepared for it for sure. I think we're getting the wave B up. Yeah, Yellen. She's fucking. Yeah, they've got her on tape back then saying that even if the market was to decline, they didn't think it would happen in the housing market. There wouldn't be if there was a crash in the stock market, it wouldn't affect the housing market. And sure than shit, that's exactly where it took place, right? Bulls midterms over now. I'd be curious how the Fed stops that downfall, though, especially with options driving the market. Yeah, I can agree with that to an extent. I can agree with that to an extent. Starting to sell off slightly here. A little bit of capitulation move still in the S&P 500. I want to be able to put some 1 to 3 month puts on though over here. I'm looking for one more attempt to grab a short position over here or a long put position over here. I'd like to get my trades on for the next month and a half. I just need that one little moment, either at the bell up here or sometime tomorrow over here, and build a position. I thought I'd be able to build one today with you guys live into the close, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Maybe tomorrow will be a better day. Still selling it down. Let's take a look around the market, see what's going on. Middle of the afternoon, it's what time is it right now? It's 12:52, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Not much left for the market to, not much volatility left for today. They've got big volatility on Wednesday and Thursday. Bulls really only have a chance.
So just taking a
Probably.
look into this piece, OPEC Plus seen considering deeper output cuts as oil markets falters. So OPEC and its allies are expected to consider deeply supply curbs when they meet this weekend against the backdrop of faltering global of the oil market.
Did XLE sell off that yet or no? Let's look at Myrna real quick. We'll revisit Myrna. Myrna bouncing off the pivot. Trying to reconsolidate here. Let's take a look at
So
Amazon.
Delegates from the group who until this week had predicted they would pause to assess the impact of the cuts now say additional reductions could be an option. Discussions within the alliance haven't yet formally got underway before the December 4th meeting.
Tesla trying to stay on R2.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
J&K is telling that the market is weak. On the 15-minute, they are now playing with the 200 DMA. We'll see if that can hold. There's still a gap down below here. We know that there's some supply down here. See, watch my cursor is. You can see this supply zone right in here. Or excuse me, demand zone, not supply. You can see the buyers here trying to push this up, Let me clean this up for you. They're trying to push it up from here. You can see the buyers stepped in here again. They stepped in the third time right here. Big push up, take profit. We'll see if the bulls can get a little rip into Tuesday or not, or if it's lower into Tuesday. So we're going to look to see if there's some interaction down here. If bond bulls will step in and try to push this back up one more time. There is this little gap down here. Bulls might want to be buying that and not currently where we are. This shows lower. This would translate lower on the S&P 500. HYG, kind of the same deal, right? Seth talked about the sellers above here. We know that there's some buying down below. The demand is down here, right? They pushed it up. Put a little bit more of a push here, and then this huge push up here. So those same buyers are more than likely still just waiting down here to buy. So we could see some weakness into the bell here. We'll see what happens into this bell. The bond buyers are probably down here waiting. If the bond buyers disappear from the bond market, that would be very ugly. We might just continue to see roll down over time. We'll take a look at the VIX here. VIX is consolidating for another move higher. You can see a little bull flag growing right here. Maybe they can get some legs into the bell today. See if we can get some selling into the bell. Hopefully, we'll see if that takes place. Bears want to see that nice Monday shit close and freak out. Oh, look at that! Did we just sell off in the SPY? I wasn't even paying attention. So the SPY just really started selling off here heavily. You've got underlying markers within, or excuse me, sectors that show you ahead what's going to take place into the market. We'd hope for a small bleed off into this bell down here into the close. See if the bears can hold on and trade this down. I hope that it trades up so I can put a better position. I don't want to buy spreads down here and then have it fucking go north on me. I'll be pissed off if that happens on Tuesday. So we'll see what happens here. And we'll take a look real quick. We've got some more. We'll look at BOOKMAP. You can see they're being stair-stepped down. So a new support level down here, just stair-stepping down the entire day here. Just non-stop stair-stepping. More sellers coming in right now on BOOKMAP. You can see heavy resistance. We'll see what happens here. What do you guys ask me in the bulls midterm over now? SPX looks double top on the 4-hour above the CPI gap up. Should be interesting at that gap. Breadth is too high. I entered my swing puts today on a few tickers. and the SPY. Yeah, I'm trying to enter some here, and I haven't got a chance once today. I want to see that 400 get rejected once more if I can. Yeah, I'm not buying puts. I'm not interested in puts. So just in a larger time frame, I'm not interested in puts down here at all. I've got like zero interest in puts right here. None. I want to buy puts slightly higher. I'd like to see that one. I'd like to see that one test. Let's see if I can show it in a better way of showing it. Oh, hold on. I'd like to see that either breakthrough, and then this move I'd like to take, like something in here, or I'd like to take the second, one or the other. I'll take puts either place. I'll either take puts here for a breakthrough, or I'll take puts here for the next leg. I don't like the puts in here. That's a pretty big trade. I put a lot of money in that trade. I don't want to get fucked up on it. No, I do live trading 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. We're rolling into a new format where we're going to attempt to support the stream with voluntarily. We'll see how that works. That should roll out tonight, and then for tomorrow, and then if it voluntarily supports itself, we'll continue to do it every day, day in, day out. If it doesn't voluntarily support itself, we'll see if we can run part of the stream for just supporters, and then if that doesn't work, we'll just go back to the free stream. But some of this stuff costs money to produce, and my wife doesn't want me to spend the money any longer. So I'm not the boss of that. Is Tesla rolling over? Let's take a look. It looks like it. That looks like a double top on Tesla, doesn't it? That looks kind of nasty. That looks like distribution to me. That doesn't look pretty. It's looking pretty ugly. Tesla's looking sickly right now. Tesla's looking like it's in some distribution. Yeah, the Bears want to take this right down into the bell in here. I'm gonna take a quick piss break. It's 1:00 in the afternoon. Let's see. It's 1:00 exactly. I'll be back for 2 p.m. I want you to. Do you want me to leave it on? Do you want me to put it on BOOKMAP, or I can leave it on the paper chart or the candlestick chart? This is the BOOKMAP chart. Let me see if I can. I don't know if you guys can see that better like that. There's some firm sellers coming in right here on a candlestick chart. These BOOKMAP sellers have moved down now. Let me see. That's not demand. That's switched to. Hold on. These are sellers. Maybe I'm just writing the wrong shit. These BOOKMAP sellers have moved down right here. They're trying to get a push down below into this close. The bears want to see you got people saying this is a double bottom, but the bears are trying to push this down into this close. If they're successful here, you'll get this close down here. I think it was at 395 or something. We were showing it earlier. If not, though, you will see a squeeze higher. If these sellers can't hold on, you will see a squeeze into the bell. Let me know if you want to see. I'm going to take a quick break. While I'm gone, I'll be gone for like 15 minutes. Not too long. Just need to take a piss and eat an apple or something. Let me know if you want to see this. Let me know in the chat if you want to. You know what I'll do? How about this? I got something better for you. This will be cool. Hang tight. I got something cool. Do something cool. There's this one. There's the pivot point. Give me just a second here. I was gonna say I'll put just I'll put. Oh, hold on. Oh, check that out. Is that cool? Hold on a second here. Give me just a second here. You like that? I'll leave it just like this while I'm on break, so you have both on. Does that work for you guys? And I'll hide my camera. Hold on here. So now you got both. See if I can bring this down. Give me just a second here. I gotta bring the banner has to be behind BOOKMAP, right? Is that better for you guys heading into while I take a break? Is that cool? That's good. Okay. So now you've got a BOOKMAP rolling alongside a paper map. You can kind of see where it's at, and see this dotted line down here. Hold on. That's that same number, 339.80. So 39.80 is was that $1.50 less? So 38.50. Let me see if I can. Give me a second here. Right there. That should play out well for you. Okay, so I'll be right back and take a quick break. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Yeah, you can chart in Bookmap, Winky. But it looks like dog shit. The charting in Bookmap kind of sucks. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. It's kind of bullshit that they don't have. It's kind of bullshit that they don't have like a the full bookmap suite kind of has those options. Where the resting orders are, but they're not. They're still not. It's still not like I know what you're saying, and I 100% agree with you.
we are shortly expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo operation. $90 counterparties take $2.055 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So in 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, I could be expecting possible comments from UK's Prime Minister Sunak. That's British Prime Minister Sunak delivering a speech at the annual Lord Mayor's banquet in London. Don't have an indication of a text or Q&A for UK's PM Sunak. So just seeing S&P Global research being cited by the Wall Street Journal here says that extremely high prices and aggressive rate hikes will weigh on the affordability and aggregate demand in the US in 2023. The economic outlook says so S&P Global research on economic outlook for the US says it's tipping toward a recession. Says with the Russia-Ukraine conflict ongoing, tensions over Taiwan escalating, and China's slowdown exacerbating supply chains. Continued high prices through most of the next year. Fed's decision to aggressively raise rates, leading to households to pull back spending. It now expects GDP growth to weaken to minus 0.1% in 2023. Peak to trough, US GDP will decline by 0.8%, with a mild recession in line. The S&P Global Research says with odds that the US economy will avoid a recession over the next 12 months diminished, they continue to expect the US will fall into a recession. So 5 minutes away now to the bottom of the hour, where we're expecting comments from UK's PM Sunak, who delivers a speech at the annual Lord Mayor's banquet in London.
All right, I'm back. Got up, hit the weights. So I did some curls and shit. Went for a walk. There ain't shit happening right now. There is nothing happening. It's like break time for everybody out there, too. It's not just me. Let's look at Tesla. You guys want to look at Tesla?
The Nord Stream updates the Russia-Germany pipeline outages end date to April the 1st, 2023.
I'll be interested to see what happens here in this VWAP on Tesla. So quite an explosive move off VWAP here. We're in some distribution. It'd be interesting to see if there's any interaction down here. So if we get someone 185.50 or not. Just kind of looking for VWAP. Took my hair out of my bun, let my hair flow. Got some water. Didn't get any coffee. I should have got some coffee. Doing the curls gets the girls. I don't want to grow old. I was like, I don't want to grow old and and like I want to have a good second half to my life. I want to become like a what's this? We getting a little bit of turnaround here. What are we doing? We come back? What's going on over here? We getting bullish second half of the day? I don't know. What's going on over here? Bears better get on the ball here. Yeah, I don't want to lose my that shit all happens now. Like they talk about like your age. Like you can see there's like an average, like you hit like 60 or something, and people either look fucking like they look 60 or they don't. Like all that shit catches up to you. Every like when you're like 30, I think it's like I forget if I have the right ages or not. But like when you hit 30, you can look 30 till you're like 50 or something like that. When you hit 50, like you can kind of start looking like 50 for a while, but if you don't, you start looking like you're 60 before you're 60. You know what I mean? Like see dudes out there. You entered 398 Cs. Yeah, I don't know where we go here. You can see the bears are going to want to pin this market down. I mean, if you're a bear, what you want. If you're a bear, you know what you want. You know you want. Yeah, you can see right here, right? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. See if I can bring it over for you. If you're a bear for this next leg down, you want to break below and a hold. You want to like drown this channel. So, you know, you don't want this. You know, you really want to like drown it under. And you want to like pin it and hold it.
Be expecting comments from UK's PM Sunak as they deliver a speech at the annual Lord Mayor's banquet in London. There's no indication if there is media availability for this. We'll keep our eyes out.
You really want that like that pin and push down for Wednesday. What bears don't want to see is any kind of reclamation of this channel. You know, because then it starts to fuck around until Wednesday and then it rolls over. You don't want to see this kind of nonsense. Well, bears don't want to see this kind of nonsense. Bears want to like dunk the head of this channel, pin it down there for a couple days, and eventually, you know, cut the fat loose and just start heading down. It's a key point here for a bear is to break below this channel. This is what a bear wants. What a bear wants. What a bear needs. He needs this right here. Because otherwise, you're going to get a test or two, right? You know that typically that's what you'll do. You either break below it. The bulls will try to fight back, and eventually they'll cut the fat loose, and we'll head down to the next level. If the bears can't get below this channel, then they're gonna it's gonna play fuck around up here. It's kind of one of those weird places. So, the move was Sunday night. I think I posted that too, right? I posted that on Sunday night or Saturday. I think I posted. If you weren't short on Wednesday or Friday and over the weekend, that fucking prime opportunity to do it on Sunday, on Sunday futures. Like the move's already been made. Even if we go down here, I think the last part of this move is for the the bears want to get underneath, or bears that have been short since last week want to get out. They would prefer to get underneath this channel before Wednesday. Do we go underneath the channel before Wednesday? I don't know. I can't answer that part of it. That shit's, you could roll a dice and it would fucking be 50-50. I don't know if it's going to be now or if it's going to be Wednesday. There's no real like someone will tell you after it happens. But as far as, when it happens, it can happen now or it can happen. There could be a reaction off that line. Let's find out what the number is there too, if there's a reaction. Let's look at, I didn't look at that. Let's see what that number is. So into the bell, it's like 397.06, somewhere down here. 397.02. I'll put another line there. I don't know why it's not showing up on the smaller time frame. Maybe that will, like, where to expect a. Hold on here. It's right here. You would expect a reaction. You're going to expect a bounce right about here. See that little green line right there? You're going to expect some kind of a reaction. I guess if you wanted to, if we keep selling off down here, you want to add some calls right here, or close some puts out down here. I would expect you could break through it briefly, but you'd probably get like a snapback, like you'd punch through and then boom. We'll see if there's any reaction here. This is where that channel is somewhere in here. What are you guys saying here? I bought curl bar for my 10. Let me see what you guys doing. I bought a curl bar for my 10 and 12-year-olds, and that's what I tell them. They act like they don't care, but I see them using it quite a bit when I'm not around. Yeah, you gotta. Age catches up with you. I've got friends, like you go and you see your friends that you grew up with, and I have some friends that, like tragically they've destroyed their bodies. And, you have like the private conversation where they're like, these aren't public conversations. They're amongst like lifelong friends, and you hear some of the destruction that some of my buddies have done to their bodies. It's like, fuck, like it runs the gamut, like either from drinking or from hard work. Not, hard work, hiking, biking, it doesn't matter, skiing, it could be anything. Like dudes, women do it too, but men tend to destroy themselves as they live their lives, which is a good thing because you get to great experiences. I fucked up my body in a bunch of ways too, but that shit like catches up to you. You start tacking on like half decades and decades, and then you get tired and you get hurt and you're in pain, and then you're not using your brain and you're not using your physical body, and it leads to decline later in life, and it like snowballs. Yeah, not seeing much on BookMap either, right? Just staircasing down 3965. is showing some support down there. You can see him staircasing us down. And you can also see this new level coming into play down below. It just looks like stair stepping all day long, stair stepping down here. Just stair stepping down, stair stepping down. Well, you see the if you're a young guy or if you're a young woman or whatever, you're out there, you have to like. I don't know about the kids today. When I was a kid, no one ever said like, "Oh, protect your body." Like it was like, well, I played soccer, and it was crazy. And then I played. I was on ski team, and blew up my knees with that. Blew up my knees with soccer. Like all these crazy things. Joined the army. I did the army thing, and the army thing is probably the worst. I hike and bike too, surf, that kind of shit. The army thing. What hurt me from the army the most was the exercising. The exercising in the military was meant as a form of some kind of fucked up form of punishment. They were just starting to mix in like yoga and tai chi and stuff like that, but it wasn't the focus. There was like, we're gonna smoke you until you're. That's the crazy part too, is that it wasn't the deployments didn't hurt me or that I know of that hurt me. But like long-term damage was the constant smoking in the beginning of my time in the army. It wasn't the stuff later on. It was most certainly the I forget what you'd call that, the kind of punishment. I don't know if they do that. I've talked to some people in the army today. They say they don't do it as bad as they used to. Not like they used to. But I think that shit did permanent damage. Like we do like thousands of push-ups in a day. Like not thousands. We do like 1,000 in a day. Every day, every day, every day. No rest. Weeks and weeks and months on end. I think they did that for a year and supine bicycles over and over and over and over and over and over. As a matter of fact, I was talking to an army buddy, and they don't have a test anymore for running like they used to. I was running like a 10:50 2-mile. It's like a sub 5-minute first mile, and then just over a 5-minute mile second mile. Then you can't get those numbers out of soldiers anymore. They're not doing that with soldiers anymore. Back then you were like real thin. Matter of fact, I was some 6'1", and when I was in the army, I weighed 165 pounds at 6'1", and it was just fucking ripped, like skinny, ripped, zero fat on me, but not big muscles either. So of course it's just destroying your joints, destroying your cartilage and all this other shit, and then you're humping packs that are 100 fucking plus pounds, full battle rattle shit. That was probably the worst. That was worse than any deployment I was ever on. There could have been like secret shit that I didn't know, burn pits and shit. But other than the burn pits and stuff, like the real fucked up thing was always the training. The training was always like, went to this winter training and fucking could have died. This cold weather training shit that I went through was like fucking gnarly. Fucking gnarly. Like worse than I've ever been. They tell you, like, what they teach you so that so you know what it feels like in case you're ever in that situation, right? They want you to know what it's like. But I'm telling you, some of that shit is like, they fucking would do it over and over and over and over and over again. They're like guys dying at fucking on FT. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I'm going to go into it. I'm deaf as fuck. I'm deaf. I can't hear shit. I'm deaf as. So the big problems I took away was the damage to my. Big problems I took away from the military was damage to my joints, and then my eyesight is fucked up, and my hearing is fucked up. I got problems with hearing, and I've got problems with my sight. And I used to have 10/20 vision. I still have far vision, but I've got problems with light coming into my eyes. It's like night visions, that kind of stuff. I'm having problems with that. And my hearing, of course. Hearing is fucked up. I can't hear a fucking thing. That's all from the fucking shooting and the explode. Yeah, whatever. Like, I I got buddies telling me to go to, like, people sue for that shit now, like the hearing, the earplugs and shit they'd issue, these orange earplugs they used to give you. No one wears any fucking earplugs. No one ever wore any fucking earplugs. Ever. Let's see if we can clean that up right there. Make this nice and pretty. It was so fucked up. The army was a fucked up place. I got buddies, like I got friends trying to tell me to get more yeah, the countless Motrin didn't heal me. No, I remember that shit too. The countless Motrin. Yeah, the knees over toes. What do you guys listen? What you guys are saying? I'm just reading through your comments right now. The countless Motrin, dude. They would, like, you'd get a. I never even knew about. So I never even knew that I could go to like sick calls so many times and not get any trouble. So of course you're like, fuck it, I'm going today. I haven't gone in fucking a month. So you'd like go there and you have a real problem. You'd be like, I'm all fucked up over here. I'm all fucked up over there. And they would fucking give you Motrin. They'd fucking tell you you're a liar. I would sit there and sick call and they'd fucking call me all kinds of fucked up shit. Meanwhile, you got some fucking soldier fucking going AWOL, fucking not showing up to his fucking guard duty and shit. And you'd see him back. You'd see him back like 2-3 days later. You'd be like, what about that fucking shit bag over there? You guys want me to chart out IWM for you? All right, give me a second here. I'll do IWM for you. Yeah, the army was a fucked up thing. I've heard that that's changed. I hear that they're still stinky about like mold and shit and all that kind of nonsense, but oh, look at that. IWM, man. Oof. I'm looking at it right now. It looks like it wants to fucking collapse. I don't know if I'd call that I don't think this is good. Have a look at IWM. IWM looks like it wants to cut it loose. Hang tight. I'm looking at it right now. IWM's got a huge gap down below at like 167. Are we going to get a collapse like today? That'd be interesting if it happened today for no reason. Give me a second. I'm looking at it right now. No, it just looks weak into the bell. It doesn't look, I mean, it looks weak. It looks weak as fuck. I mean, it doesn't look bullish at all. Looks like, you know what it looks like? Like weak into the bell and then a dip buy for Tuesday. That's what it looks like. But you are right. I mean, it looks like bloodbath, and actually, it's selling off right now. I wasn't looking at the daily. It's selling off pretty fierce right now. I was looking at a 15-minute chart. It was looking.
So the USTR office says that Thai and France's Finance Minister Le Maire agreed that the US and EU should work together to deepen bilateral understanding of the US Inflation Reduction Act. So French Finance Minister Le Maire raised concerns over some provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act in a meeting with US Trade Representative Tai. The representatives of the EU governments end the meeting on the price cap on Russian seaborne crude oil without an agreement. So again, just to repeat there, representatives of the EU government end the meeting on the price cap on Russian seaborne crude oil without an agreement.
So last time we
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
last time we broke trend on, we had a sell off into the bell, and then this could you deal with this shit right here? This sell off in the bell and then this move. That's some crazy shit right there, right? So you'd see a sell off into the bell and then a move like that. Could you do that? There's a giant gap right here that's been left unfilled too. So, I mean, this is bearish. We know that. Or intraday, it's bearish. What you want to see is this right here. But you don't want to see that. That's nasty. And I'm sure this move right here was, I'm fucking short. I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure that no one was ready for that. So this looks pretty bearish here, but on the intraday, it's looking pretty bearish. Every time we have one of those fucking bearish sell-offs, though, it's like a nasty move down. Seems like it slingshots back up. Not here. I'd say it's bearish into the bell on IWM. This is the kind of thing with SPY that you don't like to see, right? Like with SPY, you don't want to see like a break below trend channel and then a rejection, right? This kind of a thing. This is very bearish. Well, generally speaking, it's very bearish. Let's look around the market real quick. Let me hide bookmap real quick, just so we can look around the market. XLE, the initial sell or the initial buy on XLE was sold off. Still following a trend. There was a big giant gap to fill above here. There are a lot of people calling for XLE to go down to like $60 too, somewhere in there. And you can look at XLE, you know, it's got some room to fall, right? I've got this target down here that I want to see. I want to buy this down here at $80. It's kind of high at 90 right there. You'd like to see this initial move cool off. I'd like to buy down here. But XLE is more dependent upon the rigs and stuff like that. Some guys out there are very bullish on the rigs and the infrastructure. USO got bought though today. This is a bullish development here, right? Buy here, some demand coming in. You see the demand down here. Demand slightly higher now. Nice sideways trade here. I like to see this consolidation. This could be taken as a bearish flag here. You know, eventually see this move higher and then a failure and it rolls over. People love this people love this year, specifically this year, they love the just the regular oil trade, but USO, man. This is back in September. Big trade. Another big trade here. see if there's a place to sell it. It's probably somewhere in here, right? There's another place in here that they're going to be looking to sell above. Bears are going to tell you that they're going to sell it right up in soon. This could be tonight, right? Or you're going to squeeze up. If you ever take this trade, this USO trade, there could be a take prop. I wouldn't trade options on this, but there could be like just a buy and hold overnight. But you'd have to be able to sell it by more, like 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever. That's the thing that sucks about oil is you get these giant moves in pre-markets and post-markets. Like you want to be taking profit predefined, so you don't see this kind of nonsense coming into tomorrow. What you really want to do is like see that move right there. This is a good move down here, though. They bought it right here. They bought it right here. I like this Brent oil trade. This has been a pretty solid trade. I bought Brent oil last week and made some pretty decent money. Sold it in the morning. This has been a pretty consistent. I mean, these are pretty consistent trades, but you got to get them. You have to catch them on these bounces.
So, according to the first day declaration, BlockFi's substantial exposure to FTX created the liquidity crisis.
Beautiful.
Again, BlockFi again today did file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, saying their substantial exposure to FTX created a liquidity crisis.
With new predefined buys and sells on this stuff because they move like. I like that too. I'd like to see all this gap get closed over here and an attack on this up here. That'd be awesome. I like this down. Some people don't. If you look at it a longer, I'm sure there's a bunch of and a lot, farther time zone. You're pretty much being told to buy this right here. Boom, huge move. Decent move. This move is probably not done. I don't know. Maybe it is done. Maybe it is done. I'd like to see that get closed at least. I'm sure this is what the bulls are looking for. At least close that gap, failure, and then bam, something like that. B&O. We've got some news coming out that impacts B&O too, right? They keep, is it Russia or someone keeps postponing or something? I could be wrong on this. I haven't been paying attention to this trade for a few days. Like a week now, I haven't been paying too much attention to it, but I like the B&O trade. Looks like Myrna's trying to come back. Nope. Bounced off, ricocheted off R1. It's getting bearish. Myrna's getting bearish now. A little bit. Guess you could call that both ways, but ripped up to R3, sold below it, came back up to VWAP and rejected. I guess there could be a an argument. This looks like supply coming in. Sellers. Doesn't look like they're done yet. Sold it. Selling it again. And they're just looking for one more. They want to sell this pivot. They want to see a rollover here. And they want to see one more sell down here. Amazon's looking pretty fucking shoddy. This is bad for Tesla. Definitely bad for Tesla. Tesla's looking nasty. Double top. Distribution. Bulls have disappeared on Tesla. They said, fuck you, I'm out. Took the money and ran. And now we've got
Just noting US stocks extending their fall here. The S&P 500 down around 1.4% at the moment. And no indication of a headline catalyst for this move. We're just keeping our eyes out.
I don't know why this isn't matching up. All this. I don't know why that's not matching up on different time horizons. So this is that channel that we're talking about on yeah, that's about it. I mean, it's kind of right. Let's see if I can clean that up. It's right here. We've broken through now. Coming to the 200 on the 15-minute down here. And SPY is just fucking selling it. I'm assuming that IWM is still selling it too. Bloodbath into the bell. Let's take a look at it. Just bloodbathing it down. 396.47. I wasn't, I'll be honest with you. I wasn't expecting this much bleed today. I was expecting like this bounce, this trade to be over somewhere in here. So watching this, this is all beautiful for bears. This is very bearish in the market, without a doubt. You're breaking that trend. That weekly trend is being broken.
According to diplomats, the EU discusses a Russian oil price cap as low as $62 a barrel. So EU talks break today with no deal on the cap, according to diplomats.
Yeah, still no deal with Russia.
The EU discusses a Russian oil price cap as low as $62 a barrel.
So this is a very, very bearish, which is good for bears. Bears want to see this breakdown.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
They want to get underneath.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
On a Monday, 1.5% decline on the SPY on a Monday. So you're looking at this move right here, right, is bullshit now, right? This move has been told you no. Well, kind of. There was demand here and here, but this move is becoming weak, and so you've got a giant gap down here. You can see this whole move can get erased now. So big move for down below. Bears want to hold this into the bell, and any kind of reclamation up here by bulls means nothing. The door is open at this point to lower prices. So for Wednesday, you want to be looking for 387 as the next leg down, with this door being opened and trading below here. You've broken through. Let's look at the 5-day chart. Come on here. So you've got this break below, right? We've broken previous low. We have new lows, right? No more lower highs. Excuse me. High was on the open today. We've broken through the lows going back to the 23rd, and right down in here is the 22nd, and the low here is we'll move this to the whatever the low is on the 22nd. So obviously you're going to want to break the low on the 22nd, and then the next low you're looking for is at 392, and then we'll keep breaking them. There's another one at 390. So the path is most certainly down. Most certainly. Just pushing it lower and lower. And let me bring BOOKMAP back up for you real quick so you can see BOOKMAP. Just staircasing it down. Hold on here. See if I can put this back on the 1 day. Just breaking everything today. Just breaking it. And I would expect this to keep going down. It's not done. Probably not done going down. You want to touch that. You want to touch the bottom of that. Or you broke the channel, right? Did we break the channel? I didn't even look to see if we broke it. Yeah, we broke through it. So any kind of a reclamation here. You'd have to say that the bull case is dog shit down here. And when you break through these channels like this, it's pretty much telling you that the channel is done. Not always, but oftentimes it's just opening the doors to lower levels. So this is that first trade. This first trade of this channel was a success for bears. Bears now want to take this next
from Fed's
trade
US economy
down.
at greater risk of shock that could cause a recession. Fed balance sheet drawdown happening smoothly. Says the banks are okay with holding reduced levels of reserves, and Fed's Williams doesn't see signs of the bank reserves shortage forming. Says inflation risks are still to the upside,
Bull
and the labor
trap.
market has proved more resilient than expected. Those were just comments released from Fed's Williams as he spoke to reporters following his speech earlier today.
See if I can make this prettier for you. Am I on a one day here? I need to be on a one day when I'm doing this. Hold on here. You get the pivot down. You've got a break here of BOOKMAP sellers. You've got the lower price target down below here, this lower green box down below. Still trading within channel, a down channel. Have broken any kind of supports that we have. And we've broken through that channel now. So the door is open for much, much lower. Door is wide open for a move lower. We'll keep that there. We'll keep a look on. Let me see if I can take a look at BOOKMAP here.
Just looking to the sentiment, reasoning behind this S&P 500 continued downside move. And so risk assets could be at threat, as we're seeing now the first day declaration from BlockFi following, confirming the FTX ripple effect throughout the crypto asset market, as well as negative sentiment being caused by the outrage in China as well over the COVID-0 lockdown.
I don't know if I believe that's the reasoning for the selling. I think that's being used as an excuse for the selling. I think it's time to sell. So we got. I'd like to see Amazon at 90 by the end of this week for a big old buy. I think the whole market's hedged. I don't think anyone's not hedged here. I think everyone's hedged this market. I think it was pretty clear to hedge the market on Friday. What are you guys saying in here? Calls out for Apple rumor. Hold on. If our Powell, I'd be pissed. Market is higher than we told it down. So mad about the Fed speaker. Fucking shook me out of my perfect put position. I think the Fed speaker, the Fed speaker stuff isn't really. You can't have like a 50-point move down and call the Fed speaker position bearish on the market. This is just intraday bullshit. This has nothing to do with Fed speakers or what they're going to do or where the market's headed. You guys already know prior to this week that we're topping in the market. It's normal for us to sell off here. We can make excuses for whatever that is. If there was anything bearish or hawkish about what the Fed was actually saying, you would have seen like a 400-point drop in the stock market. And you're just not seeing that 400-point drop in the stock market. So the intraday stuff is really not the reason that we're selling off here. And the FTX bullshit is not why we're selling off. You'd see like 500 points down in a day. This is just slow, methodical selling. None of this looks like there's anything really bad going on. Calls out Apple. Rumors taking Twitter app by... Is there really an Apple rumor? Oh, off the store? Calls out of Apple for rumors of taking a Twitter app off the store. I didn't know about that. Tesla doesn't even use Apple's CarPlay. Tesla has zero leverage over Apple. I don't know anything. I haven't checked to see what's going on with the whatever those rumors are. Winky's saying he'd like to see Amazon at $90 by the end of this week for a big old buy. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm going with Larry Williams in that trade. He was weird. Larry Williams was saying something about buying Amazon now, but then on his charts, man, it looked like the better buy was in March. I could be wrong on that. I tried to watch that video on Amazon, Winky, a couple times. Spock Emma points out potential risk December 1st to 16th, especially in poor hedge market. I think the market's all fully hedged. Yeah, they just make up news and shit. They just make up news where they just make up news for where we're going down. It's kind of fucking stupid.
The BlockFi confirming that they liquidated crypto in order to boost their cash position, according to the Chapter 11 filing.
Apple got a big red bar. Let's see, Apple. Ooh. Fuck yeah, Apple. Hell yeah. Amazon didn't fucking... See, this is what we need. You need This is the shit, right? Like, see this Amazon right here? See how you get like that? What? I don't know why Apple's doing the big red bar. I was saying, if you want to see the market crash, you want to see fucking Amazon big red bar in it, not Apple. We already know fucking Apple's gonna sell. We already know that shit's happening. It's this shit back here. You want to see this shit fail. You want to see Amazon fail. Not fucking Apple. Fuck Apple right now. You want to see Amazon fail. You start seeing Amazon fail, motherfucker's going to be in trouble. I want to see the portfolio managers cut Amazon loose. Still bloodbathing into the close. 396.32. This is kind of like the channel down right here, so just be just be clear on this right here. You might see somewhere in here some kind of a relief bounce for this bloodbath into the bell. So if you're inputs or whatever, think about taking some off and repositioning once again. And then following this channel down all day long today. Just all day long. No stopping. Good job on the Bears, by the way. Good job. If you're a bear out there. Abraham C., what are you guys saying? Review appears to be consensus. Crocify streams look good. Thanks, Joey. Appreciate it. Spock Emma says that big sell is possible in the next couple weeks. Cap, when do you think you'll buy individual stocks again to hold long term? Love the stream, sir. Thanks, James. It's weird. I used to trade stocks and stopped trading stocks in the end of 2019. Was it? No, 2020. I stopped stock trading. Was it end of 2000? Remember that? Yeah, I think it was 2020. And then I spent 2020 trading the S&P 500. And then we sold it, I think in September, we started talking about selling the S&P 500. And then we were like, there could be one more fucking rip. And there was. I think there was a rip in like October or November. And then it kind of traded sideways into December. And we started selling the market. I'm not ready to buy stocks again until... it could be 2025. That's what I think it's going to be. 2025. I think when the repricing comes, I'd probably buy
S&P 500 extending declines further down to some 1.52% now.
It'll probably be the same way. If we go up for the next couple of years, if there is a reversal, let's say let's say this is still part of the bottoming. Let's say we have that weak December, then we have the weak March, but we have the strongest part of the year. Next year, I still probably wouldn't buy stock for that trade if it does materialize. I'd probably just stick with the S&P 500. I still want to see whether it's now or it's 2025. I want to see that fucking sell. I want to see that big giant let out. I want to see Amazon at $40. I want to see Tesla down the 136 we were talking, that price target of 136. I want to see Tesla like $90, if not lower, before I rebuy again. I think most bulls do too. I think like stock buyers and holders, like long-term market participants, know that we have to be down to a price that's you can buy it and hold it for 5 years or 3 years or 10 years. I don't know if even in this cycle, whether we go up or down from here, it's now. Matter of fact, if we crashed, like if we had a market crash today, or like this month, there are some people on Twitter that are calling for, people on YouTube, like some big people saying you will have 2,400 by January 1st. I don't know that I'd buy that bottom. I wouldn't trust the bottom. I might trust the bottom for a short 2 years, maybe 3 years. But if we did have a crash right now, I would be fearful of I'd be very fearful of thereafter, from that point forward. I don't think that we can reset our debt cycle this January. I don't think we can reset it. I think it's going to take time to reset the debt cycle. I think it's going to take like 2-3 more years. So I think that has partially to do with it.
So just seeing some more color via a Wall Street Journal reporter on Twitter speaking about the EU meeting today on the Russian oil price cap. Says that interestingly, Poland's no on the price cap was backed by Lithuania and Estonia, but not Latvia, which is an intriguing Baltic split. Lawrence Norman, Wall Street Journal reporter, notes.
And what sucks about that too is you want that moment, right? Like the easiest market is to just buy a big bottom, and you'll see the rise of stock pumpers and all that shit again. But I don't think we're close to I don't think we're there yet. I don't think you've seen bottom on like Amazon, Tesla, Apple, any of these companies, Facebook, Meta, whatever the fuck they want to call themselves. So that's preferably where I like to buy those bottoms, and then.
So more comments from a diplomat here as representatives of the EU governments are to meet again today to discuss the price cap on Russian seaborne crude oil.
Like risk-free trading. Maybe that makes me most bearish. I guess I don't see the market bottoming for 3 years at least.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I just think that I'm more on the camp of it's a process and it's going to take time. And I don't like, like you want to buy, like when I'm buying stock, like I want to buy it and be able to sell puts on it. I don't want to fucking come in tomorrow. Like imagine buying like Amazon at 90 and it's like $45. That shit might not come back for like 10 years. Like, you want that one sweet moment. That one sweet moment that you can buy and be like, oh, we're good. Like Disney, you guys are looking at Disney, right? That was some horrible shit on Disney. Horrible on Disney. Let's look at Disney. When talk about soul crushing. I think it's that 90s. Good thing we brought Disney up. I mean, look at that. I mean, you're back to what? 2014 or something insane. Fucking monthly. Jesus. This is going to be soul crushing if you didn't get out over here. It's going to be soul crushing. Yeah, soul crushing. They're breaking all the supports for today for the SPY. Trading down, broke through the weekly channel on SPY. Definitely looking to head lower or to keep below that channel. We want to keep, if you're a bear or a bull or whatever, you want to keep it just below this channel here. Now they've broken through here. Bears want to maintain underneath and hope for some kind of a plunge by Wednesday. Maybe it'll come by Friday. So we'll see. I'm gonna look at some Friday puts for what the price is for Friday puts down there. Where's that's the first, right? This is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So the second, like 387s. Nice trade. This is where I hope we get to, is down somewhere down in here. We're still following that path. This is the path that we posted on Twitter. You can see this green line as we head down right here. Bounced off it. Right here. Shit pump. Slam right down onto it again. And you're going to expect more of the same at some point. It's a beautiful trade right there. What is that? 403. Already trading down to 396. It's a beautiful move right here. Gorgeous move. See where we're at here. What else? Not saying what happened, but that it can't happen. I think Larry was saying the tech tends to do well after 12-1. You know, Winky, I was looking at what Larry was saying. You should look back at that video. I was looking at it, and when I was looking back in that video, he was doing like a comparison between. I think he was showing like the Amazon comparison. He was doing a something about trend and price action. I don't remember exactly what it was off the top of my head. I'm gonna have to rewatch it again. You know what I'll do is I'll watch it again after market close today. Market is hedged for 12-16 OPEX. Yeah, I think the market's hedged very well. It's Cyber Monday. Amazon making money. Tesla green. Apple big red. Yeah, is Tesla still green right now? Did they save that? Yeah, Tesla sold off. They're now at their pivot again, right back to the start. Take a look here. See, Elon's whole argument is really stupid. I haven't been paying attention to social media all day long. I've missed anything with Apple and Tesla. Someone give me a synopsis. Elon's questioning Apple's ethics on Twitter right now. You think we get down to 385 by the bell? Yeah, probably. Do I think we'll get down here? Yeah, fuck yeah, I do. Maybe, I don't know. At some point, they'll close shorts. Carson's just bottom in. You're doing great with job with the stream. Thanks, Zach. I appreciate it. Tesla holding green. Carson suggests bottom in for Q1. Suggested bottom in Q1. Is Tesla turning up again? What's your viable target for Apple? Please check Tesla. I think I checked Tesla. So this is the pivot for Tesla turning bearish. See where my cursor is right there. Is broken through into distribution back here, right? Broke through here, broke through this white right here, broke through VWAP. It'll have a tendency to want to come back to VWAP, as you know, but I would think that it sells off. IWM was looking fucking bearish into the bell, right? It's still kind of selling off into the bell. I'd like to buy this close, though, to be honest with you. I might try to buy that close. I might try buying that. I hope it gets super bearish into the bell. We're at down a 1.5 on SPY. Stayed in trend all day long. None of this has changed, right? Sold the rip, sold the rip, sold the rip. Every kind of a move higher here has been sold. Depends on what we do into the close. If we do something weird, like sell this and then we're up here at the bell, I'd expect this to happen into the close. Something nasty like that. Let me see if I can bring that over so you can. So you can see it. So let's say, see if I can close that. Hold on here. I'd be wary of buying a dip down here. It might go up. You see a hammer candle or something, but like if we slam down here and then trade this up into the bell, and then we get some kind of stupid capitulation into this close, I mean that's pretty fucking ugly right there, right? You buy a dip and then fucking wham right into the bell, and they don't let the shorts up until tomorrow. It'd be pretty fucking nasty. I'd be wary of buying this. You might be able to buy it for a little bit, an hour or two. I think Gem is calling. What's your buyable target variable? Please check Tesla. I think Gem is calling for more 60-0% returns. We have good, bad years. It won't be a true bottom for a long time. There will be good, bad years in between. Short seller. I like all those people. All those people you guys are. I like all those guys that you're calling out. By the way, 37p for Friday or 93 cents. Sold SPX 420 puts today. Wrote Goody. Anyone recommend a trading app that allows for less collateral need to play derivatives? Would you wait for one more bounce to buy your put spread in March? No, I'm not buying my put spread in March yet. No way. On a larger time frame, this is not the time. Absolutely not. We got a lot of way to go. We have a long way to go, boys. You guys don't seem to understand. You guys get so caught up in the moment. There's so much leg to go down. It's not even funny. You guys get so amped on like I need to be in the trade. I missed it. Now I need to be in it right now. Just have patience. Just chill. I've been reading the Spot Gamma daily notes. No, so I stopped subscribing to Spot Gamma. They tend to be wrong at almost every critical juncture in the market, whether it's a top or a bottom. I'll be honest with you. Their calls on the market to me are absolutely wrong at the worst possible fucking times.
Just for those interested, just seeing
Wrong.
filing here that BlockFi schedules its first bankruptcy hearing for Tuesday, November 29th. It's at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
I think I stopped trading alongside BookMap. What are we at? We're in November. I think I stopped trading using Spot Gamma in the springtime. I'm not positive. Spring or summer, I can't remember. But I find Spot Gamma to be wrong. How about this? Why don't you go back so we were talking about buying put spreads on Wednesday and Friday. Were they talking about the market rolling over Wednesday, Friday? Let me know, because I feel like they miss it by a day, and they're like, take it long, and then like a week later or a few days later, they explain away themselves. They explain away how they were wrong or some shit. They never say we were wrong. Should have fucking sold there. I feel like they miss it by like one trading session. It's always like one trading session, and you get caught fucking upside down with Spot Gamma. They do a great job. Brent's fucking hella smart. I like the service, but their daily brief, I feel like, is a day late, $1 short. Day late, $1 short. generally speaking. That's on the upside too. You know, they get a lot of things right. Like when we get big squeezes or we get some Havana rally or something, they usually do a pretty good job on that stuff. But like their daily briefs when they're like, yeah, you should fucking be long for another day or two and be fucking long into Monday, that kind of shit, I feel like they're always wrong. Winky, I think, would agree with me on that because him and I used to read them together. And it was always at a pivot. They fucking fucked up every pivot. They may have changed since then. James, thanks for supporting the stream. I appreciate it. Tony, thanks for supporting this. Yeah, Tony fucking supported the stream with 669. He tipped $6.69. I love you, Tony Cheese. Please like and subscribe to these streams. They do cost money. They take time out of the day. I appreciate both of you guys for doing that. I really like $6.69, or even $4.20, and so, or $4 and I don't know. I would say $420.69, but I love the 69. Does anyone recommend a trading? Oh, here we go. Crypto cap. Have you been reading the spot gamma daily notes? Nope, I stopped doing that. Talked about that briefly. I don't think they're flipping a coin. They do a really good fucking job. Like so if you look at the meat of spot gamma, they do a great job. I think they should stop doing their daily briefs because they'll tell you that the market's continuing up or they're at a bottom, and then it's always one more fucking day where you get fucked by them. Every fucking time. Sorry. I'll stop on spot gamma. 395 is his target. Sold mass PX 420 puts for today. Anyone recommended trading? Would you wait for one more bounce to buy your put spreads in March? Go ahead. I talked about that. Elon bitching about paying 30% for the App Store. Yeah, Elon, it's weird because like the 30% for the App Store and the $8 fucking subscriptions. So Elon wants to. So right now, I don't know if you guys know this, but if you pay for the blue check, supposedly your posts get seen more than people that don't pay for blue checks. Which is kind of fucked up. Because good content is where it's at, no matter what. Regardless of what your check mark is. And that's not what the check mark's supposed to be used for. But then there's some other problems. They want to roll that into more packages. Like, so I pay $8, which is even crazier because I own companies. I could easily get a golden check, but then I'm like, do I get the golden check or are people going to discount me more because I'm using my business for that check mark? Am I actually trusted more? Which is bizarre as fuck. So you can open companies. You can open companies overseas. You can open companies that are blind companies from like Montana and Wyoming and fucking wherever. That's all nonsense. But they're trying to roll that into a package of like $8 for this, $10 for more, add another 10 or $20 for more traction, and then add $30, whatever, to stream or something live on Twitter. And you're like, oh, that's gonna make sense. So then you're gonna get. But when they run the numbers on that stuff, it's like a drop in the bucket on just the interest on the sale, like the fucking billions in interest alone. I think if they said if like 200 million people were to get the blue check mark, it would still only be like not even fuck with the interest. It's like a 0.05% of the interest. So even like the 30% fees on the App Store, that doesn't make a difference. He's getting a million tiny little cuts everywhere. And the reality is what he really needs to do is so Twitter was laying the groundwork to monetize. So it would be seamless. Reddit turned into an astroturfed social media platform over the last few years. It's been going on for years, but the past few years, once they tried to start making money, it happened to Reddit as well. I'm assuming that's going to happen on Twitter. I think the place that you think Twitter is going to become is I'm not talking about like from a Republican or a Democrat side. I think you're going to see a very similar thing happen to Reddit will happen to Twitter. It's going to be very astroturfed. And it's going to be about money in the back end. And it's not going to be you, the user, that's paying $8. It's going to be these advertisers that bring giant fucking money into it so it doesn't fail. And to get that to happen, that's so that there's like the spectrum, right? Where there's a spectrum where uh you're trying to balance where you get money from users and you're getting the most of your money from advertisers. And this is like a sweet deal for So right now advertisers are pulling out, but advertisers really want is full control over Twitter, and they'll likely get it. It's not like Elon can't absorb the cost of Twitter or the loans and all that. It's that you can't have it bleed and bleed and bleed and bleed and bleed and bleed and bleed. Eventually someone's going to step in and be like, "Hey, we can stop bleeding here. We'll bring back all the advertisers and all that stuff, but we want more control over what Twitter is." And that'll be a backroom deal. And that's what happened to Reddit. You end up getting this experience that is so crafted and so has to fit within this really bizarre um, astroturf. It's an astroturf, and it's you're creating public opinion, and it's more than likely going to be big companies behind it or political governments behind it, creating this narrative. And they'll feed this shit pile to you, and you'll consume it. As a user, you're going to end up consuming it across
NYMEX gasoline
most.
December futures settle at $2.33 a gallon. NYMEX diesel.
You're more than likely going to end up consuming this, like being spoon-fed this on everything you do. And I don't know how much control Elon has over that eventual setup. I think he's being set up by advertisers right now. He opened the door to it too, which is kind of fucked up, but going to war with Apple, usually, yeah. Yeah, we're just grinding down here. Makes some sense to buy clothes if you think about stuff. SG's like flipping a coin. Sub to spot gamma seems fairly accurate. At least saves me from doing something. Yeah, I don't think so. We used to talk about the spot gamma reports live, and it was always fucking wrong on the other end. Every fucking time there was a roll, they were wrong. Every time there was a bottom, they were wrong. Always by one day. Couldn't agree more about spot gamma. I couldn't even find their explanation for structured dealing hedge to sound wrong. Well, there's another problem too. The other problem they're having right now is that the options market they did a fluff piece with NASDAQ, which was totally fucking bullshit. And they were using it to explain why they can't always be right because the gamma models change intraday. There's nothing they can do about it, but whatever. And now adding all those big high price tears for bullshit, I'm like, all I fucking trade is SPY. I don't need all the other nonsense that you're selling. Yeah, they do that too, Chase. They do that thing where like they don't give you an explicit bias, and they come back and say, "We told you," and I'm like, "You didn't tell me. You fucking gave both biases. Go get fucked." Yeah, their data is great. They do a good job with that stuff. I like that stuff. Tier 1 alpha is better than spot gamma. I don't disagree with that. Next big downside on ES is 39. This looks like we're getting a bump here. Let's see if this is a little volume spike here or not. Let's see if we got a volume spike coming in. Not quite. A little bit. 400,000. It's okay. Over here we had 500,000 right here in the 5-minute shit candle. We'll see if we get a spike here or not. Now, there's another guy that I like who's doing this stuff. So I've got my daughter working on some stuff right now. I hope to roll this out soon. I got my daughter working on some gamma modeling for you guys. We're gonna try to do it intraday. The best time to get that data is like beginning of the day, but there's times of the day where it's good to go back in and check again. So if I can launch that here at some point, we will try to launch that for you guys. It'll be free. Hey, you're welcome, guys. Always good to be here with you guys. I meant the daily calls are flipping a coin. Yeah, has been predicting delta hedging quite well. They don't want to let go of 396. Thanks, Cap. Got to run to dentist. Chase, take it easy, brother. Good to see you. Chase, hey, stop back in again, Chase. Always love having you in the stream. You bring up great topics all the time. Get back here. Bro, I pay $8 a month to see content from people I follow. Yeah, I'm not anti $8. What I'm saying is that there was the way the algos were at Twitter is you'd have people come in and out of your feeds all day long. So you'd be able to find quality content. You're able to find new people that come in, old people go out, that kind of stuff. I like DeMark signals. I'm down with DeMark. I'm just not paying for it. He's now threatening to build a phone to scare Apple. Yeah, that's all bullshit too. No need to build a phone. You're like, all that stuff's nonsense. Where do you get intraday changes and option A OI for the model? You have to download it from the CME. Now there's free download. There's data that's free and there's data that you pay for. But the free stuff works just fine. Perfil on Twitter helps with that stuff too. Does a good job. Let me look up real quick. On a side note, let me look up real quick. Here, let's do a couple things here. Let me check BookMap. Still have room to go down. Still have room to go down. Still not seeing a hammer candle. Still not seeing a hammer candle. Definitely no hammer candle yet. We'll keep this up here, right here. BookMap sellers got us down below. It's nice to see. Oh, hold on here. A second here. Getting some volume now. Let's go to the 5 minute. Let's check. Let's just check to see how much volume's on that. Check 15-minute candle. See if that's the end of it. $700,000. Not bad. First decent candle in a while. We had 1.4 million here. You really want to see like 3 to 5 million buying down here. You do see this green let me mute this BookMap here. So if you've been following along, you see this green. You can see it right here, right? And right down here, boom, right? Found more sellers, brought it right back down, smashed through. Same thing right up here. Oof, tried to trade it higher to the 400 and sold it straight down into the bell here. And we're getting the same zone down here. The same little green line that you see right here. On a larger time frame over 2 days. Looks like we're finding some kind of a bottom here. If you want to take a long here. I don't like it. I don't like when we have days like this, I don't like buying these bottoms at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. What is it, 2 o'clock, 2:38? I'd prefer to buy like the bell on this trade. You can. So bring that back. It's getting some volume on it. This is good to see. But again, what do you do? Does it end up trading up? Does it trade up here, catch you, and bloodbath it down to the bell down here? So be wary of this trade, how long it lasts. We'll monitor it here with you. See if they try to sell this bell. How long this long lasts. Let me hold on a second here. Taking a little $25 scalps. Good job. Where do you get the intraday changes in option AI? If you have a moment, can you look at silver, looking at building position long term? Oh, no, I don't like that. If you're on a platform that advertises you are the product, not down with all the Twitter monetizing BS and data raping me at the same time, feeling dirty. Yeah, Twitter's like a weird place right now. It's the arguments that you are the product, you have to understand the $8 does not cover you not being the product. So if you had the $8 and you had the key was when he bought Twitter, he wanted to keep the advertisers happy-ish and monetize. with like rolling out services and stuff like that. But what he's doing is he's putting himself in a position where, how do you explain this? It's like you also get the rug pull from the average. You know who's famous for doing this is YouTube. Is famous for doing this, and what they do is they'll end up rug pulling them, and then they'll say, "Well, we're not going to pay you the big bucks anymore, right? Or not the big bucks. If you want us to pay us the big bucks, we want more control." And that's what, of course, all advertisers are going to want more control over Twitter. But they need an opportunity, even if it's perceived bullshit slight, to pull support and say, well, if you want that back, then we're going to need to ask for more than we were asking for before. It's like at the art of negotiation, right? You fuck up, or I give you $5 every month, and then you fuck up. So I go, well, I'm only going to give you $2 a month. And then you're like, well, I want that $5 back. And you're like, well, you know what? I'll put you on probation. Or now I want some more out of this deal for you fucked up the last time. So now for me to give you that $5 every month, I want some more guarantees, or I want some extras, you know? So it's like opening the door to a carpet, to an astroturfing. It's gonna be tough to see, and interesting and tough to see how this plays out over time. But I don't think it's in your benefit and my benefit. I like the initial idea that Elon had. I don't like how it's playing out right now. I think he paid too much too. He's got problems. He's got problems. He's got money problems. And it's not like it's going to go bankrupt because he's got trillions of dollars. It's that he's not going to keep over the years. He's not going to just look at it every 3 years and say, "Well, I dumped another $30 billion this year." He wants it to pay for itself at least, or at least break even. I want to see what's going on. Oh man, I want to buy that so bad. I'm not gonna. I want to buy that so bad. I'm not gonna do it. Gotta sit on my hands, baby. Just sit on my hands. Let me bring up BOOKMAP again for you guys. Let me see if I can move my camera up here so I'll make that so I can position some of this around for you. I want to give a thanks to James Andreas for supporting the channel. You don't have to apologize to me, James. You're doing great, bro. Don't even sweat it, brother. I know it's I don't think it's been easy for bulls or bears. I think people claim that it's been an easy market to trade. It's been hard for I think it's been hard for people to trade this market. So I get you, brother. Can I bring this over a little bit more? Does that help? Finding a little bit of support here. See if this can hold. $395.81. We know that these sellers here are gone, right? So we'll get rid of this. Don't need this here anymore. These sellers moved down as well. We could say that seems like, hold on a second. Seems like these buyers have stepped in. Let's see if we can make this smaller. I'll change that to buyers. See if we can find where the sellers are down below. We got like caps lock on and shit. Let me move this out so you can see it. And then let's see where I mean, to be honest with you, the fucking sellers are right back here. 3977. Hey, thanks, Pinky. Appreciate it. Dixie's starting to stall out. Please, if you can, explain the book map a little, please. Yeah, so it's a visual representation of the order book. You'll see if you look on the right hand side here, right? We've got 280. We've got a firm group of sellers here. Right where we are currently. Right we are right here. We've got a firm book of sellers here trying to sell this down. Sellers are coming down in orders, right? Boom, boom, boom. They want to sell this close in here. You can see the depth of order flow and the depth of book. You can also see down below the bottom right-hand side in these little balls down here, it shows cumulative sellers and cumulative buyers. We have more people selling this market right now than we do buyers of this market right now, even though we're going up. See how we're going up? So we just went up right here, right? But even though we're going up, it's implying that this is a short covering session here, right? Because we have more sellers than buyers, yet the market is going up. So we're going to say, hey, this is just short covering. I haven't seen more buyers than sellers come into the market, right? Does that make sense? Yeah, it's like a visualization of where orders and sell and buy orders are in the market. Shows you where there's strength at levels, where there's weakness at levels. And so it's for your brain to kind of figure out where support is, where the sellers are. So if you're in a long or a short position, you know where to pull the plug on that or enter. You'll also see sell and buy orders come into the market visualized. You'll see stink beds come into the market trying to lead the price down. You'll see same thing on the upside as well, trying to lead the price up and down. Elon's really doing. I haven't been on Twitter at all today. I should get out and look. I don't like that stuff. I'll be honest with you. I don't fucking like Elon fucking going on tirades on Twitter, especially right now. I can't. And then I'm not down with that shit. He's the CEO of a company. He's above all of this bullshit. He doesn't need to be public square in a lot of what he's doing right now. I kind of find it bizarre. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a bid right here. I'll see if we can get a squeeze higher here. Looks like bulls are in charge at the moment. Sellers are being ground to bits right now. See if the bulls can hold on. Make it a quick squeeze. Let's see what happens. And the sellers are still feeding in. If you guys just watch the numbers on the right-hand side. So what are you guys saying? Elon's going down. Thanks for explanation. Elon's next stock compensation plan is being negotiated. He wants the stock price as low as possible to get the lowest price in his next 10-year plan. Thanks for the heads up on that, Gary. Yeah, I haven't looked at Dixie in a little bit. We can take a look at it. Hold on a minute here. And roll this over a little bit. Let's take a look at Dixie real quick. Every time I look around the market, we end up fucking bloodbathing it. Yeah, this is bullish, man. Dixie is ripping right now. Huge moves on Dixie. There's Beartown right here. You see Beartown? Let me mute Bookmap real quick. That's a pretty big power move right there on Dixie, right? Hold on here. I got some back end stuff I have to do. It's a nice little recovery here, right? Very supportive. You're going back. We're on a 15-minute chart here. Going back to the eighth, right? This is all supportive. If you look on a yearly chart, the bears need the 200 to be reclaimed. And I want you to see this red brick right here, right? And the reason why I have Bear Town here, see this Bear Town that I've got up here? So on a yearly chart, this is the 200. The bears don't want to lose this. The bears don't want to be seeing the sell down and then a rejection on Dixie. So I'll give you you can see the price right. Matter of fact, I'll clean it up. Let me see. So this 200-day, it's right here. So let's look at it in a smaller time frame. This is kind of like the bull's last hope up here. You start getting into, this is where this red box is. This is reclaiming. If Dixie trades up here, right, and starts to reclaim this and starts power moving up, you're going to see fucking nastiness in this market. Because this is this is definitely going to be telling you. Now the dollar bulls. Here's Beartown right here. You start reclaiming this zone right here. We start marching up above. We break through right here. Take a little rest, consolidate sideways in the market, and then we start making moves like this. This is Bloodbathville. This is straight blood. Let me show you the bloodbath, how this bloodbath works out. Remember, I think this was back on. Let me show you how ugly shit can get. If the move is higher, if the move is higher up to this green box, you're talking about this is 920, right? So 920. Let's look at SPY on 920, see what happened. And I'm going to assume here's 920 right here. This is like red bars of death to hell right here. See this? Straight fucking down for like 5-6 sessions. This might be like 9 total sessions. It started back here on the 13th, but you'd like, oh, it's done, and it's not. Wham! It starts getting violent. So Dixie is definitely to be kept an eye on. Definitely want to keep an eye on Dixie. You don't want to see Dixie if the Dixie bulls are out, the dollar bulls are out, they're just buying the shit out of Dixie. It's going to be a bloodbath in the markets. A straight bloodbath. Let's see if we can. You want to get bearish? 394.60. You want to get really bearish into the bell? There's a whole nother leg lower. There's an extra drumstick lower. There's an extra drumstick down here. 394.70. There's an extra drumstick down there. You want to get fuck it, sell it all into the bell? I'm going to check the 15-minute, though, and see. I want to check the 15. That volume was, it's 1 million. It's only 1 million buyers down here. That's not convincing, man. On a 15-minute chart, I better see like 5 fucking million buyers. So it's not convincing, man. I'm telling you, that's not convincing. That is not fucking convincing. This isn't convincing. That the buyers down here are not convincing. They smell like shit. They don't smell like they know where we're going. We could go up from here, but I don't like seeing like a million fucking buyers on this bump down here. It was like a million buyers. It's okay, but it's not. It's not convincing for sure. Major euro reversal. Do you have to use PayPal to donate? No. I think on my I think on my Twitter I have a what's the other one called? I forget what the other one is called. The one through Zelle. I think I've got Zelle on my at Captain's Alpha. Not sure. I think I've got Zelle. Of all the ways to donate, that's the one where I keep the most money, though. PayPal and Zelle keep the most money. If I go through YouTube, I get fucked. They take like 30% of the money. If I go through Twitter, they take like 40% of the money. Then then PayPal takes a cut. The most direct way to support the channel is through PayPal or Zelle. I think I got a Zelle link on my one of at Captain's Alpha or Jim James. One of those two. I have a Zelle link there, I think. If I don't, I'll ask my wife about it. I don't deal with that shit. She pays the fucking fees and all that other nonsense, and she pays for all that shit. I'll look for it, David. I'm switching over anyways at some point. We're gonna switch over to to Patreon. We had to run some tests on it and whatever and make sure it was legit. The old there and all the bulls were singing, they sang. Yeah, you don't want to see Dixie hold the 200 if you're a bull. You want to see the fucking if you're a bull, you want to see a weak dollar. You don't want to see a weak you definitely don't want to see Yeah, we've got the merch going too. We worked on this all weekend. It was crazy. You guys are going to love it. The merch is actually it's pretty filthy. I don't know like the merch is going to the merch is like, distribution or a consolidation with like a fucking like chart going sideways. Some stupid shit. A bunch of stupid shit. Only a trader would know the answers to these questions. Like all the common sayings when the dip keeps on dipping. I have some archaic ones too that only if you were in the market would you know. So they're kind of cool. Like subtle. But someone could pick you out in a crowd and be like, "What the fuck are you wearing that for?" Just subtle enough. And it's not like doesn't have my name all over it and stupid shit like that. It's all about you'd only know if you were in the market. It's kind of cool. Kind of exclusive in that way. Getting a little bit of that rollover in the SPY here still. Bears want that last little juice into the close. 394.70. White House's Kirby, the issue of EV credits in the Inflation Reduction Act was expected to come up in discussions between Biden and France's President Macron. BlockFi liquidated cryptocurrency to improve its cash position. Williams is on a tear today, huh? Just won't shut the fuck up? Or is Williams not speaking at all today? Yeah, Williams has been talking all day long. He needs to shut the fuck up.
Brainard said continued supply shocks could force central banks to respond with tighter policy to manage risks. Fed's Brainard says successive supply shocks pose challenge for central banks potentially herald more volatile inflation. And Brainard remarks initially delivered at Closed Biz conference in June.
So we got 394.70, 394.70. Right down there, 394.70. Now we got a little bit of a reversal candle there. That's the second one. Just grinding it and grinding it down. Looks like they want to take it lower, though, doesn't it? Yeah, we're gonna have I have to bring up. I like the long vol trade here. I like the long vol trade. We can look at the. Hold on a second here. So I've been watching the VIX charts for a little while here. Now it's VIX. It's a beautiful trade. Look at that trade. That's the VXX. Look at that. Bam. That's some conviction right there. But this is pretty much the trade I've been watching. Came back down to this little white area down here. Tagged almost perfectly down here. On the VIX trade, the bears seem to have found some support in this yellow box. You know, the price target. The bears want to see this golden cross right here. The bears want to see, of course, the cross above, and then the move higher. That is the bear trade right there, or the VIX trade. I used to try to trade the VIX. I always feel like I enter my trades, my longs on the VIX. I always feel like the short side was always the better trade on the VIX. The long sides, I always feel like it gets so crowded that it doesn't pay like it should. You have to stay in the trade for multiple days. I feel like you do. And then I always felt like I always had to build positions. I always feel like when I'm in the fixed trade, I'm like, it's a fucking week-long trade, 2-week-long trade, and then I'm like adding to my position on any down days. Then all of a sudden I have to like sell out of it to get where it's a lot of work. I don't like a lot of work. You know what's better here is to own the VIX. So if you're like long vol, I like the idea of owning the VIX outright rather than the options market. I don't like this here either. See all this move right here? I don't like Tesla into the close here. It might bump tomorrow, but man, I don't like that. I don't like this shit. Man, that's not a pretty chart. That's Tesla we're looking at right now. I like this 200. This is a 15-minute chart. You know, have some kind of sell-off overnight, and then maybe you get a relief rally tomorrow on Tesla, something like that.
White House's Kirby says he doesn't see supply chain impact from China
That's
protests.
If you're a bull, that's what you want to see. If you break below this 200, it's going to get nasty. It's going to get real nasty on Tesla. I'd be aware that I'd have a 200 DMA chart up with a 15-minute, and when you're looking to re-enter Tesla now, I would say that's where it's at. This would be the next checkpoint for Tesla to go long. I'm not bullish here in Tesla into the close. SPY still trying to grind it down. New low, 395.78. Double bottom, I guess you could call this on the SPY. We have 394.70 down below. It's been tracking this. It's been tracking this all the way down. All day long today, SPY. All day long. Just tracking this channel all the way down. Yeah, I don't think UVX. We're gonna launch the old school book map that does that does the data from what we'll try to do is keep the data up for the futures market, and then we'll buy the data for we're gonna buy the data for the equities market. And I don't remember UVXY data doing well or showing anything on bookmap. But it is nice to look at individual tickers on bookmap for the I forget what it's called now. It's name of whatever the name of the feed is. I'll have to bring it back up, but we're gonna show that, or start showing that data so that you guys can check individual tickers, because it does show individual tickers pretty cool. You can see where real support is on some individual tickers, so that's coming your way in the next day or two. Yeah, I like shorting the VIX, and I like buying the actual VIX. Brainerd yapping, very helpful, said no one I know. Yeah. Calls into the bell. Yeah, I think it depends on where we go into this bell here. There could be more down after the bell, and then it gets bought at like 6 a.m. The better trade might be to buy options on the bell on the open tomorrow. You get like a bloodbath overnight or something. Still trading below 395.73 now. Looking for a target down below a 394.70. See if we can get it. Just stair stepping us down all the way. No real conviction back here. There was no conviction in this being a bottom. So unless I see a spike or something, like even here, you're not seeing a spike. Yeah, there's no volume spike here. There's no, like, this isn't bottom. Guaranteed. Unless there's something I'm missing here. What are you guys saying? The projected deficit does not include all the amount owed to Social Security Trust, and that amount is called off budget. When the calendar rolls over, the difference magically appears in the balance sheet as actual debt. Yeah, I'm going to expect that we sell off into the bell. Even if there might be a quick bounce trade down here, maybe the last half hour, last 15 minutes or something, but even then, they usually reverse. You'll end up getting that. We showed this earlier, right? You get this shit down into the bell. We're just grinding through right now. Chan, I've got you, brother. I promise. The merch is going to be fun. Just bleeding off into this bell. Time is right now 2:11. Or no, 3:11. So no power hour. Power sell hour. It's a nice little put position right here. Target down below 394.70. Riverbed. Yeah, sub river map. Come on, baby, bleed on down. That right there. Be conscious of this. All right, I wrote that down. Be conscious of this. Yeah, if you guys have any sayings that you like, let me know.
January futures settle at $83.19 a barrel.
Get up there. That's another one. I'll write it down just in case, but I thought I had the get up there is the other one for closes. I should write get up there, you dirty fucking whore, but Tesla. Is Tesla reversing? Nope. Nope. Tesla's not reversing. Let's take a look into the bell real quick. We'll take a peek at hold on here. You guys want to see what the yeah, there we go. It's bleeding out down to the bottom of that channel. Nice bleed down there. There's that nice bleed down there. Now 395.39. Just bloodbathing it right into this bell. Rejection of above here. Just huge rejection. Nice, another nice little sell down at the bottom of the channel here. See if we can get one more into this bell. Just pain all day long for bulls. Pain, 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 baby. Pain trade. 396.38 right now. Burr. Yeah, that's a good one. Burr. I like that one. Pamp it. I got to do Tesla. I always like Tesla too. That's a good one. I'll do a Tesla Q shirt or something for you guys that are fucking Tesla bears. I'll write that down too. A Tesla bear shirt. Can't just do bull shirts and shit. You know, it'd be funny would be doing like a Burr shirt as I'll do. Maybe I should do like a.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
Maybe I should do like
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
a shirt with
Get a free
Burr
trial at tickstrike.com.
and just red bars to hell. So the Bears have their own Burr shirt. They'll have like just fucking red bars going down fucking all day long. Yeah, I'm live tomorrow. I'm live every day. Big green dildos. Yeah, that's a good one. I'll do Tesla. Diddling in the middle. That's another good one. Don't be fucking diddling. That's what I say. Don't be fucking diddling. They'll probably think you're talking about fucking kids or something fucked up. Yeah. Instead of conscious. I say conscious. Is that how I pronounce it? Probably right in just before lunch shirt. Properly oriented and just. Before launch. You guys have some fucking hilarious shit. You guys are saying some hilarious fucking shit. Send it. Another good one, too. Bear trophy hunting a bull. I gotta do like both sides of the shirt. I gotta do like the bull shirt and the bear shirt. Fucking bears. And I like the asterisk too. Just bleeding into this bell, right? Just bloodbath. Do you think they tag it out right at 395 and ricochet off? I wonder if they bleed it right into this bell down here. Just bloodbath
According
it.
to the White House's Kirby, discussions on a Russian oil price cap are going well.
Inside and outside print, that would be fucking hilarious. Blood red. That's a good one too. Blood red. Bright red blood makes the green grass grow. Bright red blood makes the green grass grow. Look at that. Look at that channel all day long. Just vicious. Just bam. Bam. I swore they would have taken it to this morning my view was that we would try to take it at least back up and close this gap right here. I was looking for this gap closure up here. They didn't even give it. They were just like, fuck you. We're staying in this channel right to the fucking bitter end. It's pretty wild. Broke through the channel. Doors wide open down below. 383, I think. 385. This is what the Bears wanted. We were talking about this earlier today too, right? Keep your eyes on this dotted line down here. We've been talking about this, about wanting to buy a dip down here. We either wanted to buy this channel, but we've broken through, right? So we're not buying that channel. And Bears want to hold underneath. They want to pin any kind of this kind of nonsense here. Doesn't matter. You stay bearish. And now we're looking for lower lows. We're looking for 388. We're looking for 385, somewhere in here. Bears wanted to get this done today. They did get it done today. Surely, any kind of halfback trade doesn't matter. Bears are fully in charge of this rollover at this point, unless there's an event or some kind of something we don't know. Then the Bears are in charge. Bears are like, fuck you. This is my this is my market now. I'm taking over. And they want to keep this. They want to any kind of. Don't be thinking you're going like this. You might. It's possible. We did that before. We did it back here. But the reality is, there was no dip to be bought in here, and we're under. So once we're under, this channel's open. So your price target is now down below somewhere. It doesn't have to happen today or tomorrow. It could happen tomorrow, but generally speaking, you're looking for Wednesday or Friday. Tagging this down here at least. This is what I'm talking about over here. Is we had this nice nasty sell off right into a bell, and then wham! This caught so many people. This move right here caught people with their pants down. That doesn't mean we can't trade up tomorrow or the opening bell. We could have a bloodbath overnight and then a rip higher, something like that, right? But generally speaking, the door is open to lower lows. So if you're a bull or whatever, and you want to now, if you haven't put spreads on or whatever, there'll be an opportunity for you. Hopefully they don't just take all of it. Hopefully you can get some of this for the next leg down over here. But the bears are definitely in charge, without a doubt. Any kind of relief rally, it doesn't matter. Bears are in charge. They've done it. Back over here. You can't see this across the whole way. Hold on here for a minute. So the bears sold above here. They sold this down. They did it again right here, right? We had supply above. Took it down. Beautiful trade down below. And they're looking to take this next leg down. Or even if there's a rip higher, take this next leg down over here. This was the first trade of the bear trade. It's complete, right? You've got this first complete trade for the bear trade. Bears want to then complete the second move down, and then they want to do this next one down here. So you got 1, 2, and 3 for the bears to complete. Once they make this next move down, it's going to get real nasty. You'll end up seeing that third trade get fucking filthy, without a doubt. So good job to the bears today and yesterday and over the weekend. We're still kind of selling off into this bell, getting that last little bit of juice out of the market. We'll see if the bears can take it down any deeper. I'll put the book map back up. Thanks for showing up every day. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for liking and subscribing. Stay tuned. We got a bunch of stuff coming your way. Yeah, did you guys make a decision? Would you guys do you guys prefer or like Financial Juice, or would you prefer? I think I'm going to try Financial Juice real time on stream tomorrow. I'll have that up and running so it's not delayed at all. And I'm going to try to have BOOKMAP up tomorrow. I sent them an email and I haven't heard back from them yet, so I'm going to see what they say. Yeah, we're on SPY right now. Hold on a minute here. So you guys can see SPY into the bell. That works for you. Follow my cursor. Follow my cursor. I can't take those. Those are isn't that like I can't use follow my cursor because that's what's his name, I think, that does that. 0.005. Yeah, we're still grinding down in this close, and I would expect us to keep grinding down in this close. We'll blow it up and see if we can get that bloodbath. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Can we get it down here? Can we get that last little bit? Like, let's just get this last little bit down here, right there. 394.70. Yeah, Brian Watt does that, right? PP touch. That's what I say. Just touch the PP. Some shit I tell my wife in the bed. Just touch my PP right here. Yeah, we're still smashing it down. I don't think we're done smashing it down. I think we're going to smash right into the bell. Yeah, so if you go back to Friday's stream, I spent 2 hours that you should start placing your spreads now. Start entering your put spreads. If you didn't, enter your spreads on. I think it was Friday or Wednesday morning. We spent a bunch of time. There's like a ton of time. If you are looking for the next opportunity to put on some put spreads, I mean, you can play. I wanted to play some today, but we didn't get to where I wanted to be. So I will be placing some spreads coming up here in the next couple trading sessions, hopefully. But it's all about positioning. So I don't want to be positioned in put spreads here. Oh, look at that. Blast through 395.12. Just grinding it down, slamming it down. Be careful. There might be a reaction on this white line right here. It's been we've had reactions here all day long. So 395.12. See if we can get one more push down. Might see a reaction here, and then one more bloodbath down. Hopefully, we can get one more down at 339.40.70. It's weird. So you can't really trade. You guys can't. You can, but someone was asking. Winky was asking this morning about taking. So like if you buy puts on SPY, right, for like March, just straight puts, they don't really increase in value until you come into a tradable range. They don't get huge.
Just looking at a senior research piece here saying stocks near session low as Brainard adds to hawkish Fed speak. The S&P 500 opened in the red and then extended losses after cautious remarks from the Fed's Bullard, who warned markets were underestimating the odds of more aggressive policy. The index fell further with more caution from Fed Vice Chair Brainard, who flagged supply shocks. That's deepening the risk.
Okay, so we're not going to listen to that because I think it's bullshit, but whatever. All you want to know, what you want to know is what they do on the what they do in the Fed meeting. All this nonsense talk is nothing from the Fed speaker. We were going to roll the market anyways. It had nothing to do with Fed speaker. So, if you want to buy puts for like, I don't know, that we hit fucking 2,500 tomorrow, I always prefer the spreads. If you're gonna buy like puts or calls on an index, they have to be like, unless we have an event, they have to be dated like a week, 2 weeks out, and within like 100 points, because they just don't put the money into them. You have to time it. So if you don't want to time your shit, you just want to go down to your bunker, I always recommend spreads. If you go off buying like, yeah, I guess you'd make some money if you had SPY in the money calls or puts that were 1 to 3 months away. But anything that's outside the money, you can't buy. You can, but you shouldn't. You can make more money on closer dated, closer to in the money puts or calls than you can just buying like 3 month out, way out of the money calls or puts. I don't recommend it. Where else buy SPXN today? I've got my target right here for you. I've got this little target right down here. You can see it. 394.70. We'll see if we can get there or not. We're grinding down to it. Tesla's right on the day. You have to be Watts. Watts. You have to ask them. Long-term hedges have been very difficult to monetize. Yeah, you have to like you really do. If you don't hit the target and it turns on you, you're gonna get fucked. So you might as well just get some spreads. They print. You can usually. We went through. If you go check the video from Wednesday or Friday, I go through. Even if we were to go up on Wednesday or Friday, we're still coming back down here. So the trade is a no-brainer. It prints no matter what. It would have the Wednesday, Thursday put spreads. They were either going, if we went up, they still would have printed weeks down the road. If we had rolled over, they would immediately start printing. And while you hold those put spreads, you just trade the intraday moves. Thanks, John. I appreciate it, brother. Did you get paid today? I appreciate it, John. Thanks for supporting the stream. Yeah, I think that was so. Like the trade on. So on Wednesday, what we were saying was this. I'll show it. We're in the last little bit. So on Wednesday or Friday, whatever, we discussed at length this trade. We were talking about. So let me mute this. So this is hindsight 2020, right? So hindsight 2020. What we're saying back up here on, we're talking about. This is Friday and Wednesday. We're talking about over here, and we were saying that it would. Wait, am I gonna get a bigger timeline? That it really didn't matter if we went up. It didn't really matter if the market went up here, because even if it did extend, you'd still come back down. So if you got some March or some December put spreads, you know that we're either going to print them now or we're going to print them down the road. Without a doubt, without fail, one way or another, we're coming back over here. So the safe trade was to put on some put spreads and then just do intraday trading, depending upon which direction we ended up taking. The next thing to consider is these two channels. You've got this one channel right here that needs to get broken. We broke it today. That's first part of bear trade. Break this channel down. Second part of bear trade is this trade down here. You want to then trade this bear trade to this next channel. You don't want to get caught in here like just fucking full retard bear. You want to trade each one down. And the reason being is because of this big channel right here. You don't want to get caught as a bear. You know, let's say you put this big trade on. You're like, yeah, I'm making money. And they catch it and flip it back up again. And you're back to zero again. That market has a tendency to want to take all your money even when you are right? So you want to take this first trade, take this second trade, and then you want confirmation to go full huge bear to at least 350, at least down here somewhere. And this is the meat of the trade. We're just getting started on this bear trade. You've got 3 legs to it basically, and you want to have, so you get like this tunnel vision where you're like, shit, I missed the trade today. There's 3 parts to this trade, right? You got 1 part, 2 parts, and then a 3rd part over here. So you got plenty of time to make money. You got plenty of time for this to happen. So just take your time, relax. As you see, as this trade evolves over time, you don't have to be the guy that's like, I promise you this: if you go in 100%, right, and you take if you take I bought all this down here, and I sold all this up here, if you did that 10 times this year, there was a few times you would have lost. So if you had just done full in, I'm 100% in, 100% in, 100% in, you would have lost at least a few of them. So measure your trades. Always measure your trades. Take each leg. Be conservative. You want to be a high rate winner in your trades at all times. I don't care if you're a bear, if you're a bull. You want to measure each one of these trades as we trade the market down, trade the market up, and then fully commit on moves higher or moves lower. That makes sense. You'll hear guys out there that don't. They're just balls in, or they come in afterwards. It's always afterwards. They're not always, but generally speaking, you'll hear lots of cacophony. I called this top back here, and I wrote it all the way down to fucking depths of hell. That's just not how it works. It's not how you stay trading for 20 fucking years or 15 fucking years. You trade each level, and you can get more confident once you're over here and you break this. If you break this over here, well and good, right? We break through here, and we start seeing that we're not getting above it again. Yeah, you want to take this with confidence? I'd be fucking behind you 1,000%. Behind you 1,000%. Or if you're putting spreads on so that you can deal with nonsense that happens in here, behind that trade 100% of the way. You can be day trading all you want. You can day trade all you want, right? But if they're your bread and butter, how you make your money, the stuff that keeps you alive for the next fucking 10 years is placing that one trade that you can trade with confidence. You're like, I'm in, I'm good. There need to be something happen that nobody knows about for this trade not to print. So have some patience. If you're a bear, or if you're a bull that missed that trade, you want to wait to reset so you can take the next leg of this trade. Now we're hit 395.11. We're going to get the last 40 cents in or not? We committed to it. Might as well bloodbath it right into the bell. Yeah, that's what we did. We talked about that. Put just enough time on it. I would not look at that Fed speech as being hawkish. That Fed speech to me was not hawkish at all. I know that's counterintuitive to how we're trading today. They're just using it as an excuse as to why the market's selling off. Market's not selling. If that speech was hawkish today, we'd be fucking down 500 points. I promise you. It'd be fucking bloodbath. It would have been fucking. It would have been like red bars to hell. It would have been like right here, boom, straight down red blood. This is all mechanical sawing. It's all perfect. It's good. Beautiful. To be honest. Need some water. Little squeeze going on in SPY right now. The sellers have moved down right about here. We'll see if they can. We'll see if they can break above this. They're even lower. They're like right here. This might be the good squeeze opportunity right here. Right here. Yeah, you can do it in the money put. In the money puts are good. If you're going to take some time on it, they're expensive. But in the money puts are nice too. In the money calls too. So if you want to take like a 3-month SPY call, it should be in the money. If you want to take a 3-month SPY put, it should be in the money. I agree with that. The far out the money stuff, no. I haven't looked yet to see if that volume bar. I'm on the 1 minute chart. I need to be on the 5 minute and the 15. Let's see it. Let's take a look at it. That's a pretty decent volume bar. Not bad. 15 minute. Let's check it. It's the best volume bar we've had so far today. It's the best 5 minute, 15 minute we've had today, probably. It's like red and green for Christmas or something, or the holidays. It's like a present wrap for the Bears. Tomorrow, 400 Cs are juiced like Barry Bonds. I haven't looked. Let me go look. I should probably look into. That's not good either. That could actually fuel more down. 29th. Yeah. 20 cents, huh? Should we buy some fucking lottos? I'll buy some lottos. I'm down for some lottos. I'm probably going to want to buy them right at the fucking bell or right at 401. I'll buy some lottos. They're buying 400s though. Let's look and see if they'll get 400 tomorrow. Yeah, the farther we trade out of I don't think we get that though tomorrow. I think we'll be lucky if we get 400 or 398 somewhere in here. I'd probably buy something more in the money for the bell. They'll probably switch by tomorrow. Let's see how we close out right here. See if we can get a Oh, hold on a second. What happened there?
Early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 320 million to the sell side.
Oh yeah, baby. So if we can get a buy on calls on the bell, it'd be nice. I didn't buy calls here. If we can get that last little dick down right under the bell, I might consider it. Took the 295 for that. Q swings short. I expect to reload before J Powell flushes the punch bowl on Wednesday. Yep. Yeah, I don't think I think the Bears today sealed the fucking deal. That breakdown of the channel, that weekly channel breakdown, fucking Bears are in control. Period. End of story. In control. Thanks for hitting that like button. I appreciate it. Thanks, Binky.
According to CFTC, speculators increase net short US dollar bets in latest week.
Huh. Net short US dollar bets. That's interesting.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
Thanks, Harmon. The
TickStrike allows you to
6.618.
actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
We got
Get
20
a free
minutes left.
trial at tickstrike.com.
Nice little squeeze higher right now. Trying to watch the market try to jump over this. Not seeing much movement on those 400 Cs yet for tomorrow. I'm looking at them. I'm looking at the 400 Cs for the 29th that Matthew brought up. They're at 19 cents. They haven't really moved on this move yet. You got 3965s? Yeah, I'm watching those 400s. You know what I'm really interested in is the 398s. I'd like to see the premium kick from whoever is going to buy these 398s. Someone's going to want to buy them. I do think we trade up to that 400 and then just rip on J-Pow. I want to catch, there's a bunch of interest Matt was talking about. There's 114,000 contracts and 400C expiring on the 29th. I'm actually interested
According
in the
to
Wednesday
CFTC,
too.
Euro net longs surged to highest since February.
Are you shitting me? Net longs? God damn. The 30th? Well, color me fucking shitty. So I just looked at the 30th, and they are fucking pricing a huge move up.
According to CFTC, Euro net longs surged to highest since February 2021.
Jesus. It's like Wednesday's expiry has a fuck ton of interest in it going up. Or at least the dealers want you to pay premium for that trade. They're not asking that much for 398s for tomorrow. They're looking like sideways and then up on Wednesday. It's an interesting the premium on call side on tomorrow and Wednesday is fucking crazy. They're basically telling you that we're having a sideways trade tomorrow and then Wednesday we go up. That's an odd one. Starting to move up now. Starting to climb over. Starting to squeeze it up here. Come on, SPY. 398s are getting some vig on them. They're now 60 cents. They're at 56 cents. The 400s look out of touch for tomorrow. I might get it, but the 398s have some juice in them for tomorrow.
Early market on close in balance, sitting at 320 million to the sell side.
Bulls just beating off VWAP all day long. Look at that. Smackdown off VWAP. Smackdown off VWAP. Didn't even get VWAP, and then that was it. Just beaten down all day. Couldn't reclaim shit. Reclaimed it for a minute. Right off the bell, there was that nice little trade off the bell, but that was it. Boom. Just bear all day long. I'm going to line up a trade here and get ready for it. I like the idea. I like the idea of buying the bell on 398s. If 397s come cheaper, they're at 85 cents right now. If I can get 397s at like 50 cents, I'd be well. You know what? I'm going to set those up too just in case. Hold on. And add some 398s. Okay. So I haven't bought yet, but I'm looking at 397s, 398s. I want to see what the dealers seem to be putting some weight on them. The 397s, they've got them at 85, 82 cents. Wednesday's calls are fucking loaded. Loaded with premium. I don't know why that is. I know why that is, but I want to clear that. I want to clear all that. Just want to. I don't want to. No, I just want to do one then. I'm only going to do 397 if we can get it. If we can get the melt, or the burn down into the close. I'm thinking more and the money's even better. So 397 C. My hope is that we get the bloodbath into the bell. I want to see that bloodbath. I want to see like that bloodbath into the bell. I want to see it fucking slap the tick strike, and then maybe grab something there at like 4 o'clock or 4:15. If there's further blood down into the 4:15, that'd be the best buy. If there was a best buy, it's going to be after the bell. No, I haven't entered buy yet. I've got them lined up, ready to go. I want to buy cheap calls. Wednesday seems to have some premium on them. Tuesday doesn't. Tuesday doesn't have call premium like Wednesday does. Wednesday's got fucking dealers are bullish on Wednesday. So for the 29th, I could look. I haven't looked in a few minutes. I haven't looked at the 30th. So the 30th, 400 Cs and the 30th are 88 cents. That's getting cheap. I'd really like that fucking overnight trade though. So 29th, 397s are now at 80 cents. If I can get them at like 50 cents or something, they're at 78 cents right now. If I can get those 397s at like 50 cents into the bell, I'm going to be fucking stoked. I don't care if they burn. They're fucking dirt cheap. Come on, baby. Give me that tick strike at 394.70. Just give it. You know you want to give it. Just get down there. We don't have much more to go. We've only got a few minutes. We got 11 minutes to get down there. Get on down there. Show me that 394. Oh, there it goes. Let it all hang out. Just let it all hang out. Keep going. Come on. Come on, just a little bit more. It ain't that far. Don't do it. Don't reverse. Oh, come on.
Market on close imbalance currently sitting at 745 million to the buy side. Just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
Ah, shit. Did I miss the trade?
Market on close imbalance sitting at 745 million to the buy side.
Give me a second. Hold on here. I think I missed the fucking trade. Still waiting. Come on. Come back down for just a minute. Fucking came down and got bought right back up. It bought that shit right back up. Didn't even let it go down. I think I missed the trade. Hope I didn't miss the trade. Could have missed it. That was a big giant green bar. That's really nice right there. This one was beautiful. Right at the 1551 mark. That was a nice bar right there. That was a real nice bar. See it better right here. 721, 800. We're getting close. Look at the 15-minute real quick. 2 million. This is pretty good. 2,600,000. It's getting close. It's getting juicy down here. It's getting sweaty. Bears are fucking pumping down here like, made all my money today. What's up, buddy? VWAP's at 397.96. Still not at anything. I'll tell you what, I'm the kind of trader that's like, I've gotten burned so many times right in here. I'll buy calls, and in the last 3 minutes, I'll be like, I'm long calls for tomorrow, and not always, but enough times where the last 3 minutes, it's like this. Bam, straight red bar to hell. I should have bought this. And it's like fucking 40% of the calls are burned. I'd rather miss the trade here than take the trade here and not down here. Yeah, there's volume there for sure. This is showing we're reversing right now. You see all these green bars right here? This is showing the reversal's already taken place. I might miss this trade. I have like a rule about this shit. I'd rather miss this trade than not buy the last little bloodbath into the bell. I got some fucking rules, man. I've gotten burned too many times. I've bought a lot of closes. A fuck ton of closes. This is a good one. I mean, everything here is screaming that was the bottom. I have that fucking rule. That last 3 minutes, they fucking slam it down. They fucking do that last little slam, rug pull it right for the last fucking 2 minutes of the session, and you're like, the fuck? And you're like, what? Why are my calls down 50% in 3 minutes? Like, what the fuck did they do? They repriced your shit. That's what they did. This is nice. These are nice buys, right? These last 3 green bars are beautiful. These are nice 3 green bars right here. Not gonna lie. This looks like bottom. Is Apple dying into the bell? No, yeah, they're trying to recover right now. It's trying to recover. I just want that bloodbath right into the fucking buzzer. Like fucking bloodbath the last minute. We've got 4 minutes left for a bloodbath, so I fucking I don't fucking trust these fucking market makers as fucking far as I can throw them. These fucking guys will fucking fuck you in 2 minutes, guaranteed. Sometimes I'll try to sneak in, grab some cheap shit, and then I'm like, oh, it's fucking cheap. And then I'm like, fucking 3 minutes later, I'm like, it's a fucking hell of a lot cheaper now. Not that that happens today. I'm saying I've had it happen enough. Oh, what's with these hot girls, man? I gotta log in and sign into chat. I have to delete all these hot chicks trying to leave us comments real quick here. Just saw hot chicks in here. Somebody else already took care of it. Thank you. Yeah, I like buying calls for tomorrow. I like the concept of buying calls for tomorrow. I like calls for tomorrow. I like zero dates for tomorrow. I like zero dates at like 397 though. I don't like the 400s. I want to get the premium kick from all the buyers in the bell, so that they buy them all up and I sell them to them. I'm like, here, have them. They're all yours. Yeah, interviewing the hot chicks. Hot chicks live in your neighborhood now. I'm getting itchy, trust me. Nice big buyers right now. You can see those big buyers stepping in right here. Those calls are at 61 cents. They're as low as 53 cents. They're not giving that much money on those calls so far. It's not really, I would have expected a little bit more. Let's see what this bell does. Get the rocket ship up for the last couple minutes. Well, they're blasting off now. They're now 64 cents. They're up 20%. It's not bad. Nice little squeeze into the bell. Now 65 cents. Shit, you might as well just take the money and run in the after hours at 4:15. I'm still flat right now. I haven't bought any of this. Should have bought it, but my rules said no. I'm fine with that. Maybe I'll enter something after the bell. It cools off a little bit. Nice close, too, for the Bulls. You guys all have a great day. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wrapping up last minute of trading. We got 45 seconds left. Let me know in the chat before you log off here what you think we are tomorrow. Do you think we trade up tomorrow? The dealers are seeming to think that there's a trade higher into the open tomorrow, then a sideways trade, and then a move higher on Wednesday. I don't know if that's the case, but we should have a snapback trade here coming up into tomorrow and Wednesday. Yeah, what you try to do is there's two trades here. I'll show you guys. So if you're going to do lotto trades, right? Some people try to tell you this isn't the truth, but it is. Here's the truth on lotto trades. What you want to do is either buy this bottom down here, right? Wait a minute, you can't see it. So on lotto trades, there's two trades. There's a trade where you're able to catch a bottom down here, and you sell it by 4:15. You just get out of your position. You're flat tomorrow. You take the money and run. The second lotto trade is, let's say you buy it and you hold it till morning. If it's like $1 or $2 outside the money, there'll be an initial when we first open, there won't be, but like 30 seconds in, a minute in, there usually will be a premium kick. It'll be like slam. and you'll sell those calls to those people, to the new buyers of them, and then re-enter the trade, the first rollover. Even if you're going up, then you'll jump back in and trade it higher. That's usually max gains. So we're up 23 cents after the bell. We should go up into the 4:15 hour. If you take your money and run at 4:15, I never think that's a bad trade. I never think it's a bad trade to like take this trade here. Maybe you can't see. I never think like at the four. If let's say we trade up here, you take your money at 4:15 and get out of the trade. I understand that. If you diamond handed the open though, always good to take. I always prefer to take the money off the opening bell if it's gone up a bunch, and then wait for the first dip to buy if it's gonna keep ripping up. Always secure profits on 0 dates. They're always directional moves. They're only one way. You don't hold like 0 dates for the whole entire day. You can't. You can. I don't like to. I've lost more trades like that than I've wanted to, and especially this. You can see this little. This directional move right here is just a great money right here. If you make that trade right there, that's all you needed to make in that trade. So if you get that to 4:15 this afternoon, I would take the money and run. That's what I do. That's my preference. Oh, right on. Do the gap number 22nd at 9:45. Did we bottomed here? No, I don't think. I think the door has been opened to below. I think the door is open to 385 now. Even if we don't see it today or tomorrow or the next day, the trap we broke through. When we broke through this today, let me close out Bookmap real quick. No, hold on a second. Just give me a second here. So this break of trend down here, not always, but when you see a break of trend, when you see this break of trend, sometimes you can go blast off to the moon. But when you see this break, it's often an indicator of a trend change. So it's enough for me to think, as a bull, it's enough for me to say I would really prefer to buy this move down. I'd prefer to buy this now that we've broken through. I think that you'll see continued selling. I could be wrong. But when we break this trend down below like this, we didn't have a slow breakdown. We pretty convincingly broke below. It's now the job of the bears to hold this. Like, let's say we have a snapback trade in the opening bell tomorrow. I would take the money and run on that trade because the bears are going to want to step back in and sell this market down. They're here. They sold this, and they're going to want to defend this line coming into Wednesday, Thursday. They want to get this sell down. So do I think that we're done? I don't know. I don't think so. I think this is the doorway. I think that was the key for further down. Yeah, did you see that video, Herms? That video was wild, right? What do I think of that video? I think you have to call for that to get people bearish. You can't say we're going to 3,500. If you do, no one's going to load up on puts. You need death and destruction. You need people buying that shit. That's the thing about it's like when you buy puts or calls, you have to buy them farther out than when you need people to jump on the grenade for you to get what you want. So if you're going to call for 2,300, you might get 35 or 32. Like, you need that cascade effect. You need more bags to be made, more bags to be made. You need farther outside the money puts bought or farther outside the money calls bought. Whenever you see like calls go from outside the money to inside the money, you know you're at a top. The same thing goes for puts. You need puts that are farther outside the money. So of course they're gonna, right? Maybe not that guy, but you need people to believe you're going that.
We posted the live feed of UK's PM Sunak speaking on the website if anyone's interested.
Do you know what I'm saying? So you need to say you're going to the moon for you to. So if you're like, we're going to the moon, but you only get so high because you need rolling puts to be purchased to pay the bags before. The moment that they become in the money, puts, then you know you're at a localized bottom. You're close to it, unless you see a waterfall cascade of puts come back into the market. You guys have a great afternoon. This is a good trading day. If you guys traded this short, good job. If you took this trade short on Wednesday, Thursday, congratulations. I'm going to expect for tomorrow some kind of a snapback, at least up to let's call it on the bell, 398.29. That's the target for open tomorrow. 398.29. Better hope that it doesn't happen in the overnight because they could sell it again by 6 a.m. If you see something like this, see us trade this up and like at 6 a.m. right here, they're going to try to sell it down before we get to the market open. You could see something like that as well. So price target for tomorrow, 398.27. Did I have that right? Yeah. Or no, price target for tomorrow, 397.90. 397.90 for tomorrow. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, or just before 9 o'clock, 9:15, whatever we can get there too. Have a great day. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Tell your friends about them. I hope you guys like live stream with us. We're going to have no delayed news tomorrow, and I'm going to hope to have BOOKMAP up by tomorrow, the expensive BOOKMAP, so you guys can see all the little tricky stuff. See you guys. Have a great day.